Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and literally a warm welcome to Prescott for this opening round of the British Hillclimb Championship, second day of the event, of course, also a round of the Midland Hill Climb Championship and the Bugatti Owners Club New Barn Series as well. We had a full day of practice yesterday. We're on the final practice runs of the day at the moment. A couple of red flags there. Well, I think a third red flag at the moment. Car 811, Tim Thompson, has had a mechanical problem and stopped on the hill. A couple of slightly more spectacular problems earlier on, but I'm sure the drivers are all well. And just put our schedule back a little bit, but I'm sure that our officials, marshals, are working hard to catch up on that. And I have to say a big thank you straight away to all the marshals. Our need for them being emphasised so far this morning. They do a great job, as always do a great job. They certainly are this morning, and we really do appreciate all their efforts. So as I say, this is the final practice runs, and then we'll be into the first timed runs, followed by the first of two top 12 runoffs. That hopefully will take us up to the lunch break, and then after lunch we will be having the second timed runs and top 12 runoff as Scott Rayson gets away. Car 813, the Empire 00, heading up the hill onto the line. We've got car 814, which is Steve Morgan in his Empire Evo 3. We're currently in the racing cars over 600 up to 1100 cc category. They're final practice runs of the day. Steve Morgan is away, slight hesitancy on the start line, but he's away now. And meanwhile, Scott Rayson, coming towards the end of his run, does a 41.42. 115 Richard Weaver on the line in his Empire Evo 2 currently. As into the S's goes Steve Morgan. And on through semicircle, on up towards the line as Richard Weaver gets underway. Steve Morgan's time at 42.31. Car 812 on the line now is Ben Hamer in the OMS 28 that he shares with Will Hamer, 999 cc's. Richard Weaver continues his run. Ben Hamer gets underway. Richard Weaver into the S's. Up to the line comes 116, and that's Graham Williams in the OMS 2000M. Time for Richard Weaver 42.22 seconds in the Empire Evo 2. Hamer into the S's now, and a squeal of tortured tyres as he goes through there into semicircle, on up towards the line. This could be a good time. Ben Hamer 39.57, again under that all-important 40-second mark. Graham Williams on the hill now in his OMS. Semicircle, then goes Graham under the finish line barrier of 47.34 seconds then. A little bit of a lull for the next car just coming out onto the hill now. And this is car 118. Dougie Cant in the Force HC, again 999 cc's. He will shortly head off under the bridge and then into the left-hander at Orchard. From there it's down to a loop was added back in around 1960, I think. This is Ittori's Bend. Then the short dash up the hill to Pardon, the hairpin. As Rob Clark gets away in his Empire Evo 2 from Pardon, it's on up to the S's. And again, squealing of tyres. From there it's into rolled corner of the left-hander and then up to the semicircle and under about that 42.75 seconds for Diggy Cant. Nigel Pitt is on the start line in the OMS 3000 car 120. Again, a 1 litre engine power in this as Rob Clark comes towards the end of his run. 40.28, not quite getting under the 40-second barrier. Nigel Pitt coming up to Ittori's. And away he goes on up towards Pardon. And then the run up to the S's. Semicircle now. Under the finish line, 42.09. Well, car 121 was coming out for practice run. He's just rolling back now. Not sure if he has a problem. Possibly. It's Richard Matossian in the GWR Raptor 2. And well, as he's moved out the way and hopefully can quickly resolve whatever the issue is, we have another car as we get a red flag, unfortunately, and the clerk of the course heads off up the hill. So we're going to have a short delay once again. So the official car is clear of the hill, and I think red flags might start to come in. I'm not sure, we're just waiting to see what's happening. Certainly the sound of engines being fired up. Next car is coming up to the line. The red flag is still out on the start line at the moment, but I think it will be coming in very, very soon. Onto the line has come car 122. That's Stuart Bickley in the Force TA 1070cc machine. And the red flags are now in. And away goes Stuart Bickley and off the line in that forced TA. Under the bridge. At 93 miles an hour around the Torres. On up towards Partners, onto the line comes 810, one of the shared cars, of course. Robin Wood at the moment in the Force PT 1070cc machine, sharing it with Anthony Wood, runs his car 110. Using all of the black stuff on the hill there is Stuart Bickley coming up to the line, 39.12, a good time then for Stuart. Quickest time I think so far this weekend in the class, because it's still in practice, so it doesn't actually count for anything, but sets him up well for the time runs coming up relatively shortly now. Emma Rayson is on the line now, car 113 in the Empire 00, shared with Scott Rayson. Emma's best time so far has been a 43.27, and she's done exactly the same time on 2 out of the 3 practice runs as Robin Wood comes to the end of his run and does a 42.85, his fastest run of the weekend so far, as Emma rounds the Torres and goes on up towards Pardon. Up to the line comes car 114, and that's Tom Morgan in the Empire Evo 3. Emma meanwhile going through the S's as Tom Morgan gets away then. And over the line, her best time of the weekend by some way, but by about a second and a half, a 41.83 then for Emma Rayson. Tom Morgan heads towards Pardon, and onto the line comes car 815, Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo 2. She shares with Richard Weaver, 115. Tom Morgan in the S's at the moment. But, well, he seemed to have a problem selecting gears, but he's back underway now, but I don't think this is going to be a very good time at all, to be honest. 44.62, so yeah, 4.5 seconds down on his best time yesterday, but that largely down to what appeared to be some sort of gear selection problem in the S's. 112 is on the line, that's Will Hamer. We've seen Ben do a 39.57. What can Will do? His best so far 40.06. He needs to find half a second to match his co-driver. Tom Weaver well on his way. Will Hamer is underway as well. Oh, and hanging the tail up there through semicircle. Tom Weaver under the line, 39.04. So that is about a quarter of a second slower than his best time so far this weekend. A bit of a twitch there from Will Hamer as well, as he goes on up towards the S's. And he has some fastest times, fastest sectors so far, and is still putting in good times as he comes round the S's. This should be a good one, 38.67, exactly the same time to the 100th as Stuart Bickley has achieved. Those two therefore joint fastest in practice. Tom Weaver another 1/10 of a second back, and all very, very tight indeed in this Class I 600 to 1100cc racing cars. Jimmy Harris is on course now, the first of the Formula Ford racing cars, Class J1. He rounds Pardon, as sitting on the line is Rebecca Crocombe, car 126. Jimmy Harris in the Van Diemen RF85, Rebecca, who's on her way now in the Van Diemen RF84. So what can Jimmy achieve? He has had the quickest time so far in practice. He's a little bit down on that with this run of 47.22, his best 46.91. car 127 on the line now. Lizzie Weaver in the Van Diemen RF91. Away goes Lizzie. Rebecca going through the S's. And up the line comes car 128, Max Hawkes in his Van Diemen RF84. Fifth quickest so far in practice, Max, but a couple of seconds off the best time of practice so far. Away goes Max Hawkes. Lizzie Weaver is out of partner on up towards the S's. Up to the line we get car 129, Tim Cowlam in his Swift FB91. His way. David Owen is on the line in the Merlin. This is one of the very earliest Formula Ford cars, I think, from 1968. Max Hawkes does a 48.99. That's his best time of practice, 700 slower than Mathew Ryder in third place in practice. Les Buck sits on the line, car 131, another of the older cars, the Pringgit Mistral. On the line now in the Van Diemen RF85 as David Owen comes towards the end of his run and does a 50.47. He has done, yesterday did a 50.14, pretty consistent certainly. So Bosworth around Torres. Mathew Ryder comes up to the line, car 133. I was third quickest after yesterday's practice runs. Time for Les Buck, his best time so far this weekend, 49.94. Makes him the sixth quickest in practice. Andrew Greenan is on the line. Sarah Bosworth has done a 48.66. She is second quickest now. Caroline had mechanical problems a little earlier. We are seeing, if you're watching on HillClimb.TV, then you'll see onboard pictures, live onboard pictures at the moment of Andrew Greenan in the Empire Evo 3. Mathew Ryder 49.20, just about 3/10 down on her best time so far. As we watch Alan through the S's and on up around semicircle, getting a little bit out of shape there under the finish banner, and does a 39.75, just 100th of a second slower than his best time so far. And we have a red flag out, possibly for debris on the track, I think.
What you do up here?
So 708 has been stopped on the hill. We'll get a rerun, presumably. I don't think he was the cause of the red flag anyway. Not sure if something might have happened on the return road actually, which has prompted this red flag. Alan Warburton's back down the hill and into the paddock, but I think we'll see him back out on the hill very soon. Well, there was debris to be cleared, but they're also recovering car 811 Tim Thompson in the OMS, who had a problem with, I think, a loose wheel on that car, and he is now just going up to the finish line. We'll come back down the return road, and then we should be able to get things back underway. So the red flags are coming in, and we resume practice in just a moment or two. Next car about to come up to the start line. It's car 138, Mark Schlanker in the Force TA. This in the racing cars over 1100 up to 1600 cc category, 1596 cc motor in this Force. And well, a stall there for Mark, but he hasn't gone completely over the line, so he will be able to just roll back and have a second attempt at starting his final practice run. And away he goes, this time cleanly, off under the bridge. Under there at 84 miles an hour. Up the line now comes one at 39, and that's Gary Hill in the OMS 2000M, 1585cc. A little bit of popping and banging from Mark Schlanker's Force as he rounds Pardon on up towards the S's. Oh, and gets very wide, just dropped a wheel on the grass, but he manages to pull it all back together around semicircle and a 43.45. So despite that moment, just about a quarter of a second down on his best time. Meanwhile, Gary Hill is rounding Torres, his OMS, and onto the line comes car 708. And that's Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59. Away goes Alan. Gary Hill coming towards the end of his run, round semicircle, and 41.53, so his best time of the weekend's practice run so far, with about a quarter of a second improvement on his previous best. So Alan Warburton goes around Pardon and on up the hill. Alan also in Class J2, 1100 to 1600 cc racing cars. And we have 140 in front of us on the start line. Jason Tunnicliffe in the Empire Evo 3, 1000 cc, so presumably forced induction with the sees the 1.4 multiplication factor added to his capacity. Jason Tunnicliffe gets away in the Empire Evo 3, car 140. 141 up to the line now is Darren Gubley in the Force TA. Jason, who's rounding pardon, his best time so far has been a 39.86. Darren Gumley has just managed to get into the 38s, just about a 38.99, second quickest of the runners in this class in practice. Darren Gumley is on the hill. And we're going to see a couple of Formula Fords next up, the first of which is 825 Paul Harris in the Van Diemen RF85, sharing across with Jimmy Harris. Coming towards the end of his run, does a 39.03, just 400ths down on his best practice time so far. As Paul Harris rounds Ittori's and that from the Ford machine. Lawrence Marks gets off the line in his Van Diemen RF84, car 826. Car shared with Rebecca Crocombe. And coming up to the line now, 145 in the normally aspirated 1600 to 2 litre category is Trisha Davis in the Force TA. Paul Harris this time was a 49.50. Lawrence Marks did a 15.81. Sorry, he didn't, he's just finishing. He's done a 51.18, so down on his 50.81, which was his best time yesterday. Trisha Davis is away. And Phil Fisher brings the Swallow DR14 up to the start line. Next up, car 147. And we have a red flag with a car stopped on the hill. 147. As Trisha Davis does a 43.77. Car waiting on the start line then, Jonathan Evans in the Pilbeam MP88. Looks like some sort of mechanical issue for the car that is now stationary, and that's Phil Fisher. So Phil Fisher being pushed back into the paddock, and we should be okay to resume these final practice runs in just a moment. So the red flags come in. Jonathan Evans' Pilbeam fires up. goes the Pilbeam. His final practice run of the day. Into a Torres. And then they run up to Pardon, as up to the line comes car 148. That's Andrew Colborne in the Van Diemen RF02 FX. Comes towards the end of his run, and there's a 47.77, so that's 3 seconds down on his best practice run yesterday. Andrew Colborne coming up to Pardon now. On the line is 8.36. Adam Greener in the Empire Evo 3 1600cc car, so running in Class J2 as Andrew Colborne comes to the end of his run and does a 44.94, about half a second slower than his best time so far. We're on board if you're watching online, Andrew with Adam Greener, and he gets very out of shape there at Pardon, but manages to hold it all together and carry on up the hill, but that will have cost him time. David Warburton is on the line now, car 8 in the Gould GR59, as around semicircle goes Adam Green and does a 41.40, so not surprisingly but a second down on his best time after that moment that he had at Pardon. David Warburton is putting in some good sector times at the moment as Simon Carr gets away in the Dallara F302, car number 149. David Warburton, who is quickest in his class in practice so far, and does a 37.87, so improves on his previous best time. It's over a second quicker than the next quickest car in practice in that class. Simon Carr continues up the hill into the S's. Dallara then through there. 44.03 his best time so far. We'll see what he's done on this run in just a moment. 43.76, so he does improve. He's 5th quickest in class with that improvement. 150 comes to the line now. And that is Richard Walker in the 2-litre Pilbeam MP88. And away goes the Pilbeam. And up to the line comes 152 Ian Tucker in the OMS 28 1690cc as Richard Walker rounds the Torres on up to Pardon, the tricky left-hander, then powers it out of there on up towards the S's as Ian Tucker gets underway, and up to the line comes 153 Andy Bugard in the Force PT. Ian Tucker around the Torres. Richard Walker coming towards the end of his run, he does a 46.67, so a second and a half down on his best practice run. That's a very quick start there for Andy in the Force, Andy Bugard, who's going around the Torres now. Ian Tucker coming towards the end of his run. Can he beat his 46-second best? No, he can't. 46.48 for Ian Tucker. Andy Bugard with some best sector times going well at the moment. Jonathan Varley has got underway in the GWR Predator. Car number 154, rounding a Taurus now. As Andy does his best time of the weekend so far with a 39.71, second quickest behind Jonathan Varley. Jonathan, who is the class record holder in this class here at Prescott. And he is putting in quick times. Really pushing on, coming up to the line. 38.19, his best time of the practice runs, but still about a second off his class record, but to say quickest in the 1600 to 2 litre single seater category. Tim Davis is on the hill in the 40A on his way up to Pardon. On the line we have 8.56, James Chalmers in the Rolt F302. 1 can Terry Davis do. He is third quickest in practice in this class so far with a 41.81. I don't think he's going to better that. No, a 42.03, couple of tenths off his best time. James Chalmers is coming into Torres in the Rolt. And on the line we have car 157, Leslie Munch in the GWR Raptor. Chalmers then comes out of Itores. So we have to Pardon and then on up to the S's. Looking to improve on a best of 42.74 so far as he comes around towards the finish line. And there's a 43.04, so 3 tenths down on his best time. Leslie Much gets away and off under the bridge. 86 miles an hour under the bridge into Ettores. Out of there on up to Pardon. A few personal best sector times so far. Through the S's and rolled corner, right, semicircle, and does a 40.06. That's 2.5 seconds, very nearly improvement on his previous best, and up to 5th quickest in class. William Luffridge is on the hill now, but I think has a problem with the Empire Wraith popping and banging and moving very slowly, and bits flying out by the looks of it as well. That doesn't look good at all. He's around Ettores, but really just coasting almost up towards Pardon. Still continuing to run. So this isn't going to be a representative time, obviously. 41.55, the best that he's done so far. And main question at the moment is he going to make it to the finish line? He's into semicircle, he should do by the looks of it. Well, for what it's worth, he stops the clock at 93.03, so over twice as long as his normal runs, but he's clear of the hill. So next car coming up to the line now, 160, is Pete Tatham in the OMS 28. Pete running in the 1600 to 2 litre forced induction category. Goes the OMS. Under the bridge at 95 miles an hour into Ettores. as we have car 10 on the line, the number 10 denoting that Paul Hames finished in 10th place in the 2024 British Hillclimb Championship, despite the fact he isn't in the largest capacity category. He's running the 1300, not sure if it's turbocharged or supercharged, to be honest, OMS 28. Meanwhile, Pete Tatham coming to the line does a 40.11, some way off his best, which was a 38.75 yesterday. Paul Hames, who we're seeing now, was just 200ths of a second slower than Pete Tatham in yesterday's practice runs. He comes out of Paddock on up the hill as on the line, and away goes 1-1-1. That's Jonathan Flasher in the OMS 28 as Paul Hames comes towards the end of his run. He's got some purple sector times, 37.28, fastest run in the class this weekend so far, 37.28 for Paul Hames. Gets away in car 847, the Pilbeam MP 88. Jonathan Fletcher has had one purple sector as he comes up to the line and does a 39.31, his best time of the weekend by 7/10 of a second, and he is currently 4th quickest in his class going into the timed runs, which will be starting relatively soon now. Erin Creven out of Itores, out of Pardon rather, on up to the S's. Car 848 on the line is Aaron Colborne in the Van Diemen RF02, 4th quickest after yesterday's practice runs. Kevin Creven coming towards the end of the run does a 43.70, but an improvement over a second's improvement on his best time yesterday. He's 5th in class as we come to the end of these practice runs in this class. Gavin McLaren gets underway in the Pilbeam MP 88, but Aaron Colborne is going through Bolton on up to semicircle. As Gavin McLaren rounds hatchets, Aaron Colborne does a 41.82, again his best time so far this weekend. He's 4th quickest in class. On the line is car 165, Bernard Keevil in the OMS 28 as Gavin McLaren comes to the end of his run. Does a 45.97, again his best time of the weekend so far, just 300ths quicker than Ian Tucker as Bernard Keevil gets away. Looking pretty rapid coming up towards Itores. 166 on the line is Lynn Owen in the OMS 28, but Bernard Keevil rounding Pardon. Got a couple of personal best sector times so far. His best so far is a 42.64. He's into semicircle onto the finish line and does a 42.31, finds about a third of a second, 14th quickest as Lynn Owen rounds Itores, and onto the line comes car 167, and that's Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam MP97 4-litre car. We're into the big engined single seaters now, of course. And away goes Sandra Lynn Owen then, looking to better a 46.04 yesterday, does a 45.23 in fact, so quite a significant improvement as Sandra Tomlin rounds Itores. And on the line it is car 702, and that's Lindsay Summers. Not in the AFS, they had to Change cars pretty much at the last minute as the DJ Firestorm that Lindsay Summers is running. Sandra Tomlin looks like she's going to improve on her best so far, which was a 46.43, and she does by nearly, well, over 2 seconds in fact. 44.24 for Sandra. Car 7 on the line now is Sean Gould in the Gould GR59 JB. Did a 37.86 yesterday as Lindsay Summers records a 42.16, again her best practice run. Sean Gould gets away. Up to Torres. Car 117 is on the line now. And a problem for Sean Gould. He's stopped, well, I'm not sure if he was red flagged, in fairness to him. We have a car stopped seemingly at the top of the return road. So Sean Gould will get a rerun. He's going to be sent back down the hill, I think, in a moment. So Sean Gould is heading back down the hill. We'll go back into the paddock and then come out for a rerun in just a little while. Having been red flagged, clearly not at fault. So just waiting for the car to be cleared. I think it has been cleared now. The car that was stopped on the return road, and the red flags have come in. Car 117 firing up there. So Gregory Barton in the Empire. Running on Hoosier tyres, which are the tyres I think that all the single-seaters will be running on before the end of this season. Away goes Gregory then. .76 miles an hour under the bridge. Around Torres he goes, as up to the line comes car 156, John Chalmers in the Rolt F302. Gregory has found a little bit of time in one of the sectors so far. 45.16 his best time currently. Not sure if he's going to better that. No, he doesn't. 45.57 for this run. And away goes John Chalmers in the Rolt. 94 miles an hour, quite a good time speed under the bridge as 8:57 comes up to line. That's Stuart Sugden in the forced induction engine, the 1340cc GWR Raptor. Stuart as John Chalmers comes up the line, does a 42.21, again finding about 0.3 of a second improvement on his previous best. Stuart Sugden brings the Raptor around the Torres, a bit of opposite lock on the exit there, up to Pardon. A little correction coming up on, I think, and back with us is Sean Gould, car 7, and in the Gould GR59 JB 4-litre engine machine, Judd powered. Around semicircle goes Stuart Sugden. 38.79, big improvement for him. Getting on for, well, about 1.8 seconds by the looks of it, his improvement on his best time yesterday. Sean Gould is away and under the bridge at 107 miles an hour. I think that's the quickest we've seen so far today. On up into Pardon he goes, powers it out of there, a 4-litre Judd engine, pushing that car up the hill as away goes Zachary Zamet in the Empire Wraith car 858. And Sean Gould in the S's, and that's semicircle up to the line at 36.67, 0.03 of a second quicker than William Hall managed yesterday. He did a 36.70 and we also had a 36.76, so the top 3 currently in that class are within a tenth, and we've got an off but rear wheel hitting the tyre wall there for Zach Zamet, but he's continuing on his way, looping up to the finish line. He was going quite well, but we get a red flag. Alex Coles is on the hill, but he has now been red flagged and will have to come back down, I'm afraid, after Zach Zamet's moment. So I suspect they just need to check the tie wall that Zach Zamet hit before we can get things back underway. Just seeing a replay on HillClimb.TV, and comes into the S's and just the back end gets away from him and into that tie wall. It looks as if, well, I think he's certainly got a puncture. He may, suspension might be out of shape, I'm not sure. But he has gone on to the finish line by the looks of it, and as I say, they'll be checking all the safety precautions. The marshals are immediately out, clearing any debris off the track. Working hard today, our marshals, as ever, and we just cannot thank them enough. The guys in orange and the women in orange as well, of course. And if you want to get closer to your hill climb action, it's a great way to do it. And I speak with first-hand experience of marshalling, so check it out. Speak to somebody in orange, perhaps during the lunch break, and I'm sure they'll point you in the right direction to talk to the Chief Marshal or another official about how you could get involved. You will receive full training. You will be placed with experienced marshals. You won't be left on your own to do anything. And it really can add a lot to your motorsport experience, your day in motorsport, just by marshalling. I say just by marshalling, it's a very important role. 121 is coming up to the line now, and that is Richard Mutosian in the GWR Raptor 2. Away goes Richard, a little bit popping and banging as he got off the start line, but he goes under the bridge at 86 miles an hour. So the next car is called up to the start line. Richard rounds Ettores and heads on up to Pardon. And the next car up is car 169, Simon Jenks in the Force TA. 2.5 litre engine running in Class L, the big engine single-seater category. Richard McCloskey does a 41.84. That is very nearly 3 seconds improvement on his best time in practice yesterday. Simon Jenks goes under the bridge at 90 miles an hour into Ettores now in the Force TA. And then powers on up to Pardon and that left-hander. To the S's. That's Rolt. Oh, gets it very out of shape, but catches it in the in Rolt, the left-hander there, on round semicircle under bridge, and despite all that, he sets his quickest time with a 41.63. So his quickest practice time then, despite that moment in Rolt. 170 is on the line. And that's Graham Wynn in the Gould GRW 59, 4 litre machine. And away goes Graham. And 108 miles an hour under the bridge. I think that's possibly the quickest time we've seen, on highest speed, I should say, under the bridge so far, as he goes up to Pardon. Powers it out to there. On up to the S's. As Harry Pick, car 171, sits on the line and gets away in the OMS 28. Graham Wynn is rounding semicircle and does a 38.70, his best time by a quarter of a second. Harry Pick goes around Tories and on up to Pardon. Harry's best time yesterday was a 40.58. So he can top that today. On the line we've got car 859, Alex Coles in the Force TA Mistral in the up to 2 litre Forced induction category. As Harry Pick comes towards the end of his run and does a 41.02, so down by about half a second on his best time yesterday. Alex Coles is rounding Ettores, and up goes into Pardon. And car 865, Simon Andrews in the OMS 28, running in Class L in the big engine category with a 2.8 litre engine. As Alex Coles comes towards the end of his run, and again another driver to improve, and significantly he's second quickest in his class now with a 37.56. Meanwhile, Simon Andrews in the OMS around Ettores. That car, of course, with Bernard Keevel. And completes the run with a 41.21, again finding an extra half second. Oh, a bit out of shape there for Stephen Owen, but he manages to get it all straightened up for Ettores and goes on into Pardon. A couple of personal best sector times so far. Oliver Tomlin 867 in the Pilbeam MP 9703 is on the line, and again right on the edge of the tarmac through the S's into semicircle and a 40.94. So despite the dramas, Stephen Owen does his best time. Tom Lim, meanwhile, is on his way up to Paddock. Oliver, who has done a sub 40 second run so far this weekend, a 39.88. That's what he's looking to improve on as he comes up. And I think he's going to do it. He does 38.77, so finding over a second improvement, 9th quickest. And on the line, car 9. Of course, that denotes the fact that Jack Cottrell was 9th in the British Championship last season. He's in the Dallara XD. So Jack gets away under the bridge at 103 miles an hour. On up to Barton, setting personal bests on his way up the hill at the moment. There's various sectors. Car 6 comes up to the line. David Ewan in the Gould GR55B 3.5 litre machine. David, of course, 6th last season in the championship. As Jack Cottrell comes towards the end of his run, underlined as a 37.99, and that's a big improvement for him. Certainly his 39.51 was his previous best, 8th quickest so far. David Ewan goes and gets it very out of shape again on that left-hander before it tore his, but pulls it all back together. 101 miles an hour he went under the bridge at. Car 5 is on the line. Trevor Willett in the OMS 28 3.2 litre machine. Time so far 37.48. What's Mingy's in the Gould GR59M on the line now? What's Trevor? 37.48. Higgs matches his previous best to the 100th of a second. Still 5th quickest, Trevor. So that's his second run in 37.48 seconds this weekend. Car 3, the man who finished in 3rd place in the championship last year, Will Hall in the Gould 4 litre Gould GR59J is on the line. Wallace Mingy's setting personal bests all the way up the hill by the looks of it as he comes towards the line. 36.76, so his first run in the 36s. 600s back from Will Hall, who's on the hill now, and 900s back from Sean Gould, our quickest runner of the weekend so far. And it's Alex Summers, the runner-up in last year's championship in the DJ Firestorm, who's on the line. Will Hall is putting in some personal bests, so can he improve? Can he get? He was only 300s back from Sean Gould on his first run, 36.71. So he's 100th of a second slower than his best time so far, just 400 slower than Sean Gould's best time. Alex Summers then coming up to Pardon now. Alex back in joint 5th place with Trevor Willis at the moment. And the S's on up to Rolt. And then Brian Sammy Sergo, 37.26. So he takes a couple of tenths off his best and claims 5th place for himself. Wallace Mengies and Mathew Ryder sharing, because these are practice times, but sharing the third quickest time with a 36.76. Mathew Ryder, the British Hillclimb Champion 2024, the current hill record holder here at Prescott, is on the hill in his school GR59. He comes out of Torres and on up, and he is putting in some best sector times already as he goes on up to midway, and this is the quickest time of the weekend so far as he comes through the S's, Rolt, and up to semicircle. What's he going to be able to do as he comes up to the line? 35.91, the first run in the 35s, 35.91. So about a second off his hill record at the moment, as Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, the first of our sports racing cars and racing cars up to 1971, is on the hill. Jeremy in this curious Buckler Ballamy special. .58.83 his best time so far. Round semicircle. Christopher Bentley Jones is on the hill in his Brabham, as is Andy Tippett in his Brabham. Christopher in the 1600cc car, Andy in the 3.5 litre car. And away goes car 180, Stephen Palmer in the Lotus 69. Andy Tippett coming towards the end of his run. Can he improve on a 46.39? Yes, he can. A 45.53 for him. Sorry, that was yeah, that was. Braithwaite gets away in his BMW M3. Stephen Palmer completes his run with a 48.83, but half a second down on his best time of the practice. Simon Braithwaite looking set to improve on his previous best, as Tom Rossi is on the hill. Tom, the first of our Bugatti Owners Club New Barn Championship contenders. This is a handicap category, of course. What about Simon Braithwaite? He gets his best time of practice, 57.05. Jonathan Elwood is on the hill in the Honda Civic Type R, running in the New Barn Series, and on the line it's 187, Chris McQueen in the GBS 0. So as Chris gets away in that GBS, we get the Mazda MX-5 car 189 of Steve Perry, 1.8 litre MX-5 on the line. Tom Rossi then with a 55.03. And our first sight of one of the classic Bugattis this weekend, Tim Dutton, car 210 in his Type 51, comes up to the line. Chris McQueen about to set his time, 53.61, so about a second off his best run yesterday. And away it goes, Tim Dutton in that Type 51, beautiful Bugatti 2.3 litre engine. And our second Bugatti, they're running on handicap, the two Bugattis, 211 Rupert Marks in the Type 13 Brescia, 1.5 litres. As Tim very fittingly takes the Type 51 around a Torres and on up to Pardon. Rupert Marks is on his way. And another of our new barn contenders out now, that's Chris D in the Rover Mini. Tim Dutton really pressing on in the top 51 as he goes on up the hill. He's into semicircle, and what time can he do in this Bugatti's home hill? A 55.99 as Rupert Marks comes out of Pardon in the Type 13 Brescia. Chris D is on the hill in the Rover Mini. Pressing on in the Type 13, and a semicircle he goes under the finish banner, and it's a 63.92. As I say, that is a handicap class. Christie in the Mini. Comes to the line and does a 62.91, so not able to match his best from yesterday as car 193 sits on the line, and that's John Brunner in his 2-litre Mazda MX-5.
Hello,
on the line
and
now,
welcome to
Rob
Prescott
Guttridge.
Hillclimb for the opening round of the 2025 British Hillclimb Championship. As you can see, our top 10 finishers from last year, including our reigning champion, are returning for another crack at the title. 2024 British Hillclimb Champion, and you got married. So how's the off-season been for you?
It's been really busy, to be honest with you. Yeah, as you said, we got married at the back end of last year. The car's all ready to go for this year, but not too much change from last year, and hoping for another great season ahead. I don't think I'd count anyone out. I'm sure Wallace will be as quick as he is. There's a reason he's won the championship multiple times. He's got a great package and some great driving and lots of hills and lots of hill records still to beat. I'm hoping we can have some good results throughout the year. I don't think it's probably not worth specifically thinking about the championship until a little bit later on. It's about weekend by weekend doing as well as you can at each one to start the season, and then probably, we get to the midpoint, we get to Wiscombe, Channel Islands, that kind of like June, July period, and I think we can look at the leaderboard then and see what's possible and aim for the top if we can.
Right, we're here with Alex Summers. Alex, how are you today?
Very well, thank you.
I'm very well, thank you. This weekend, what's it about for you? What's your plan? What's your target? This whole championship this year?
So I have a soft season planned, really. Son was born 3 months ago, a little bit.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I really want to focus on that. I don't want to spend lots of time travelling. Obviously, we live very locally to here, so these ones, Shelsley, maybe the odd Gurston. But it's not really fair on a small baby to go long distances, and it's certainly not fair on Debbie, either, my wife. Yeah, we'll focus on the family events where we can all be here.
Who's your money on for the title this year then? If you're kind of counting yourself out of it, who do you think you put your money on?
I mean, out of the gate, Matt's half a second quicker than us. I think that's what I predicted. Confidence breeds confidence, doesn't it? And when you're on that crest of a wave and you believe in yourself and you believe in the car, really, a bad weekend is you don't overthink it. Whereas when you're chasing, that's kind of where I got to last year. You get a bit desperate maybe, and you go down blind alleys. And, Matt's in form. The car's in form. I can't see past him. I don't want to be negative to anyone else, but But generally what happens is a driver gets a car in the window and they get their head right, and they will then be consistently successful. And you saw that with Wallace, you saw that with Trevor, you saw that with Scott Moran. So I think Matt, I'm very fond of Matt, and I think he's a good talent.
We're with Will Hall, number 3 in the championship last year. You think you got anything for Matt Ryder this year?
Well, hopefully, yes. That's the aim of the sport, isn't it? To try and beat your competition. So we can only try our best. So yeah.
The development, you've literally been developing the car over the last 2 seasons. Yeah. Is it pretty much where you want it now for this season?
Yeah, hopefully. We've done a little bit more again over the winter, and on fingers crossed it's going to be the final bits really to make the car work. So yeah.
And what are you looking for this weekend? Have you got a sort of a target in your head where you want, like you'd be happy with leaving here, after the 2 runoffs? You looking for a result?
Well, the brain says 2 wins, but there's plenty of other people who want 2 wins as well, yeah.
Right, so I just want to talk about the different variety of hill climb cars here. So what you can do is buy a car, stick a timing beam on it, which is this piece of this here, which is what breaks the beam. You can buy a car, enter it, and as you can see from a wonderful selection of cars here, you can run pretty much anything. There's a Porsche Championship. We've got 2 GT4 Porsches here. There's a GT4 RS behind us and another GT4 RS over there. Proper cars that you had to get on a list to buy, being used properly. You've got Clios, Honda S2000 with that screaming K24 engine in it, unbelievable thing. Fiat Abarths, you've got a wide variety of cars. So the beautiful thing about hill climbing is that you really can do it in just about anything with 4 wheels.
Right, we're with Trevor Willis, number 5 in the British Championship last year, and the only driver in the top 10 in an OMS chassis car, so it's a completely different package. How's the car? You've done a little bit of testing and you've been out a couple of times. How's the car working for you this year?
Well, so far all I've really done is crash it, so and had a problem with the engine. So I've repaired the crash damage and repaired the engine. So that's really been my testing.
Okay, so not the smoothest of starts to the season. Are you taking on the whole championship again?
Yep, yeah, another year doing the whole championship. Yeah, why not?
What year number does this make this? Making you think here.
Yeah, I think it's probably something like probably the 25th year I've been competing in the HillClimb Championship, I think. No, probably even longer than that, but 25 years with a V8, I think.
What's your mental approach? You want to finish a certain place? You want to have fun? You want to do what you can? Like, how do you set yourself up? Like, do you have targets?
Yeah, so I want to win both runoffs and break the record on both of them. That might not be a realistic target, but all of us, that's really what we want to do. I mean, realistically, if I can come in the top 5, I'd be pretty happy with that. But it didn't stop me trying to win every runoff and break the record.
The wonderful thing about Prescott Hillclimb and hill climbing in general is it's one of the most accessible forms of motorsport in the whole of the UK, if not the world. You've got the paddock that the public can just have a roam around, you can see, get up close to the cars, understand what goes into preparing them, talk to some of the crew even, and kind of ask your own questions. It's an extremely accessible sport, very good to go and have a little chat and enjoy for yourself, really.
Hill climbing, we've shown you all, the top British runners and everything else, but it's not just restricted to single-seaters and everything. You can get involved in hill climbing with something as basic and simple as a standard Renault Clio, which you see behind me. This is a Clio 182, and in this case, it's a husband and wife team, Ian and Maggie Richards, that actually compete in this car. Why standard car and you and your wife compete together?
I've been competing for more than 30 years. A mixture of Lotuses, single-seaters and road-going cars. And I've had more fun in this car than the rest put together, I think. And part of the reason is I just drive it to meetings. There's no bother with having to have a trailer at home or a transporter. And the car is fantastic, straight out the box from Renault. That hasn't stopped me modifying it, but nevertheless, it's just been really good fun. If I destroy it in an accident, I'll just go and buy another one. It won't be ruinous.
So you're talking very low cost budget motorsport where we've got cars over 100,000 pounds and plus in one part of the paddock, and what, a couple thousand pounds in the Clio?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, yes, about that, darling. Yes, yes.
And then you've suddenly got behind the wheel. Now, have you been hill climbing for 30 years, or have you just got fed up with him disappearing on weekends?
Well, Ian made the mistake one year of buying me one of the driver's days for a Christmas present. Okay. So next thing he knows, I think, Ian, can I share your car with you, please? And then he was still sharing with David, so then he had to buy me a car. So we've actually got a pair of Clios. I've got one at home. But this year we're both competing in the blue one, and it's loads of fun.
The beauty of Prescott Hillclimb is that you've got such a great vantage point of the cars coming through. Torres, Pardon, and some incredible corners. So isn't it one of the best things in British motorsport, Owen?
Absolutely. Where are you going to get cars this fast with this hard acceleration where you can just sit on the nice grassy hill and oversee the power? Look at that. That's Graham Wynn in his Gould GR59 accelerating through. The popping and banging you're hearing is actually the traction control.
Yeah. It's a fantastic place to come and see motorsport. So come and get amongst it and come and see some of the world's fastest cars on hill climbs. Absolutely fantastic. We are going to take over from Peter Hughes, who we thank greatly for his contribution this morning. You'll hear more from Peter later. But for now, let's get back to the action. So, what have we got on the hill right now, Owen?
That is car 20. We are in the road going up to 2-liter class at the moment, I believe. And I'm just waiting for the data to come in. That's Chris Tabor in the Riley Special. It's a beautiful little car. I saw some of the photographers eyeballing this morning. So this is the Bugatti Owners Club Handicap. So there's several classes here, and what this is they have target times. So they're racing against each other, but they're handicapped, so they don't have to be the fastest as the ball.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, he crosses the line with the 62.17. As we're now looking at Kevin Dodd in this fantastic Mini Cooper Sport. So you got slightly wider arches with this back in the day. Absolutely fantastic looking thing.
Yeah, the factory sport pack kit on that has 13-inch wheels on it, as opposed to the standard 12-inch that they normally come with, and they had to get them a bit wider. So let's have a look here. Alistair Clark just finished in his Triumph Vitesse Mark II at a 63.60, but you can see there's if you're looking at the scoring screen, you can see there is the handicap adjustment just below. And then Kevin Dodd is just coming up behind. So you'll see their actual times at the top. This is Class 2 for the Owners Club Handicap Saloons. And then you'll see the handicap underneath. So Kevin goes through with a 65.84, but you can see he's actually under his target time, so he actually takes the lead, where Alistair Clark was slower than his target time.
Absolutely indeed, yeah. And what we're looking at now, we've got Paula Dragasanu with this fantastic M3 convertible E36 variant, so about 330 brake horsepower, but she drives the absolute wheels off it. She a regular competitor here at Prescott, certainly not afraid to chuck this car around, but it's timed runs now, so she's going to be keeping it nice and neat as she does through the S's, and she's going to be flat to the boards, reaching for third maybe. They're quite long geared, these cars, but sticks to a nice tight line through semicircle. She's going to be absolutely flat out now. She's going to cross the line in a 54.14, great time.
Yeah, great time, just off her target time there, puts her into second place on handicap at the moment. Stephen Norris in the MGB Roadster is on the hill next and also setting purple sectors. Larissa, just to look at it, she actually has a 53, so she's in what aggregate time, that's 10 seconds faster than everybody else.
Absolutely, yeah, but we've got a little bit of a game of chase at the moment. We've got the MGB Roadster of Stephen Norris, who's on his way up the hill at the moment, but being chased down by John Bradford with the Westfield. So So let's just kind of see what happens here. I was a bit worried they were going to catch each other up then, but Stephen Norris crosses the line with a 64.08. Yeah, indeed. John Bradshaw's been red flagged. I think it's because he was closing in a bit too quickly to the MGB there of Simon Norris. So yeah, he'll probably be sent back down for another go.
Yeah, and Stephen Norris actually has beat his target time by over a second, so that gives him a minus 122. So the other people in the class are actually going to have to beat their target times by more than that to take the class. So the challenge is on. So John Bradshaw will be wheeled out the back. We'll see him again shortly. The great thing about Prescott, we have a return road, and they will run that car right back to the start line, and he'll get another run. Daniel Carroll in an MGB Roadster. I'm not sure where that clock is ticking, but I don't know where the car is.
I think there was a couple of cars on the hill at the same time there. So I think that Westfield's just running slightly outside. I'm not sure how it's ended up in between those two cars, if I'm honest, but no worries. Our organisers will sort that out. Daniel Carroll will end up coming back down to the bottom of the hill.
He's got the right car for the weather today here, hasn't he?
Well, do you know what? Of everything you'd like to drive home, that's probably the car, isn't it? Nice and slow, so. Arm out the window.
Do you think he'd be willing to give it up at the end of the day, and we'll trade him for something that's got a roof on it? That looks...
I doubt it very much. Anyway, give him a wave. Give him a wave. What a nice thing to do on a Sunday.
Absolutely,
Fantastic.
absolutely.
It's been. I tell you what, it's been a good weekend so far. We've seen some competitive times being dropped in. The weather has just been a treat for us. So if you're on the hill, you lucky things. I hope you're having a nice time.
Yeah, if you're first time here, welcome. There are lots of amenities. We have a restaurant serving full meals. We have a little food wagon behind here that's got. I think they're running out of it, but they've still got some really nice sandwiches out. Next to that, we have our own. We've got sandwiches, drinks, and etc. Next to that, and we've got a couple of ice cream vans.
Yeah, I feel like Bob the ice cream man.
Bob the ice cream man. He is serving Scoop It stuff. He's got the proper Scoop It stuff. But if you like the Mr. Whippy, we have one of those out in Orchard. There's a Mr. Whippy over there, but I personally prefer. Bob, I will be around to see you in a bit. So we've got those amenities as well, and there's also a regalia shop here for if you want to check that out. And
just watching a replay. Right. That is a proper look at that. That's the Prescott job. Fantastic. Proper bit of oversteer.
While I was babbling, there was a replay for the little Mini that went up the hill on its semicircle. The back, he actually drifted the car. You think it looked like a Mark II Escort going through there.
That was like a proper bit of lift off oversteer, something going on there. That was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
To see that. Well held.
It was well driven. Yeah, that's one of those put your foot down or else jobs, Because
tell you what, I hope they see that and they cut that and that appears on their computer every time they start it up in the morning.
That would be a cool thing. Have that as your screensaver.
A bit of angle. Yeah. Now to the line. Now we have Peter Baker in his very pretty Alfa Romeo Brera.
Yeah.
It's a ProDrive pack car, so it was one of the cars that ProDrive breathed upon. When these cars were new, perhaps it's fair to say they looked better than they drove. But ProDrive got hold of it and they lowered the suspension, stiffer anti-roll bars, different dampers, a bit more power, and just kind of worked their magic on it. Just made it a much nicer, more serious road car. And Peter Baker's going to show you exactly what that translates into now as he makes his way around the Tories Loop. He's going to be hard on the brakes and he's just going to tip it nicely. You can hear that kind of that Alfa Romeo warble, can't you? That's got a really nice kind of raft to it.
We can't hear the car, but we can see the car, but we can hear what it sounds like on the course, if you get my drift.
Yeah, but certainly a very, very pretty car. So Peter Baker's going to make his way through the S's, points that beautiful. I mean, look at those headlights. God, they don't make cars look like that anymore, do they? It's fantastic.
It's always been, pristine presentation. The looks and everything have been very, very important to Alfa, sometimes more than the actual mechanicals.
Absolutely. And Peter Baker is a massive advocate for motorsport. In his spare time, he helps a business, Team Retro Speed, build a Lister Storm GT1 car. Very cool.
Yeah. He's got his hands in all sorts of things. Peter does.
He's a very clever man, but he crosses the line and speeding over a minute with a 60.01. As we're looking at Daniel Carroll now, who got red flagged earlier. So yeah, possibly the most joyous car and trip of the day. Oh, just has a little bit of a wiggle of oversteer on the exit of S's. Just has to, almost takes him into the barrier on the other side, but he scoops it up. No harm done. But a bit of suspension travel there.
Yeah, they're the standard suspension gives you lots of travel for body roll is something that just comes with it.
Yeah, just we'll call that a moment. Oh, Robert
Robert Wilson.
What's going on there? That's not very unlike you. I think what's happened there, I think Robert's probably come absolutely flat to the boards into Tories, and he's gotten hard on the brakes and possibly understeered into the gravel. But he's moving.
Yeah, sorry. Robert was actually our fastest in the two-wheel drive, or one of the fastest. Him and his dad were battling for fastest in the road going up to 2-liter class. So Robert was out for a shot, and it looks like just overcooked it going into a Tories.
It's what you think. Now the car is just currently parked up on the exit of a Tories. No harm done by the looks of it, but David and Robert are absolutely fantastic drivers. They sported a very, very quick Peugeot 205, but they've recently swapped to this Elise, which I said yesterday, it just looks a little bit more serious every single time you see it, but they bought the Elise to be competitive in the class, and my goodness, are they doing that.
Oh yeah, I think the racing stripe helps.
Oh, easily another 20 horsepower. Easily.
Really? You're going for 20?
20 horsepower. Racing stripes, 20 horsepower.
Oh, I don't know about that.
But yellow wheels, that's another 10 horsepower. So,
so racing. So we have a Yaris here that's got racing stripes and yellow wheels, and you're saying that's actually 30 horsepower.
It must be the most powerful Yaris GR in the country, I'd have thought, if not the world. But the sweeping, we're doing some sweeping at the moment. So Marshall's doing a bit of sweeping.
Yeah, he's just dragged it into the kiddie litter, hasn't he?
Yeah, Robert is driving across the grass.
It's to prevent gravel being dropped onto the track. So he's being very conscientious. That's sportsmanship there for you.
Absolutely. But
thank you, Tom Rydinger.
Yeah, we do accept donations. Commentators especially accept donations in the form of ice cream. So if you do feel like making a donation to
I
HillClimb.TV,
kind of lost out on that one yesterday, didn't I?
Yeah, shocker, absolute shocker. But Robert's making his way back down the hill. You'll see this car again in the hands of David. David and Robert, father and son. But they drive very, very well indeed. I actually think David may have gotten the faster of the 2 times yesterday.
Dad beat son yesterday.
Yeah, but David can certainly handle a car, that's for sure.
And there's a kitty litter. Now, the purpose of that, if you're not familiar why we have gravel sitting there, is to prevent cars from skidding off and traveling long distances. The gravel, the car will just sink into it and it'll stop it from hitting anything. So it's a good safety.
Indeed it is. And as you say, the reason that Robert very conscientiously drove back down on the grass is to stop the gravel just gets everywhere, doesn't it? It can get all into the subframe. It can sit in the suspension components and the underside of the car. So I would imagine they'll be underneath that car having a little bit of a
that car does have a little bit. It has a diffuser on it and a little bit of a flat bottom, so and anything stuck in the tire, so that would have been kicked out. Marshals are giving it a go. They're almost there. And on the line, I'll let you talk about it because it's got that funny name on the front of it.
It's so this is the car you're about to see now. It's on the line, Bob Penrose, and this is called a Renault Clio RS 200. So slightly wider. So the differences between the 182 and the 172, they're 5-speed, 200 brake horsepower. It's the same engine, but the 200 had a slightly wider front track, as you can see from the bodywork. Slightly bigger, obviously had to comply with safety regulations or whatever. They had to be bigger and safer, don't they? But they put a 6-speed short ratio gearbox into it, so you've got an extra gear now. Fantastic cars, really, really serious drivers' cars. They come in 2 variants. They cut pack and non-cut pack. Sorry, Owen, how can you tell that I made my living from buying and selling these things? I'm sorry.
I have no idea how you have any idea about these Clios. Is this one of the base? Is this the model that because they used to do a one-make Renault Clio Championship, and I think this shape was the last one they did. Is this the actual homologated car?
Well, they did another one. This is the last one with a 2-litre 16-valve engine in it. They went to a Mark 4. So this is a Mark 3. They went to a Mark 4 afterwards. Okay. And that was a 1.6-litre turbo with an auto box, which came to some criticism because, it's not the same as the manual gearbox thing.
That was a 5-door car, wasn't it?
It was a 5-door car, exactly, yeah. But the problem is it was released at the same time as the Fiesta ST, and that was a great car when it came out.
That was a non-starter, that one. Right.
Indeed.
Off the line it goes at 8 million RPM.
Well, they do rev to about 8,000 RPM. They're a proper little thing, 200 horsepower, as I say. So, Bob is having a good go. So yeah, really, really nice handling car, these Clio 200s. He's got the cup spoiler on it as well, which I don't think does much for the rear downforce, but it certainly looks cool, doesn't it?
I'll take your word for it.
Indeed.
It looks sporty.
It is. They're a cracking car. No, he's going to be hard on the brakes now as he's going to tip the car into Pardon. And he's going to exit Pardon to midway. The only thing is they need a bit more torque. You know, you've really got to rev the nuts off them. They're a bit like a VTEC in the sense you've really got to be up the rev range to get the best out of them. So, but this is a new car to Bob. Bob, normally, I think last time I saw him out, he had that gigantic 7-litre Can-Am looking almost car, didn't he? I can't remember what the name
he
was.
might have, yeah.
It was a big old thing, but he's moved to a Clio, which is a bit of a change.
There are some competitors that have gone from having, full race car, and they've gone back to a road car just for a bit more footage.
Absolutely.
It's 62.77, so he started off. That's the target for the time. These are timed runs. These are first-time runs. We'll get 2 time runs today. The best of the 2 will count.
Indeed they will, and Zoe Shearman on the course at the moment, I should say. She's just about to exit semicircle. What's she going to do across the line? She's gone purple all the way up the hill. She has done a 54.29, so she's going well.
Yeah, that's a nice time. We've got Oliver Meek in a Honda S2000, another brilliant car from the factory.
Roof down, what a nice thing to do today. 9,000 RPM, K24, I believe, 240 brake horsepower, proper car. The S2000s, I mean, they're still worth an awful lot of money now. So, but yeah, John Bradshaw. Okay, let's have a look at this. So John Bradshaw hard on the brakes in this very, very powerful Westfield with traction controls, sequential gearbox and all sorts. He's going really, really well. Oliver Meek crosses the line with a 53.73, going slightly better than Zoe Shearman. But Owen, do you want to talk us through this?
John Bradshaw, he's one of the Bugatti members, so he's getting a rerun because of the red flag. So very quick car, John is at Westfield. So we'll just see how he gets across the line there with a 45.34. But he's only puts him on handicap in 3rd place. We've got Sebastian, get back into the road-going cars, up to 2 here. We've got Sebastian Cartwright in our camouflage Mini. We just call it that because it disappears behind grass and we can never see the thing. But so it's road-going class, nicely modified, makes the usual correct Mini noises when it goes up the hill, and that's gear whine. You want to, it's got to sound whiny. And then we've got, following him, we've got Richard Pates in the ZR160, and that's becoming a bit of a collector's item.
It's a rare thing now, yeah. The ZR160 is the 1.8 litre variant of the K series. I remember these things used to be throwaway money, but they're not anymore. You can't really pick one up for less than $5,000 these days. They're an interesting car, really well sported, and I think often underappreciated. But great to see Richard using it now.
They were people used to poo-poo on them all the time for head gaskets and all their rubbish and all the rest of it. But in standard form, I've actually driven one on a circuit years ago doing my arts test, and they actually handle. I was surprised how well they do handle.
Yeah, absolutely they do. They drive great, and if you can find a nice one, hold on to it. But as he crossed the line with a 58.17, David Garnett in the Abarth 595, great car, brilliant way to get yourself into hill climbing, and the 595, about 160 brake horsepower in these, hard on the brakes into Pardon, so the brakes are working well on that one. It's got the iconic white and red Abarth colours.
Yeah, this one's actually a Yamaha special edition one, so I think there's something, this thing might just have that little bit extra something tuned in it. I just can't remember what it is. But he's
comes with a free motorbike or piano?
No, I think it has something to do with the tuning of it. But let's see what David can do, because Oliver Meek's leading the class right now with a 53.73. Zoe's hanging there in 2nd, but I think we've got a few big hitters coming in this class.
Indeed.
David just slides it into 3rd, not too far behind Zoe with a 54.75.
Well, let's just talk about Bruce Aitken for a second. So Bruce Aitken drives this Saxo VTS all the way up from Dover to compete in it, and he drives it, and he'll drive it back, no doubt, and he's always super competitive. He'll talk to you all about it, massively enthusiastic. Again, another rare modern classic. Saxo VTSs, almost couldn't give them away 10 years ago, worth a load of money now compared to what they were, and Bruce really does lean on it. He's, you can see the dirt up the side of it. He's really giving it hell, so good for you, Bruce. He's going to cross the line with a 55.10, so
that's a good
time, Bruce.
Yeah, we did a little feature on a paddock walk late last year, so on Bruce, one of our lunchtime walks. Robin Holden, the Mazda Roadster, and this car has had a few tweaks to it, Lloyd.
He certainly has, and he drives it to within 10 tenths, I think. He really does get the best out of this car. You'll see him fling it through S's now, absolutely full commitment. Very powerful naturally aspirated engine in this. He's gone purple the whole way up so far. As we're now looking at Daniel Friel in the Honda Civic Type R, again K20, best part of 200 and something horsepower. No doubt that's a bit more in this car, because it sounds like it really is going well. Let's just watch Robin Holden around the final semicircle. He's going to go well. He's going to do a 50.66, so he goes quickest in the class so far.
Takes the class lead by 3 seconds. So let's see what Dan Friel can do in that Civic Type R. Like you said, it comes up standing about 197, so this one has a little bit more, I believe.
Very impressed. 190. You knew it was 197.
I did work for a Honda when they came out, so if I don't, but I did work for in North America and here, and they're slightly different specs, so I have an excuse for getting it wrong. Daniel Friel in the Type R moves into second place with a 51.45, so a good run for him.
Quick car, Jonathan Langmead now in this Lotus Elise 135R now. Jonathan Langmead, holder of many class records in this car, really going well. A little bit of wiggle there through the S's. He just keeps it tight, so the apex there of the S's is nice run so far. He's purple all the way up the hill. Keep it steady now. Little dab of brake as he gets it set up for the exit of semicircle. He's going to be flat out on the power. What's he going to do? It's going to be quicker. It's going to be quicker. 47.91.
Yeah, he's actually the current class record holder, but yesterday in practice he could only get about 4th quickest, so and that is a quicker time he was doing in practice yesterday, so it'll be all right. Scott Gibbons in the Mazda MX-5 looks slightly less tinkered with, but still going quite well.
Good way to get yourself into hill climbing though. I mean, again, these Mark 1 MX-5s, it's nice to be worth a bit of money as well, but fantastic way to get yourself into it. Nice rear wheel drive control there from Scott, and you can hear that open differential, just that inside wheel crying for mercy as Scott leans on it and gives it absolutely everything. Good on you.
Yeah, they only came with a limited slip from Japan, those if they were an import.
Yes.
Right. So 61.90 for Scott slides him into 10th place. Now we've got Robbie Birrell in the Porsche Cayman GTS.
Indeed. Now this car sporting the best part of 500 brake horsepower. Now, do you remember a time when Porsche came in for a bit of stick because they went to 4-cylinder engines with turbos? Well, Robbie Birrell is making the absolute most of this because he's tuned it up, and this is a very, very quick car in the Porsche category. So much so that I think it's probably cost Richard Andrews and Richard Snow a fair bit of money, because they've upgraded their cars to GT4 RSs, because this car came in with a class of GT4s and went quicker, so now they've gone GT4 RS, which you're about to see now. So and God bless Richard Andrews for using this car the way it was intended. It's covered in filth, it's used in race mode. Lots of these cars are kept in garages, never used, and you're about to see one get used now, Owen.
This car, he uses it all the time, hence the road grime. I think he came up here Friday in the rain or something like that, but yeah, we're in the Road Series production cars over 2 liter, predominantly Porsche with a couple of BMWs thrown in just to keep Lloyd on his toes.
Absolutely. 500 brake horsepower in this GT4 RS. Shares the same engine as the GT3 RS. It's the car they said they'd never make because they were too afraid of it being better than their 911 counterpart. And in some ways, it is more balanced, very extreme car. 7-speed dual clutch gearbox. Impressive thing, Owen.
I will take your word for it. Have you actually driven one of these?
I have, yeah, and they're every bit as good as it's that induction noise over your right or left ear. They've got a big carbon airbox and they just scream at you at 8,000 RPM.
Okay, well, he's just thrown down a 48.24. Robbie Birrell at 47.70, so slides into second. But we've got Tony Adams in the Porsche Cayman. Now, this isn't any slouch either.
No, he's going really well in this. Again, another kind of a turbocharged, lots of torque, because that's the difference with the GT4 RSs and these turbo Caymans. The turbo Caymans probably have a bit more torque, but the GT4 RSs probably have a bit more power. So interesting battle. But I tell you who's gone really well actually in this competition is Steve Atkins, who leaves the line now in this M2 competition. So keep an eye on that. They're coming thick and fast, aren't they?
Yeah, we've got the BMW Interloper, and then we've got this Renault on the line, and Lloyd will respond to this in a second. I do this on purpose. It just winds him up. But we've got an Alpine A110 Pure, which is a beautiful looking car sitting there. We'll see that in a second. Tony Adams at 50.05 slides into third place. Stephen Atkins in the M2. Yeah, he's got an M3 engine in it. Did you say?
Yeah. So the M2 competition, they finally put the I think what do they call it? Is it the N55 engine? I can't quite remember. S55. I can't remember. Anyway, lots of different engine codes. It's all very nerdy in the BMW world, but yeah, it's finally got the M3 engine in it, giving about 450 brake horsepower. You can breathe on them quite heavily. But Stephen Atkins is going to cross in a 49.2 as Tim Elmer flashes into sight now. This is the car for me. Alpine A110 Pure, 1,000 kilos, so really light. 1.8 litre Renault turbo engine, 6-speed dual clutch gearbox. The car that Gordon Murray himself has as a daily driver, so if it's good enough for him, I think it's good enough for any of us. But Tim Elmer, normally in a single-seater, but enjoying his A110 very much indeed as he flicks it through the S's. I'm going to talk you through the last of this run as it's such a great change of direction. Hard on the power, see the front end just rise up, reminiscent of an old rally car, and he's hard into semicircle. He's going to be tight to that inside line, flat out, and he's going to cross the line and do a 50.36.
Yeah, slides him into 5th place. We've got David Meek in a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. And then we've got a Club Sport after that. You're going to have to explain all this.
Well, Club Sport gives you lightweight bucket seats, chrono time, lap timer, carbon ceramic brakes, I believe, as well. The non-Club Sport is a bit more road focused, but still a phenomenally quick car. And to be honest with you, you're probably not going to get the carbon ceramics hot enough. It's really for hard track work. But David completes in a 51.07.
Okay.
Let's see what Richard York can do in response.
So you're saying performance-wise, there's not a lot in it for this in this particular type of environment.
Yeah, if you were going to go around track days all day, then yeah, you'd probably want the Club Sport with the fancy brakes, but not on a hill climb. You don't get hot enough.
Well, what have we got? Top 6 so far are Porsches, except 4. We've got the one BMW sitting in, I think, 3rd place at the moment. So let's see what Richard York can do. Can he be quicker than David Meek? Same car. Yes, he can. 50.88 slides him into 6th place.
Right.
Now we've got this beauty, the classic 911.
Yeah, look at this 964 BBS alloy wheels. I mean, again, great to see these cars being used as they were intended. Really valuable car now, these 964 Carreras. Peter Herbert drives it beautifully, and an absolute connoisseur with his choice of wheel, I should say. So many BBS split rims. Isn't that the kind of car that you just want to take home? Fantastic, gets very close to the inside there with that grass bang. But yeah, taking no limits with it at all. Fantastic.
Yep, sorry about that.
Peter Herbert, he's going to cross the line in a 50.28, which puts him 5th. That's a quick time. Simon Tarling on the hill at the moment in another modern classic, 996 GT3. First of the air-cooled Porsches was the the first of the water-cooled Porsches, I should say, the 996. Yeah, put my teeth in.
Would you like me to put, I was going to say, pick those teeth up off the floor and return them to their original position?
Thank you, sir.
No worries.
Yeah.
So Simon Tarling in the 996 GT3. And then we've got another interloper. We've got a Morgan 8 coming up somewhere.
Yeah, cool.
There he is.
Cool car. Simon Tarling crosses with a 52.09. Yeah, Mike Meredith with this Morgan 8 with the Rover V8 in it. Fantastic thing. Really, really good looking car. We've got Robert Lancaster Gay on the hill as well now. He's had a few interesting Porsches. This is possibly one of my favourites. 997.2 GT3. Last of the small GT3s before they went really, really big. And proper manual as well. Yeah, Mike Meredith goes into 3rd with a 48.82. But yeah, Robert Lancaster Gay, fantastic car. There's a couple of very nice Porsches coming up now, as I say, so keep an eye on this. He makes his way around Pardon, and that limited slip diff in that car working really hard on the power, so you can just see that 12 o'clock dial as he on the steering wheel as he makes the adjustments. The sun flickering off that beautiful Guards red paintwork. And he's going to be flat to the boards now. He's going to head for semicircle. He's going to keep it inside tight line. No, he takes a wide line actually and then cuts it in, doesn't he?
Yeah, like almost late apex that corner.
Absolutely.
Took a racing line.
Trying to straighten it out, but he does a 50.08 as now Richard Snow leaves the line off the launch control with this PDK. Have a listen to this. What a proper car this is.
You could hear that thing shifting. He was up to 4th gear before the bridge, and he's helped us tell us what that car is by the number plate.
Yes, absolutely.
So regular competitor here. I think this is a new car for him.
Yes, well, as I say, Richard Snow used to have a GT4 that he competed in, but he's also been a part of the club that have had to step up the game slightly to, I think, keep the Robbie Birrell car at bay.
Yeah, Robbie Birrell came in and he sort of like moved the goalpost completely, and they had to get new cars to actually catch it. So, but Richard Snow, he's on purple sector all the way up here. Is he going to take Robbie Birrell? Let's see what happens. Let's follow him through to the end. Is he going to take the class lead? This is hotly contested. 47.11. He's half a second quicker. That's a time to beat.
Proper time now. It's John Maycock. Now you're going to see this car get thrown out of shape a little bit. I think this is a turbocharged MX-5, 2-litre turbo. There's a 1.8-litre turbo, I should say. I can't quite remember in this one, but you can see it flicking out of Pardon there. Got loads of power in this car. John Maycock is a proper driver as well. He's really, really going to throw this car about. As you see, a little lock up there, a little flick of dust, hard on the brakes there. He's absolutely flat out. If there's a driver that can get the most out of this car, it's him. Let's see how he goes. It's a 1.884, so it's been bored out, turbocharged a little bit, as my colleague would show me. As he crosses the line with a 47.14. What do you think?
Second place.
3 thousandths of a second off a GT4 RS. Good effort.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that was a slightly cheaper car. The Mazda was slightly cheaper than the Porsche.
I don't think you could buy a set of brakes for the cost of that MX-5, I wouldn't have thought.
No. Robert Penrose is on a rerun, so we have seen this car earlier. So now we're back up to the up to 2-liter cars for a couple of it's a double-driven car, isn't it? Yes, it was. So that was Bob Penrose we saw. So this is now Robert Penrose. Luckily, they've been Bob and Robert. And then we're going to have Michael Thompson, who shares a car with Zoe Sherman in the Neon Exige.
Yeah, proper thing that. So very lucid green colour. The Exige is, I'm not sure if this is a supercharged one or not, actually. I can't quite tell, but either way, Michael Thompson, he rounds semicircle. He's going to cross the line in a 49.64, which puts him second.
Yeah, he'd be happy with that. He's very quick in an S2000, which is his normal steed, but he's sharing his wife's car.
Now, let's keep an eye on this one, Owen. This could be the car that could upset Jonathan Langmead. So David Wilson, he was really on form yesterday, getting on top of this Elise, which has been very well developed. They're both very, very clever, so let's see what they can do to trouble the Jonathan Langmead car.
Yeah, Jonathan couldn't get anywhere near this yesterday, so but he stepped up his game. The class record is a 47.22, and we're already in the 47s here, so any potential. So he's not purple sectors at the moment.
No, not
the question is, but I think I'm going to bet he'll actually end up in second with this run, pending any disaster, because I think he's going to be slightly quicker than the Exige.
He's probably carrying a few kilos of gravel with him, I would have thought, so maybe the car's a little bit heavier than it once was.
I think they checked and they've swept it out before then. I don't see anything flying off it in the corner, so they've done a good job cleaning that up. But here we go. 48.01.
A tenth of a second in it. Wow, close.
This is... Folks, if you're following this, stick around for the second time runs later, because this is going to be quite interesting, I think. We're not seeing the last of this battle.
No, quite right. So I think there's probably going to be a bit of sweeping, because there was a little bit of gravel that was coming out the back of that car, but Marshals are straight on it. We thank them very much for their efforts and their keen eyes for detail. Right, now, another 500 horsepower Porsche on the line. We are spoilt, aren't we?
Yeah, you're spoiled. They all look the same to me.
Oh, how could you? Honestly, go to a Porsche meeting and say that, and see how long you last before they rip you.
Oh no, I wouldn't even. I just phone in the insult and hide.
But thank you for tuning into our live chat. Tell us where you're coming from. We've got comments, and like, comment, subscribe, follow us on HillClimb.TV, and do tell us where you're watching from. We had people as far as Malaysia last year, and all sorts.
I know Australia. I've had someone from Canada catch up last year as well. So all over the world.
Very good. We're an international motorsport, aren't we? That's what we can say.
Well, that's it. We're in the big time now, dude.
Indeed. Mark Lawrence, he attacks the hill in this 500 horsepower Cayman GTS. He is kind of setting personal.
So he's sharing this car with
Robbie Birrell.
This is Robbie
Birrell's car.
Robbie Birrell car, who's actually only in third now. A couple of other people have just laid down some time. So what's going Mark do with this car?
Not quite as quick.
96. Now, Rodney Ailes, yesterday he's actually a four-wheel drive car, so they had him in the two-wheel drive class. I think they've moved into the four-wheel drive class now. Or no, not. They've still got him in here. So this is actually a four-wheel drive Yaris, and it's on the scoring as in this class. He should be in the other class. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He is out the Alfa Romeo. He has a 4C, having some issues with it.
Italian car. He's got problems with it.
He's not happy with it, is what I understand. So he's gotten this little Toyota Yaris, and he's absolutely chucking it at the scenery. 49.12.
They're a fantastic car. I mean, they came with a 7-year warranty when they were brand new, including track days. They're four-wheel drive, 3 electronic differentials in this car. They were developed by Tommy Mackinnon and Jerry Matty-Latford with the people at Gazoo Racing.
We have a couple of Yarai on the hill at the moment.
I think we decided yesterday it's a swarm of Yaris.
A swarm of
Toyota GR Yaris.
I don't like swarm. I thought we were doing Gaggles. No, Gaggles was something else, wasn't it?
They're a swarm.
Okay, so we got Tony Hawkins and Alan Mansfield, and then we've got the Braun Racing version sitting on the line here. of Roger Stocks. So let's have a look here. So this is Class A3, series production cars, four-wheel drive of any capacity. Now these are 1.6 liters, but they're only 3 cylinders.
They are, but they are
turbocharged.
They are the most powerful 3-cylinder production unit in the world. 261 brake horsepower. A lot of them have been modified by now. I think you can get easily 300 horsepower.
Look at this one. It's got the "I'm faster than everybody else" look.
Yeah, absolutely, Braun GP livery. So it's that one should win the championship. Then it should, shouldn't it?
It should get to the runoffs and dominate because yes, look at it. Now, we have an interloper. Yep, we have an interloper on the line. We've got all these Toyota Yaris's, and then we've got a Golf, a 4-wheel drive Golf.
Yeah, this is a quick car.
Turbocharged Golf, and a driver that knows how to use it. So this is going to be interesting to see.
Indeed, yeah. Roger Stocks is just making his way. Takes that wide line round semicircle. He's going to cross the line, and he's going to do a 51.44. But we're going to look now at Peter Richards.
His target is Rodney Isles, who is defected to a Toyota from the Alpha.
This has been heavily modified. I think this has got well in excess of 400 horsepower. I would have thought. The Mark 8 Golf R, it's the Haldex 4-wheel drive system. It's mostly front-wheel drive until it needs the rear, but they are super effective. Snappy dual clutch gearbox. This should be a quick time from Peter. He's purple, so let's see what he does, Owen.
Yeah, his PB is a 48.9, I think. Somewhere in that. I was talking to his wife this morning, so it's a high 48. I said, we're going to go 47 today, and she just looked at me going, I wish. Here across the line he goes with a 48.94.
Yeah.
So he's in PB territory, and takes the class lead.
Indeed, Ray Law now in this fantastic Caterham 7 that he has with what can only be described as the biggest set of carburetors in the world on the side of it, because the intake noise for this car is phenomenal. They had a slight faux pas in practice at the start of the year, hence the yellow front end, but I quite like it, so it looked great. It takes a nice tight line through the inside there. He's gone purple, so what's he going to do? He's going to do a 48.52, which puts him to the straight off the bat front of the class. He's the first one in.
Shares that car with Joy Hoyle, so we'll see that car again shortly. So we're up into Class B, these are road car specialist production cars. So these cars are road legal, and they've got your Caterhams, your Westfields, and variations on that. And they all are on road tires, although they are performance road tires, semi-slick track day type things. I think some of them are going for. And
yeah, some pretty serious bits coming up the hill now. So this is a very quick car. Lots of traction control. Rob Lloyd makes his way off the line in this MK Cup 200. Very quick car, driving it really well this year. So just taking a nice tight line, slap bang in the middle of the road through the Tories. And just a little bit of tyre chirp as he's asking everything from those tyres. Now puts the power down, slams it through those gears, hard on the brakes. He's going to tip it into Pard. He's not quite up on his best so far, Owen. So what can he do to make it up through the S's?
He's got to carry the speed through the S's and then out the exit without. He's just got to go on the limit of the tyres and just carry that speed the best he can. Not quite, so he's down a little bit, Rob is, in this MK Cup 200. So it's a I guess you call it a kit car version.
I don't know what engine's in that.
I do not know, sir.
Sounds like a
But he has taken the class lead by 2.5 tenths of a second, a 48.28. So a good run for Rob.
Indeed, as we have Stuart Hook on the hill at the moment, we're just looking at Rob Toon in his Morgan Plus 8, but on the hill we've currently got Stuart Hook. Rob Toon just has a little bit of a lock-up on his way into Pardon, but he makes it no problem at all around the corner. He's just kind of bouncing. It looks very stiffly sprung, that Morgan, but then it's so light, isn't it, that you forget how light these Morgans are. So he's made his way out of Pardon. Stuart Hook did a 51.04, but Rob Toon we're looking at now through the S's in this big bad V8 Morgan.
Yep, carrying it through. Regular competitor on the hills in this car. Sits low, growly, and it's deceivingly quick. The car doesn't look like it would be that quick a car, but it is a very quick car. And he puts it up into third in the class with a 50.37.
Deceptive, you might say.
That would be a word we could use. Yeah.
Malcolm Hickey in this lovely, another Caterham 7, full roll cage on this one, but road registered, and he's been going well all weekend. Lots of revs in there, so that's what you want for HillClimb. So he doesn't have to change gear. Probably in second gear as he's just feathering the throttle around semicircle. He's going to cross the line to a 48.72, which puts him third. So we're now looking at Rob Brody in this lively Fisher Fury. which is making its way through the S's now. Always looks, again, quite a bit of a handful, this car. As, yeah, wide, there you go, he's spun around. Curse of the commentator, I should say. I said it's always looked a bit of a handful, this car.
We've been having a little bit of that this morning, haven't we?
Yeah, it just looks very stiff, that car, but this, you know, we all drive things in different ways, but it just always looks a bit bouncy, and it's just...
Well, it's a front-engined, it's rear-wheel drive. It doesn't look like something that would handle as good as they actually do. And, yeah, the back end, it just kicked out entering the S's a bit, and it turned into that whole pendulum thing, and just finally got him and spun it around.
Yeah, no harm done. He's not hit anything. It's just facing the wrong way through the S's. So
while we catch our breath for a second, if you check out the top 3 cars here, we've got like, what, 2/10 between first and second, 2/10 between second and third.
Yeah.
Very closely fought, and we still got some hitters coming up here. So John Pick gets turned around, so he'll get a rerun. And Rob Brody will get a no time to run on this particular one, so he's going to have to do it all on the second time run to get a score for the day.
Indeed he is, and just while we've got time to say, we should say, if you are watching this online and you've never been to Prescott Hillclimb before, what are you doing? Come and get yourself down here on a day like today. It's absolutely stunning. We're in the midst of the Gloucestershire Hills. It's a fantastic place to sit and watch some motorsport. You are outdoors. There's plenty of facilities available. The amount of track that you can see is quite a lot, actually, isn't it, Owen? We stood up on the bank at the at Pardon, didn't we? And in the Tories. We watched them come into view, out of view, and then back into view again. It's a good place.
Well,
to come
if you check our intro video, go back to the front of this the time runs things. You actually see us standing there, and it gives you a good view of the place. So, yeah, we got ice cream, we got beverages. There is a bar that's open here as well. We're not allowed anywhere near it, so yes, we're like this sober. So we've got an assortment of amenities, and it's a great atmosphere. It's a great day out. So if you're in the neighborhood, drop in, but if not, enjoy the things.
Absolutely. Well, we've got some fantastic events. Obviously, we've got our British and Midland Hill Climb Championship today. Next on, we've got Saturday the 10th of May, Prescott Italia. We've got the 11th with his classics at Prescott. We've got 24th and 25th Prescott Historique. We've got Bike Fests coming up. We've got Pug Fest, which is great for all you Peugeot enthusiasts. I know I certainly am. Prescott International, Midland Hill Climb Championship all through July. Vintage Prescott with the VSCC, 2nd and 3rd of August. So there's some fantastic cars, and then we're obviously back here with the British Championship on the 6th and 7th of September, or with a few other events in between. To top it all off, we've got the 1st of November with Rally Prescott, which is a fantastic event.
It is. I'm usually here every year. Unfortunately, I have a prior commitment that prevents me from competing and or commentating that one, so I will not be present for the first time on that one. Just want to shout out. We've got the rescue crews that are here, and we thank them very much for being here. But one of our members of the rescue crew is a little bit poorly. Big Mike, sorry, Big Tim. I keep getting Mike and Tim. Big Tim is a little bit poorly at the moment. And if you're watching, Tim, our best wishes out to you, and hope you get better and see you back soon. On top of that, we want to shout out to all of the Orange Army, which you can see them on screen. And if you're here in person, you'll see them all over the place. All volunteers. You can get involved. Get closer to the action. You're sitting on the wrong side of the fence. You know, we're always looking for new marshals, young and old. It doesn't matter. If you're really okay, Dave. We can't run these events without the marshals anywhere in the world. So if you want to get involved in motorsports and just get closer to the action and start meeting people and just the whole social type thing like that, wherever you are in the world, check out your local tracks, your clubs and everything, and find out how to get into marshalling, because it is a great thing to do. And you meet lots of people, and it's just a great social climate to be in. Again, shout out to our rescue crews and everything else. They're doing a stellar job today. So I think we've got, we're back into the road car specialist. We've got Timothy Higgins in his Westfield SEI on the line. He's gone with the orange color, and off he goes.
Yeah, this fantastic Westfield, great way to get yourself again a bit more competitive in hill climbing. They are brilliant things to drive. They fit like a shoe, like the best shoe you've ever tried on in your life. They're lovely, or a glove I could say, but they are brilliant things to drive. They tell you everything you need to know. Big set of carburettors out the side of this one. Timothy Higgins wrestles the car out of Ettores. He's now into Pardon and towards Midway as he is head for S's now, dead in the middle of the road, away from the line. We've got Richard Price with loaded traction control. That's a very serious Caterham. But we're now watching Timothy Higgins as he just gets close to that Armco on the exit of S's, and second, third, down into second, tight line. Quite a lot of body roll through that car, a little bit of understeer, but he's going to cross the line to make a 51.27.
Yep, slides him into 6th place. We've still got a tight battle at the top, but Richard Price. He's always there or thereabouts. Now this is we're going to have to see how close he can get here, because he's got 3 cars all within a couple of tenths of each other. So, but he's purple sectors all the way up. Is he going to go in the 47s with this? This will be quick.
Yeah, he's going to go quicker than that, I think, mate.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Sorry, we talked over each other. That's a 45.84. That's 2.5 seconds quicker plus than everybody else. So that was laid one down.
Yeah, going really well there. Right, on the line we've got John Pick in the AMS. Well, in fact, he's already on the hill, but on the line now we've got a fantastic Vauxhall Nova. I'm going to pass over to my colleague Peter Hughes that's going to talk you through this car. He knows a thing or two about rally cars, that's for sure.
Only one or two things. When he actually says how many things, I'll just lie down and go to sleep. But so we'll get Peter hooked up here in a second here. In the meantime, on the screen, so Martin Rutzer in the Fiat did a 53.97. We got Phil Tucker in this beautiful little Nova. These are modified production cars, the little ones, 1400 cc's. John Pick in his Mertaya, we're going back a bit, so he had to get a rerun. He has done a 48.88, so he's down there. So Phil Tucker is purple sectors in his class. And then we've got Andrew Russell, who's also in the modified class. This is class C1 for 1400 cc's. Welcome back, Peter.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so it's nice to be back, honestly. 49.56 then for Phil Tucker. So that's his best time of the weekend, I think, so far.
Doing all right. So I think so Phil's taking the class. So you've got Andrew Russell there, he's won this class a bunch of times over the years. Run this car for a very long time, if my memory serves.
Yeah, a little bit twitchy in the S's there, but nothing too dramatic. Went to semicircle onto the line, and it's a 51.58, so just 2 seconds difference between Phil Tucker and Andrew Russell.
Okay, he slides into second in the modifieds after the first time runs. We got Joy Hoyle, so we're just going back to Class B for shares his car with Ray Lohr, who's currently sitting third in the class. Joy, very quick driver herself in this car, and has beaten Ray on occasion. So let's see what she does with a 48.13, and she does. 48.13 puts her into second place. A very excellent run from Joy. So she'll be pleased with that.
We have the glorious sound of a Triumph TR7 V8 on the hill at the moment in the hands of Pete Fletcher, who is setting lots of purple sectors at the moment.
Yeah, so this is modified cars over 2 liter. I think this is actually a rally car based on it's got seats in it and stuff like that. But he's set, so we got 5 in the class. He set the time with a 52.56. So there's the target. And then we've got Hayden Spedding in the Jaguar E-Type, who's going to be, he's purple sector, so he's going faster than the TR7.
Indeed, yeah. We're looking at E-Type. He's going around semicircle now. So I think he is going to beat the 52.56. He does a 49.81 in fact, so a good time there for the E-Type.
He's put down a marker that the other cars may have trouble getting. We've got Nigel Elliott on the hill and his TR7 V8. More hill climb spec. That one, no passenger seat, stuff like that. And then we've got poor Howells in this beautiful little Porsche 911 RSR. Not sure about the paint job on this, but it still looks good. Nigel Elliott's done a 550.31 and slid into second place.
Lots of purple sectors for Paul Howells as well on the first half of the hill. So he could take the lead in this class, possibly, as he comes to Rolton on up to semicircle.
The old days, Porsche versus Jaguar here, aren't we?
Absolutely, he's coming to the line, 46.29, and he is takes the lead in the class by over 3 seconds. But meanwhile on the hill, the Super Impreza Type RA of Richard Hampstead, car number 85.
Yeah, he was they've changed him in the class. We're into the modified four-wheel drive cars now, and we've got 3 runners and riders in this. On the screen right now, we've got Steve Moore. Richard Hampstead in the Subaru Impreza Type RA is all messed up at the top. He was in a different class yesterday, misread, so he's now in the right class, 49.29. And then we've got Stephen Moore. These are all rally-based hill climb modified cars, aren't they?
They are, yes. It's my territory, shall we say. I used to run an Evo 6 Tommy Macklin on the road some years ago, and that was quite an impressive machine.
Yep, so Stephen's going through the end with a 45.48. And then we've got Jim Herbert in the X-Shift gearboxes Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. He's been getting quicker and quicker with his car developing, and X-Shift has actually been a great help in getting them sorted out with this thing. So let's see what he can do with it. No yellow sectors, or no purple sectors, sorry, but can he get into at least second place? How close can he get to Stephen Moore?
Well, he's into semicircle now, so we'll find out in just a moment. And he does get into second place, 46.70, so a little over a second back from Stephen Moore, but ahead of Richard Hampstead.
Yeah, so that's a battle. We'll have to see how that pans out later this afternoon on the second time runs. And we've got Graham Manton in the Westfield. Now these are modified Westfield, so these are not street legal, on racing slick tires and all the rest of it. So Graham's setting purple sectors, but he's the first one up the hill.
Absolutely, yeah. We also got George Harding in his Escort 2-litre on the hill at the moment. He's alone, I think, in the Class E, the Sports Libre saloons and sports cars, and a little bit twitchy there as he came out of Itores and on up to Pardon, but pushing hard in that on red flag comes out, unfortunately. So once again we have red flags on the hill. So although we have a car on the start line, it's car 95, Mike West, the first of the Sports Libre cars up to 2 litres in the Radical SR1. He's going to have to wait a little while, I think, whilst whatever the issue is sorted out. So it seems like the red flag was because of debris on the hill, some gravel to be cleared away.
Okay, so another little delay here. If you've been joining us this morning and everything, we've had a few more delays than yesterday, but it's race day. And all the drivers have sort of, yesterday it was like, does this work? No, today it's, we're here for the big points, the big trophies, or the little trophies, depending on which class you're in. So they just had to sweep up the gravel from Itores. It got kicked up, and we should have, I think that's Mike West on the line. in the Radical.
Yeah, the SR1, Mike West and Radical SR1, 1340cc. Machine car number 95 on the line at the moment.
Yep, shares the car with John McQuillan. They've shared his car. They've shared an assortment of cars over the years, but now they've got the Radical SR1 with a 1300 Hayabusa engine in the back of it. And let's see what he can do. So now we're in the Sports Libre cars, up to 2 liter, and sports racing cars. So this is essentially anything that doesn't really fit into a specific formula class as such, and it's strictly based on engine size and safety equipment. Dominated by motorcycle-powered cars such as the Radicals. We have the Radicals. I think we have a couple of Maliks in here and a few other sport racing type cars. Speaking of which, we've got one on the front line there. So Mike West is just heading up to the top here, gets it rotated around, heading across the line with a 47.94. And then you've got Matthew Price in SR3, Pete.
Yeah, Matthew heading up now to, rounding in fact, Pardon, hangs the tail out, big style on the exit on that hairpin, on up into the S's and then into Rolton. The car looks as if it is right on the limit the way he's throwing it around at the moment. He's coming into semicircle and over the finish line to do a 41.83, so really the quickest car. We've got the Malak Mark 20B, Mark Taylor, going around Pardon currently as Stephen King leaves the line in the Radical Pro Sport.
Yeah, I think Matthew Price was driving that thing. He was using the Mark II Escort rally line by the looks of it, but so an excellent time, amazing time, 41.83. So we've got Mark Taylor now in his Malak Mark 20. These Malaks started off at Mark 1 and ended up about Mark 28, all sorts of variations, aerodynamics and all sorts of things, but a brilliant handling sports car. It doesn't handle like it looks for whatever reason. And he's done a 49.73, and then we've got Stephen King, not the author, in the Radical Pro Sport.
And also on the hill at the moment, David Bickley in his Radical SR1. Stephen, we see David rounding it towards Stephen King coming towards the end of his run, and does a 49.84 in the Radical Pro Sport.
Yep, David Bickley, Stuart Bickley, the father of Stuart Bickley, in the brightly colored single-seater. As you can tell, there's a tribute to that brightness for the Bickley family racing on the SR1. Regular competitor, all over the place, see him all the time. So here he goes, a 46.54, slides into second place, nice and tidy. Now, we did had Alan McDonald on the line, but he went to the tire warming thing, and something happened to the car. It's not happy. He has shut the car off. So bear with us for a second. Next up after that will be another Malik of, I believe... no, have we seen Andy Smart? There might be Andy Smart coming up next in the blue and white Malik.
I think it probably is, yes.
Okay. Nope, I stand corrected. They threw in a Mark II Escort that we didn't see coming. So he was red flagged due to debris on the class. So this is a rerun of George Harding. And because there was debris, they threw a red flag. And so now we're going to see an actual Mark II Escort line going up the hill. So you can compare it to that Radical. There you go, sideways, off the line. I always say, oh, look at that nice drift. Go away. That's a drift and a half. I always swear they built these cars with the rear axle in crooked, because I've never seen one go straight. Pete, you're an you like these.
An aficionado, is that the word?
I was getting there, yeah. That was hurting.
And George Harding, I do love the Mark II Escorts, and especially when they hang the tail out, as Andy Smart incidentally gets away in his Malik, but we focus on the Escort, which is really being pushed very hard as he comes out through semicircle and over the line and does a 49.13. Meanwhile, Andy Smart is out of Vittori's in the Malik Mark 23 and into Pardon. And working his way up to the S's at the moment, as we have another of my favourites, the TR7 V8, getting off the line now, and that's Maxwell Briley-Jones in that shared TR7.
Yeah, Andy Smart, Mark 23 version. So the higher the number, then usually the bigger the wing and a bit more aerodynamics on the car. So let's see what Andy can do here, and he slides at a 49.99 into 6. But there's 3 cars. That's 3 cars close together by like a 1/10 of a second. So that's going to be settled on the second time runs, I think. We got Maxwell Briley-Jones in the modified over 2-liter 2-wheel drive. Shares this car with, you want to say Pete Fletcher, but I'm going to get in trouble for that.
It is, you're right.
I got one right today, I'm doing all right. So let's see what he can do with this growly big old V8. I do like a V8, doesn't matter what country in. And he's the leader of the double driver side with a 51.12. Next up we have we've got Westfielder Rebecca Manton, and this is another shared car. She's on the hill now in purple sector in the modified. So these are the modified Caterhams and Westfield and things. So they're not street legal and they're on racing slicks. And Rebecca slapped down a 48.41 and is the quicker of the two in that shared drive as well. So Anthony Wood in the 4th PT is on the track there, Pete. So this is, I believe, this is the racing cars, Class I, 600 to 1100 cc. Now this is hotly contested. We're going to see 1/10 of a second, 100ths of a second difference in this class. We've got a bunch of shared cars. We've got some very quick cars in here. And occasionally a car from this class will end up in the runoffs. So very nimble, very lightweight. And let's see how. So Anthony Wood has set the target of a 42.97. That's the target to beat. So let's see how Tim Thompson gets on.
Yeah, Tim is in another of the shared cars, 811, the OMS 28 that he shares with Jonathan Fletcher. Anthony Wood is sharing his car with Robin Wood, and Ben Hamer also in a shared car is on the hill now. That car shared with Will Hamer, of course. Next up it'll be 813 Scott Rayson, who shares with Emma Rayson in the Empire 00. But Tim Thompson coming to the end of his run, does a 42.74, so goes ahead of Anthony Wood by nearly 1/4 of a second. And along with just 2 cars over the line, he is the quickest of the cars in this class.
Ben Hamer's on the screen right now, and it's OMS 28. Oh, sorry, he's not on the screen. That's Scott Rayson. Ben Hamer's just set new class lead time of a 39.62. That's 3 seconds quicker. So Ben is now the target for them all to go to. I think we're going to get into the 38s and possibly 37s here with some of these cars. So let's see. How's Scott getting on?
So he's coming to the line. He does a 41.10. That makes him second quickest at the moment. Steve Morgan is running up to Pardon.
Yep. So, yep. Steve's on Pardon. Shares this car with son Tom. I'm sure he shared it with son Tom. Anyway,
as we continue to make our way through the single seaters, I'm going to hand back to Lloyd Hackett for a little while.
Okay, and I'm still here. Richard Weaver is on course right now. Shares this with son Tom. Richard's just still recovering from an ankle injury from last year. So I said, "Are you 100%?" And he said, "Meh," which is a standard Richard answer. Has both son Tom and daughter Lizzie competing today. And Tom shares this car, and Lizzie is actually in a Formula Ford for the first. This is her first year in that car. So Richard's on the hill. We've got the targets are 39.62. Richard, this is looking close. Not quite a 40.92. So just squeezes into second. You can already see how close these times are going to be getting. This is John McQuillan. So we're jumping back a class in the Sport Libre class. He shares his car with Mike West in the Radical SR1. So sometimes you'll see us out of order because they're shared drives, so we have to switch the drivers over. So sometimes they're out of sequence with the rest of the class, depending on the size. So John McQuillan's on the hill. Let's see what he can do. So his first target to see if he can beat his co-driver is Mike West. So across the line he goes with a 5.0.54, so nothing this time. Let's get back to the little single seaters. We got Graham Williams at OMS 2000M Lloyd.
Indeed we do, yeah, he's looking good. As we said yesterday, red is faster. He takes a real tight line through the Atori's loop, must nibble in a little bit of grass. He's hard on the brakes into Pardon. He takes a nice line through there. Car's nice and tight, behaves itself out of the S's. Let's see what he can do for the S's. As Gregory Barton disappears off the line with a force of gravity launch off the line. Absolutely fantastic to 64 feet. And yeah, Graham Williams exiting the S's, doing really nicely through there. Tight to the inside of semicircle, so he's taking that tight line. He's going to get flat on the power now. He's going to record a time of 45.68. But let's keep an eye on Gregory Barton. He's looking good, you know. The car looks like it's doing what he wants it to do. It's a fantastic shade of green, this car. Looks phenomenal, but Gregory's keeping it nice and tidy. What's he going to do around semicircle? Is he going to keep that tight line? Yeah, a little bit kind of slap bang in the middle of the road. Went in with plenty of speed, recovers it nicely. He records a 44.06. We've got Dougie Camp on the line now, so let's see what he can do in this fantastic looking Force HC.
Yeah, beautiful car, like just the color on it pops on it. Beautifully paired and well driven. So with these cars, you've got to be very precise, very pinpoint, and it'll reward you. You can see how close the times are on these things. So
he's going
Dougie
really well.
can he?
He certainly can. Well, he's on course to, and it's a 41.29. So good time from Dougie. Not his best, but I'm sure he won't be too disappointed with that. Rob Clark on the hill. He's got purple through Atori's. He's not quite maintained that through Pardon and Midway. He's purple again through S. So he's on for it. You know, he's quick. So what's Rob Clark going to do? Is he going to beat a 39.62? He's purple at semicircle. Rob Clark is going to cross the line, and he's going to record a time of 39.61, which puts him 1,000th of a second quicker than
yeah, there's one 100 between the top two cars right now, so that's well, you can't get any closer than that except tied. Nigel Pitt on the line, or no, he's not. He's up the hill. Regular competitor, Shoestring Racing. Him and his partner usually you can see them every weekend, some event somewhere. In his OMS 3000, so slightly different chassis choice than some of the others.
Having said that, Nigel is always getting the most he can out of this car. Really does wring the neck out of it. It's 41.55 across the line as we're looking at Richard Matosium in the GWR Raptor 2. Really competitive car, really competitive driver. Let's see what he can pull out of the bag. And car looks like with a little red dot on the rear wing. That means the car's running on methanol. So for that extra bit of performance, these single seaters run on very exotic fuel. You can smell it in the paddock, but it's nice and sweet smell. Oh, can't stand it. Absolutely. It's what a wonderful thing. Richard Matosium through the S's, nice and tight through there. Very, very quick exit of semicircle, and he's going to cross the line to record a time of 40.38. Stuart Bickley is flashing through sight.
Just a very quick update on car 101, who also came to the start line but not actually taken around. He's broken a drive shaft, unfortunately. Does have a replacement drive shaft and is hoping to get it fitted quickly enough to be able to take him around a little bit later on.
Fantastic, well that's good to know, thank you Peter. As we've got Stuart Bickley going purple all the way up the hill. This is an exciting run, he's super quick, really chucks it through the S's, really quick out of S's, which he is. He's got in purple into semicircle as well, takes the tight line. It's going to be really quick. This is going to be his fastest run. He is flat out 38.31 in the end. Stuart Bickley, fastest time overall in that class.
Yep, over a second quicker. I want to thank Pete for the report from the paddock. Yes, we have paddock reporters floating around here as well. Full service we try to give you today. So, right, what do we got on the line? We've got a car, number 810, which on our program, if I had one, would be Robin Wood in a Force PT. Oh, just a little update with Nigel Pitt. He's actually gone back to standard management and gone back to non-race fuel using super unleaded, and the car has the same power and it's more drivable now. So he's enjoying the car more. He was fighting with, it wasn't happy on the other combination, so it's happier now, and it's actually not lost him any power. So.
Takes some mapping, doesn't it? Takes some mapping. But Robin Wood builds up the reps. He leads the line. Slightly slow to get away. Won't be completely happy with that. But he's banging through the gears now. And and flashes into sight through it all. He's 81 under the bridge. Not hanging around, is he?
Nope, but then that's the purpose of the hill climb, if you're hanging around. Although I do call it value for money.
Indeed, yeah.
The slower you go, the more track time you get.
Absolutely, yeah. Robin Wood, as he's through midway, he's heading for the S's now, so let's see what he can do. Threads it through the middle of the track, takes a little bit of curb, tight to the inside line there, through S's, and now he's out of S's. He's going to head for semicircle. He's not lighting up the time so far, but let's see what he does through the middle of the course. He's going to cross the line with a 42.97. 42.97. Right, Jonathan Fletcher, let's have a look at this. This is a very quick competitive car. The car was new a couple of years ago in this OMS 28. Fantastic shade of purple. Beautiful car. Jonathan Fletcher drives it very well. Let's see what he can do, Owen.
Yeah, very competitive driver in this car, and it's a shared car, and they've been developing it, working really hard. So, no purple sectors, but can he get up into the top 5? I think we can here. Second with a 39.38 and only 7/100ths of a second behind Stuart Bickley. So, game on.
He's a second behind.
Sorry, a second. I'll get my glasses fixed one day. A second and 700ths. I'll get my 700ths in there. Ben Hamer is just heading across the line. They've been having a bit of an adventure with this, and that's on the screen is Emma Rayson with Ben Hamer a 39.62 and moves him into 5th place.
I think that was Will Hamer that's just crossed the line, 38.57. Yeah, Will Hamer's crossed the line, 38.57. Emma Rayson racing through midway to S's, so she is tight to the inside line. Nice line there by the Armco. Hard on the brakes, nice tight line through semicircle. Power, power, power. Away we go. Use the downforce, and we're across the line at a 41.4. Good time.
Yeah, solid. And look at all this, like 4 cars in the 41s between, like less than a couple of tenths a second apart. So very cool. Now Tom Morgan, young up and comer, was in 44, jumped up into the dad's car, if you will. One of the young guns. We've got several father-son teams where the son seems to be quicker than the father. In their Empire Evo 3, so this is the latest version of the Empire brand. Gets that rotated around. A little bit of a squiggle coming out of semicircle, but hangs on to with a 39.56. Slides him right into 4th place.
Now, let's have a look. Tom Weaver. The Weaver family, fantastic advocates for this sport. You've got Lizzie Weaver and Richard Weaver also here today with the Formula Ford. Richard's just been up in this Empire Evo 2. Tom Weaver now, very, very quick in this Empire Evo 2. I'm not sure there's much more to come out of an Empire Evo 2 that Tom Weaver hasn't already found. So let's see what he can do. He's flashing through a Torres loop, pretty much flat out. Hard on the brakes now, turns it in nicely. Little squeal, just rotates the car beautifully. It's a very active car. He certainly likes to drive it aggressively. He's gone purple so far. So, Tom, what have you got in your locker? Can you carry that on through midway? Screaming under through the trees, the light flickering off the paintwork of the car. Tight to the inside. He's just going to clip the inside apex perfectly out of S's. What's he going to do? Tom Weaver's going to flick that car beautifully round, rotates it very nicely. He's going to go across the line. He's going to do a 37.84.
Half a second quicker.
Go on, Tom.
Half a second quicker. Tom's just laid down one that everybody else is going to go.
That's happy.
Yeah, we've seen Dad. He's got a smile on his face. Don't see it too often, but well done, Richard and team.
He's happy as Larry. Brilliant. Right, great to see from the Weaver family. As Jimmy Harris is on the line in this. Sorry, I say he's on the line. He's on the hill. This, well up the hill, driving beautifully this Van Diemen RF85. So screaming, really using all of that engine, using all the track. Actually, he takes that wide line through.
He's got an unusual line, but I was talking in the paddock, and there it goes.
Takes a class record.
Wow, 46.22, which is a new class record in Formula 4.
Wow, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
I think the rest of the competitors just went,
Oh no, well, let's see. It's definitely taking its good conditions today, so will we see a few more records fall? Let's see. Rebecca Crewcombe on the hill at the moment, feeds her car through the S's as Lizzie Weaver is away on up the hill. So Rebecca's going to drop round semicircle.
Dad Richard's back in the position at the moment that he likes when does when he's watching this go.
Yep,
so Becky's done a 52.92. That car will be handed over to Lawrence Marks to see what he can do in it.
Yeah, Lizzie grabs second and third. She's going to come back down to second, down to first for Pardon. Tips it in nicely. Again under the trees. Beautiful sunlight now. and she feeds it the gear. She's slap bang in the middle of the road through the midway into S's. Just a little clip of curb, nice and smooth through S's. She's on the power now as she exits S's. She's going to head for semicircle. Second, third, rolls it into semicircle, just that inside line now, as she's going to give it all the power as she possibly can to record a time of 54.21.
So, nice tidy run for Lizzie. Still getting used to the car. It's her first year in the single-seater. Now, Max Hawks is on the hill, and I need to fix something. Yesterday I said they had a Van Diemen in the shop. I lied. Mom's watching. It's a force that they're rebuilding and re-preparing for next year. So Max is out. It's only his second or third event in the Van Diemen, and he goes a 48.3 to jump up into second place at the moment.
Indeed. So what can we do now? Tim Cowlin. So he is under the trees at the moment, through the S's. Through semicircle now, rolling around, be hard on the power as we've got Les Buck off the line at the moment. So 3 cars on the hill at the moment. Tim Cowlin crosses the line with a 50.31. David Owen in the Merlin Mark 11 under the trees at the moment. As Les Buck actually recorded his fastest time in the class up to the 64 feet mark.
Yeah, he got a good launch on the 64 with that car. That car, he's competed with that car, the Pringet Mistral, for years. I am got to learn English.
Yeah, well, sorry. I'm sure you'll get there one day, Owen.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, Les Buck in the beautifully named Pringet Mistral, and we're going David Owen with the 49.44. Les Buck. He's going to feed that car around the final corner. A little suspension travel there as he clips the apex. He's going to cross the line with a 49.89. Sarah Bosworth's on the hill at the moment. She's gone quicker still as Caroline Ryder's just left the line right. So let's talk you through some fast Formula Ford. Sarah Bosworth and Caroline Ryder normally inseparable in their own little flash of the Titan, shall we say, with these Formula Fords. And Sarah Bosworth is going to tip the line. She's going to go around the line. She's going to do a 48.14, which puts her second behind Jimmy Harris. Caroline Ryder now, mother of Mathew Ryder, our current Hillclimb champion. She's going to cross the line hopefully at some point soon. But we're just going to go online now to Adam Greenan, who will join on board. Talk us through this, Owen. What's he doing? Yeah,
he's hanging on to it. Back end's gripping out. Hard on the brakes, gets into inventory, gets the car rotated around, wants to keep momentum as much as possible. Up the gears again. It goes downhill, comes uphill, and then really steep uphill. Hard on the brakes. Possibly it's first gear, maybe second gear. Back on it again. Through midway, as you can see, and then he hit the S's a little bit right, and it tightens right up here a little bit. It'll catch you out. It sort of just throws your rhythm off a bit. Gets out of the S's, you come across the top. We're heading for semicircle. You can see there's a drop off on the right. There's nothing there. You hang on to it. You can see he's drifted the car a bit. Gets it around through the finish with a 39.28, and you saw that live on board.
Quick time. Thank you for the commentary, Owen. Fantastic. As Alan Warburton's on the hill at the moment in the GR59 he shares with his son David. Both very quick in this car. Alan runs his own traction control systems in this car. It's incredibly clever. The car is absolutely on rails. As Alan is purple through, midway. He's purple through S's. He's really having a good go. So, right, come on, power, around semicircle. Use that grip that this car's got. He's going to get on the power quickly now. He's going to cross the line and do a 38.82, so goes quicker than the Greenans. So they'll be happy with that, no doubt. Mark Schlanker leaves the line now in the Force TA, popping and banging its way through the gears. Quick car, quick driver, 83 under the bridge. Flashes into sight now, hard on the brakes as the sort of off-red paintwork glistens in the sun. Pops and bangs through the gears once more. Quick car, so hard on the brakes now. It's going to tip that into Pardon. Get on that power, use that turbocharged engine to get him through the gears. Hard on the brakes again through S. Is going to flick that through under the sun. I'm not sure what effect it's having on the drivers, but it doesn't seem to be having too much at the moment. They're all going quite quickly at the moment. So, Owen, what's he going to do across the line?
I have no idea. Let's see what he does. Around the corner here, he's got about up to the 39, so I think, no, it's going to be about fourth place. 41.07. Alan Warburton's taking the Class C with 38.82, but we still have David Warburton, who is rapidly quick and regularly gets into the top 12 runoff, so we'll have to see on that. But Gary Hill is on the hill in his OMS 2000M, and he's coming up just out of the S's now, so around the 32nd mark. He's in for semicircle, so not sure he's going to trouble Alan Warburton at the top. Let's see what he does with a 41.10. So only 3/100ths off of Mark Schlenker.
Indeed, Jason Tunnicliffe on the hill at the moment, the Empire Evo 3, revving to the moon, 97 miles an hour under the bridge, so really quick, just flicks the back end out round Pardon. The car's running super low to the ground. Look at those sliders just flashing sparks off as it runs really low to the ground. He's got all the way up. He's going quickly, he is, Owen, let me tell you now.
He is running loose. You can see the back end twitching all the time, but he's been able to carry the speed and it's helping him rotate. He almost drifted it on the exit of the S's. I don't know if he's lost time there.
I think he lost time.
He got a little bit too much. He lost time. This was a rocket. Let's see where he ends up.
39.27. Yeah, just off it. Darren Gumley, right, he accelerates away from the line now in this 48. He's been trying to go quicker and quicker in this car. He's painted it red to even make it go faster. I think it's worked, but he's taking a nice tight line out of Vittori. Just hard on the brakes through Pardon, down the gears, little squirm into braking, but all sorted. Nice little correction of oversteer out of the exit of Midway now. He's purple, so he's going quicker than he has done before, so let's see what he can do. He's through the S's, he's purple there as well. He'd love a personal best here. Come on, he's quick. Go on, Darren, what can you do? He's going to be quick round semicircle. What's his best time here? I think he said he was in the 38. Is he going to get a quicker time than that? He's done a 38.9. So he's still in the 38s. I don't think he'll be unhappy with that, but it's certainly going quicker. So well done, Gomez. We're proud of you.
Just off that little bit on the semicircle. It just slid a little bit coming out of semicircle and just put him slightly behind Alan Warburton, but we're not finished yet. We've got Paul Harris. Back to the Formula Fords for a minute. We got Paul Harris and then Lawrence Marks to finish up this class. Jimmy Harris has already set a new class record in this class with a 46.2. Sarah Bosworth is in second. And Caroline Ryder, they both actually tied for second with identical times, 48.14. So, I didn't even notice that.
I told you they were close.
Yeah, I know they like to race close together, but that's a bit ridiculous. Paul Harris is going to, let's see what he does. 48.56, slides him into 5th place at the moment. And then Lawrence Marks, let's see what he does. Shares his car with Becky Croker. Now, this is an older Formula Ford. It's sort of one of the earlier, the battle of the manufacturers in the 80s and early 90s with Formula Fords around the world. It was a massive industry. So we just don't see that anymore. Anyway, across the line, he goes with a 50.03, slides him into 8th place. Now, Trish Davis in the family Force TA with the Terry Davis built 2-liter engine in the back of this thing.
Indeed, and we're looking at purple sectors all across the board for Tricia. So she's going well. Let's have a look and see what she's going to... She still goes purple through S's, so she's going really well so far. Let's see what she's going to do as she takes a beautiful line through semicircle. The car appears into screen, crosses the line with a 43.23. Jonathan Evans on the hill in this fantastic Pilbeam with a big Millington engine in the back of it, running probably best part of 300 brake horsepower in a car that weighs probably about that as well. So very, very powerful car, and popping and banging in the overrun through the S's, a little bit smoother than I think before. Just takes a little bit of grass on the outside of S's, but may have lost a little bit of time yet to get out the throttle, but looking fairly circumspect. I'm not sure if there's a problem.
Yeah, so I think there may be a problem here, because that seems a bit uncharacteristic, that like the car maybe wasn't cooperating.
With him there, was it?
There. So we're dealing with 1600 to 2-liter, normally aspirated. So there's no turbos, there's no superchargers. We'll see them up in a minute. So this is just all Revy engines. Basically a road car engine with a bit of extra oomph in it. So we've got a unique Van Diemen RFO2 FX of the Andrew Colburn on the line. They're gone, actually he's on the hill. He shares his car with Aaron. And let's see how we get on. So Trish is laid down the target of 43.23.
Yeah, so this Van Diemen, the former Formula Island car, converted for HillClimb spec now. They're just getting quicker and quicker in this car, the Colborns. Every single time I've seen them last year, they were going quicker and quicker. So they're off to a good start so far this year. Let's see if they can try and find a personal best this weekend.
Yeah, so he was on purple sectors, dropped a little bit of time, but I think he's going to be close. I think this will be enough to slide him into 2nd place at least. And then we've got, we'll see him in a second, that's a 44.0, so just a couple of 7/10 off. And we've got Simon Carrere in the Dallara F302 on the hill, the ex-circuit racer. Simon has raced several Dellaras. This is the newest version for him. Got a Millington engine in the back of it, 2-liter. And then we will see him go through. And then we've got the 4271, takes a class lead. And then what you're seeing there is Richard Walker with the very unique KB6 V6 Rover engine, 2-liter, based on the British touring car engine that was developed in the early to mid-2000s.
Might be one of the best sounding cars here, to be honest. That's probably the best sounding car this side of a Cosworth XD.
Quite possibly. It's got a unique sound, and it is different, and it's in a building. The car itself is a 2003 model.
Well, quick car, Ian Tucker, speaking of quick cars, OMS 28, takes a tight line to the inside of Pardon, straightens the car up nicely, lots of traction, gives it full beams on the exit towards Midway, just rolls it through towards the S's now, and nice and smooth through there, bit slow into S, but exits quickly. He's going to be on the inside line for a semicircle, foot to the floor. Records a 44.66. Now, Andy Bugatti is going well in this Force PT. I think he comes all the way from the Channel Islands. I was going to check that yesterday, but couldn't quite confirm it. Either way, very, very quick Force PT. He's purple across the board. What's he going to do? He is already through semicircle, tight to the inside. What's he going to do? He's going to cross the line with 40.16. Now, Jonathan Varley is the current class record holder for this category, 37.23. Can he go quicker? Jonathan Varley, last year's Midland Hill Climb champion. Quick. Now, yes, he's going very well indeed. He's purple so far. Let's see what he can do. Flashes through the trees. Looks really quick through S's. He's on for a flyer, folks. Keep an eye on this. Little bit of oversteer on the exit of S. Has that cost him any time? Let's see. I don't think it has. It's tight to the inside. The conditions are right. What's he going to do? 37.67. Not quite a class record, but a quick time nonetheless.
Yeah, very nearly 2.5 seconds quicker. Andy Bugatti on the previous run had taken the class lead, but it didn't last very long because Jonathan Varley has it now. Jonathan Varley, and we've got James Chalmers on the course currently.
Yes, indeed, in this Rolt, which has got running full anti-lag system. It makes the noise of a proper World Rally car, but that anti-lag keeping that turbo spinning, and yeah, always going well. This Rolt looks great, sounds great, beautifully engineered. It's purple across the board so far, but this is the first run through the class.
Yeah, the first run for these forced induction cars. We've got some crew running up to Leslie Mutch's car, which is cut out on the line. Hopefully they can get it fired up quite quickly. Just plugging the battery in at the back.
I think they've been having some problems getting this car off the line this weekend. There's been an unusual method to get it off. There's plenty of revs. I don't know whether there's a clutch issue or something, but hopefully we'll get across the line now. There we go, he's away. And when he does go, does an half go, Peter?
It certainly does, yeah. Obviously he wasn't going to stall on the line with that time.
Absolutely not, right, yeah, flashes into sight now. He's got that steering wheel high up on the steering column, so you can see every single input. Really having a good go. I'm very impressed with Leslie's driving style. He's really full commitment, going so well. Just a bit of
absolutely, so sorry.
Bit of a squiggle out of pardon there, Peter.
Yeah, interesting line out of there, but still lots of purple on the screen where he's setting best sector times, and might well be about to set only the second car in the class to set a time, but it is the quickest so far. Wow. 40.80.
Now let's have a look at Adam Green and the Green and Brothers, always ever entertaining in this off-white Empire Evo 3. They had a problem with the clutch yesterday, which they managed to sort out. They couldn't quite get all of their runs in, but we're going to run on board. Let's talk you through it. So, built up the revs. He's absolutely flat out off the line. So our camera pictures are live to you now. This is happening as we speak. Very committed through a Tories loop. Lots of oversteer, correcting. This car is driven so aggressively by the Greenans. It just tips it in, a couple of bites of the cherry to get it in. I'm tipping my head with the screen that's in front of me here. It's like one of those Isle of Man TT videos. He's hard on the brakes. He's going to tip it through to Pardon. Now just gets that car rotated on the throttle. Flat through the gears now. It's going to flash under the trees with these arm coats. Believe me, this looks a lot fast. This feels a lot faster than it looks, and it looks really fast. It's tight to the inside there. Throughout the Vestas, I don't think this is going to be his quickest run. It's certainly one of his most wild, but let's see what he does across the line. He's going to do a 40.43.
Yeah, so that puts him fourth quickest in the class at the moment, as David Warburton takes a couple of bites at turning it into a Torres in the Gould.
Still purple, nevertheless, though. Looks like he's fighting the car a little bit. Not sure whether he's just driving it super hard or whether he's got any issues, but seems to have settled down a bit now. This car's always absolutely on rails. David gets the most possible available performance out of this car. He's round semicircle. He's got superb amounts of grip, this car. David's going to cross the line with a 37.51 quick time.
Yeah, so it is David Warburton from Alan Warburton at the moment in that class, as we see William Luffridge now in the Empire Wraith.
Indeed, yeah, shared with Zach Zammit. This car is one of the most ferocious cars in the paddock, to be honest with you. Supercharged high booster engine. In fact, turbocharged high booster engine, I should say. Beautifully driven by the pair of them, William and Zach. Share this car, as I say. Just flicks the car around to get it through Pardon, using all of that power under the trees, and flashes into sight now. It's very kind of what we call a pointy car, so it's got, there you go, exactly that, so you shut the front end in and the rear follows, so it takes lots of car control. William's going to cross the line in a time not quite under 40 seconds of 40.15.
Yeah, it takes the class lead at the moment, but still a number of cars to come in the class. It's Calvin Broad who's on the hill now in the Force Mistral.
Absolutely, yeah. This is one of the most, again, talking of ferocious cars. I mean, supercharged or supercharged or turbocharged Peter, this one. Either way, very forced induction with this thing, and flicks down the gears, that plip, plip, plip. It's got super lightning fast gear changes, this car. Absolutely rapid thing through the S's, and flashes into sight now, hard on the brakes, tight to the S, with purple through the S's, so that means they've done the personal best so far, personal best through semicircles. So what's Kelvin going to do when this all adds up together to cross the line with a time of 39.76, so just sneaks in with the class lead so far. Fantastic.
Yeah, the first sub 40 second timed run in this class. Pete Tatham is on the line now though, and in the OMS 28 car 160, and he goes away. I think Pete could put in a good time here. We'll see what happens.
Indeed, yeah, Pete Tatham with the OMS 28, fantastic prepared car, beautifully driven always, as he takes a beautiful line through a Tories. So quick through the gears, you've got first, second, third, fourth, all the way to Pardon. Back down the gears, the traction control fighting the power of the engine to put it down on the tarmac with those rear wheels. Through midway, flicks it one way, flicks it another way, tied to the inside now.
Lots of purple on the timing.
Lots of purple. And he's going to cross the line, takes a nice line through semicircle. He's going to cross the line with a 39.69. But now let's look at Paul Haynes, possible runoff contender with this cool GR59. The car's on rails. He's on the Hoosier tyres. He's taken the first layer off. Let's see how he gets on with this new tyre selection for this year. So, round to Tories Loop, round through towards Pardon, through the gears, hard on the brakes. He's going quick, guys. He's going quick. Beautiful car control on the exit of Pardon. Paul is a fantastic driver in this car. He's absolutely on the limit. Perhaps he's enjoying these Hoosiers. Let's see. We'll ask him when he gets back to the paddock. But he's going really well. He's 31.48 round semicircle. Just needs that little bit beautiful slide out there. If you saw that, 37.21. Quick time, Peter.
It certainly is. So just 700 separating the top two prior to that, because Pete Tatham had just gone 700s quicker than Calvin Broad, but now there's 2+ seconds dividing them.
Yeah, Terry Davis is going to roll that car through S's. Beautiful V8 in the back of it, made of 2 Radical engines. Across the line for a 41.7.
So he moves into 3rd place, and it's going to be quite a challenge, I think, for anyone to get close to Jonathan Varley's time, the way things are looking at the moment.
Kevin Creeman's going to have a little bit of a go. Slightly older car with this pill beam, but still represented fantastically well across the board of hill climbing, and very, very desirable car. Just a lovely package, that pill beam MD88 with that Millington in the back of it. He crosses the line with a 43.28 as Aaron Colborne leaves the line, Peter.
Yeah, in the car that he shares with Andrew, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Kevin Craven going into 6th place with that first time run, and Aaron Colborne rounding victorious at the moment. little bit of a twitch on the way out, and then the left-hander as he goes up to Pardon around there. Oh, and really hanging the tail out of Pardon. I'm not sure that's the quickest way through there, but it certainly looked good.
Certainly did. Well, Aaron's been absolutely all over this car for the last 12 months. He's been driving it faster and faster and faster. He is hard on the brakes through semicircle, tight on the inside line, a little bit of understeer, but nicely collected, nice and neutral across the line with a 41.86, which is about there or thereabouts, isn't it?
Yeah, fourth quickest, just less than 2/10 away from third at the moment. Gavin McLaren is rounding it over. He's currently in his Pilbeam.
Lovely noise this car makes, as Owen was telling us. It's based on the MG X-Power V6 engine from the early 2000s British touring cars. Fantastic noise, and yeah, just flashing through the trees towards the S's. In the gears. Bernie Kevill leaves the line in this OMS 28. We're just going to finish watching Gavin McLaren across the line. Looks like he's just taking it a little bit steady. I'm not sure if that's initial, whether that's just being cautious. He's going to cross the line with a 46.55. Right, let's look at Bernie Kevill. Quickest so far to 64 feet, Peter, heading towards Torres and Pardon.
Yeah, into Pardon then, around there. Can he keep the purple sector times up? As he comes up to the net, and the answer is yes, he can. But of course, he is the first car in the over 2 litre racing cars to take to the hill in the timed runs. So he's going to set the standard for everyone else, basically. Comes under the finish line, 41.17 as Stephen Owen rounds the Torres.
Indeed, in this OMS 28 RPE, it's a beautiful car. This turns it into Pardon as he's going to head towards the S. Sandra Tomlins off the line in this Pilbeam MP97. So it's a beautiful looking car, this, with the Judd in the back of this one, and our lady driver driving wonderfully all weekend. She's on a new set of tyres as well for this weekend, perhaps. So let's see what she does. Stephen Owen tips the beams at a 44.37.
Lindsay Summers on the line now, car 702, as Sandra continues her way up towards semicircle. Lindsay gets underway, and Sandra coming to the line does a 43.66, puts her second quickest at the moment as Lindsay heads into Torres.
Absolutely, yeah, let's talk you through what she's going to do. Right, so she's hard on the brake, she tips it in nicely into a Torres. Nice tight inside line, beautiful, gets on the power. Hard on the brakes into Pardon. Always very smooth is Lindsay. She's beautifully accurate with her lines, and direction changes with this car. It looks so sure-footed. She tips in through the S's nicely. Gives the Armco a wide berth wisely. She's going to head towards semicircle, and she will cross the line with a time of 42.67. Now let's look at Sean Gould, Peter.
Yeah, this should be a run worth watching. Sean Gould in the Gould GR59, coming up to Pardon, round in there, sliding the tail just a little bit out of that left-hander. Purple all the way so far in the S's, and quick but clean, I think, is the way to describe this. A little bit of a twitch there, but nothing to worry about. Into semicircle, up towards the line, and he does a 36.47.
Going well. I think that's probably the best time he's set all weekend. I think he wants to be in this runoff. So is a 36.47 going to get you there? We'll find out in the next half an hour or so, chaps. Right, and chap S's, Jonathan Chalmers' car has just tried to leave the line. I'm not sure whether there's a mapping issue, but it was on the traction control, on the launch control, there was a big pop, and now it's not doing anything. It's still running. I'm not sure whether there was a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete needed there.
Possibly, yeah.
Anyway, he gets away from the line, so whatever problem there was is fixed, so he's away from the line now, and he manages to do 94 miles an hour under the bridge.
Yeah, into the Torres he comes then, in that lovely silver Rolls on up towards Pardon. Stuart Sigden sits on the start line. John not setting any purple sectors yet in the Rolt, but going up through the S's and out of them.
Indeed, yeah, he's
into semicircle. So And the time will be 42.10.
Indeed he will. We're looking at Stuart Sugden now in this GWR Raptor. He just slightly oversteers, unfortunately goes back in. He's going to need a push. So Stuart Sugden, just a little bit of an oversteer moment on the exit of Pardon, but unfortunately the car pointed back down towards the bank, almost got out of it, but the car's just sort of sat there with one wheel facing in the air.
He seemed to understeer into Pardon, ran very wide, and well, we're going to see a replay if you're watching online.
Camber almost dragged him back in, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So he runs wide there, and then I think perhaps just gives it a bit of a boot and perhaps a little bit too much, and turns a sharp left.
Like he couldn't quite undo the lock of the steering.
Absolutely.
But hey ho. But he's on his way. But we're just a quick moment to thank our sponsors for this category, which is obviously the British Championship is sponsored by Moran Motorhomes, and the Midland Championship sponsored by Darren Gumley Carpentry. So we thank our sponsors. Obviously, you know what it's like in motorsport. Sponsors makes the world go round. So we thank British Championship for Moran Motorhomes and Midland Championship for Darren Gumley Carpentry. Stuart's making his way towards the finish line. That will go down as a fail, unfortunately, for Stuart. He'll be gutted, but he'll get another chance this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. Simon Jenks, meanwhile, is sitting on the line waiting for Stuart to get to the finish line. Simon in the Force TA. The red flags are still out momentarily, but in they come now, and Simon should be able to get underway. I think he's just firing it up. Flip of the throttle.
Simon Jenks clunks into first on the launch control, stalls it, but doesn't cross the line, so he gets another go. So the rules are, if you stall and your rear wheel crosses the start line, you do not get another go. If you do not cross the start line, you get on the brake quickly beforehand, they will roll you back and give you another go, which is what's happening right now.
Yeah, fired up once again. Let's see if we can get it cleanly off the line this time. And a few extra revs, I think, there, and away he goes.
Indeed, first, second, third, fourth. This is the 2.5 litre Cosworth V6 engine in the back of this one. Sounds absolutely fantastic. It's a very new car. Simon, I think, only first competed in it last year, so he's waiting to get the car the way he likes it. So hard on the brakes into Pardon. It just has a bit too much oversteer. Unfortunately, that's going to be his run ruined, as he's got too much oversteer and had to get out the power, didn't he, Peter?
Yeah, he will still record a time because he didn't need assistance to get going again or bring the red flags out. But it isn't going to be a competitive time for him, unfortunately, as Zach Zammit gets off the line in the Empire.
Indeed, right now, watch this, ladies and gentlemen. This is a turbocharged high boost engine. Watch Zach Zammit wrestle this car like nothing you've seen. There is nobody, I think, that can get this car around a hill climb quicker than he can. Goodness me, he's not going as quick as he has done, but let's see. Zach comes all the way from Malta to compete and shares the car with William Lockridge. But look at the car control there as he spins the wheels up and power slides his way out of S's. He's going to go to semicircle. Right, come on, Zach, get that power down. Let's almost wheelie across the line. 37.77 goes second fastest.
On the line now, Alex Coles in the Force TB Mistral, which is a shared car, of course. And away he goes under the bridge through Orchard on up to Torres.
Indeed, Alex has just sped it round in Torres loop. Really quick, possible future champion, who knows? He's super quick. He's a young guy, is Alex, but his car control is absolutely out of this world. Always punching well above his weight. He could be a potential runoff candidate later. Big flash of flame from the exhaust as he comes down the gears, absolutely flat to the boards. What's he going to do? It's height round semicircle, power. He's going to cross the line to a 37.36. He goes second.
It's a good run for Alex. Drifted it around Pardon in fine style. Simon Andrews now in the OMS is coming into the S's. As up to the line comes Graham Wynn in the Gould. But Simon coming around the semicircle in the OMS. What can he do? He does a 41.15, which puts him second in class behind Sean Gould at the moment. This is the big class, the over 2 litre racing cars.
Indeed, yeah. Gould GRW 59 as Graham Wynne, fantastic advocate for the sport, has a stall on the start line, but the car doesn't move, so no great issue. Scott Moran will run up towards the back of the car with the jump pack and plug the jump pack into the car. Obviously these cars don't carry starter motors, batteries, things like that. Well, they carry starter motors but not batteries, because obviously that would be too heavy. So the car you're about to see has got in excess of 600 brake horsepower with 300 kilos of weight. They have well over 1,000 brake horsepower per tonne. 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 4 seconds. They are absolutely the quickest cars that you will see this side of a top fuel dragster in the country.
Yeah, Gould's first and second at the moment in the class. Can Graham Wynne make it a 1-2-3, get in amongst them? We'll see in just a moment. And this time he gets cleanly off the line and heads up under the bridge. What speed? 97 miles an hour through Orchard onto Torres, and powers it up towards Pardon into that left-hander. Powers it away out to the left-hander very cleanly through there onto the S's, and as Harry Pitt gets off the line in his OMS, what can Graham do? It doesn't look quite as quick as some of the other cars that we've seen. He's coming up to the line now, and he does it well. It's a 39.05, deceptive. In fact, he's
fantastic to see that with Graham. And Graham Wynne is he's well in his 70s, so to be pulling out a time like that is unbelievable. As Harry Pitt just has a little spin, unfortunately, as we've just picked up the images. No harm done, but just got on the brakes a little bit too late. It's like the camber of Pardon just rotated the car. He's facing back down towards the hill, but I think he will probably roll down the hill, or maybe they'll send him back up and all the way round. But yeah, not great for Harry, unfortunately. So let's have a look at this replay now. So he gets on the power, out of the Tories, hard on the brakes, just a little bit too late, and the front of the car rotates on the camber of the entrance to Pardon. So shame.
Yeah, he's getting the go-ahead to carry on back down the hill and into the paddock, and then we can that's probably the quickest way to get things restarted. Under the bridge in the wrong direction, and he'll be turning right any moment now through the gate back into the paddock as Lynn Owen sits on the line in the OMS 28.
Indeed, right, so Lynn and Steve Owen will be sharing this car this weekend. The car that they own, the business they own. Right. Should be firing up any second now. Obviously these cars are highly strung things. I don't think it's a simple case of just starting and stopping them. They take a bit of talking to and coaxing into life.
Absolutely, yeah. But, I think, yeah, the red flags are in, aren't they? So should be able to get it fired up now.
Yeah, I think we're waiting purely on engine to be fired up.
Can we move the back? Can we
Right. So, engine fires into life. No problem at all. So, Lynn Owen. Is this Stephen or Lynn?
It's just changed to Stephen actually on the screen.
So yeah, so Stephen's in the car. Right, so yeah, away we go, away from the line.
I did wonder, to be honest, because I think that was Lynn stood outside holding the brolly on the car. Oh, bit of a twitch there through Orchard.
It was Peter, yeah, he's fantastic car control, but that was probably a bit quicker than he'd have liked.
Yeah, he's out, so just hangs the tail out a little bit out of Pardon, and on up into the S's, and on the edge, I think, as he comes very nearly gets onto the grass in the last part of the S's. Up now, though, to semicircle around there, up to the line, and does a 40.59, which currently puts him third quickest.
Indeed, we're now looking at Oliver Tomlin in this pill beam. Beautiful Judd powered car. Just turns it round Pardon through the gears. Fantastic noise this thing makes. That's not a class record, that's just a bit of a timing error, because there's no way anybody's going up here in 25.2 seconds, so slight error there from the graphics, no harm done. So possible timing issue right here, right now, so I think there may need to be a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete. We may get another go for Oliver Tomlin there, because it's recorded a time of 25.2.
I'm sure he'd be happy to accept that. Jack Cottrell
over to you, Matt Ryder.
Jack Cottrell in the Dallara sitting on the line at the moment, and somebody hurrying up to the back of the car with a battery pack. So I think whether we're going to have a short delay whilst we resolve this timing issue, I don't know. It looks like we're okay to get going.
Quick Control-Alt-Delete. Jack Cottrell, we fire up that Dallara XD, one of the best sounding cars here this weekend. Unbelievable thing. Jack's been getting quicker and quicker. They're off to Ireland next week. They want to remain in the top 10 in the country, which no doubt they will. Launch control, launches the car off the line, superbly quick. 2.05 to 64 feet, that is the force of gravity. He's just accelerated off the line, 102 under the bridge. Flashes into sight now. He's going to loop it around the Tories. A little bit of oversteer corrected as he bangs through the gears, hard on the brakes towards Paddock. He's going to just link that inside wheel into the camber of Paddock, which he does. He's already out towards the S's, he's through midway. And lovely lines through S's there, so he cleared that on the grass a little bit, had to get out of it, but I don't think he lost much time. Just tucks into the inside of semicircle, crosses the line with a 38.11, so that puts him second.
Yeah, second quickest at this stage, but still some very quick cars to come. A little bit of a lull at the moment, not quite sure why. Nothing coming out onto the hill currently.
Yeah, we should be expecting Davey Wren next, if I'm not mistaken. But I can see Dave's car in the paddock. Helmet's on, visor's up. He's in the paddock, so whether he knows he's to be called yet or not, I don't know. So let's just see what happens now.
One of our clerks of the course on the way down by looks to it to try and sort out what is happening. Really can't afford too many stoppages now. We've had enough for one day, I think.
Well, I think it's stuck in gear. I hate to say it. I can see them trying to rock the car forwards and backwards. Sometimes they can stop in a funny place and not get it, because obviously you're going to push it into neutral. Okay, we're rolling. David, so they've solved whatever problem they had. So yeah, David Uren's going to come to the line as planned. So good to see. Car's looking great with its new paint job. So here we go. Right.
Oh.
Okay. So right, off we go. 1 tyre warm up, 2 tyre warm up. 3 tyre warm up to the line. GR55 ticking away in front of our commentary box here with me and Peter Hughes in it.
Good to see the subscribers total has gone over the 18,000 mark.
Well, wouldn't it be nice to get that to 19,000 by the end of the day?
Absolutely, yeah, it's still ticking up in fact, but some good action to watch today on HillClimb.TV. And oh, it is another stall, but once again, rear wheels don't go over the line, so he will be able to restart.
Absolutely. So if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, please subscribe to it, and you'll see HillClimb.TV in your YouTube feed, and you'll see that all through the year. Dave Uren gets away, but he won't be happy with it. Something going on there. He's not very happy, unfortunately, but nevertheless, we're underway. Flashes into sight for the Tories. He's going to head towards Park now.
He's around that right-hander at Torres, powers it out up the hill to the left-hander at Pardon, turns in, and a clean run around there on up to the S's. It looks quick and neat at the moment.
Certainly does. He flashes through tight to the Armco on the exit of the S's. He's going to be hard on the brakes now, inside line, as he's going to put the power down all the way to cross the line with a 38.15. Will it make it into the runoff? Who knows? Let's see. What's Trevor Willis got to say about it, Peter?
Yeah, 4 hundredths of a second slower than Jack Cottrell. It's the gap between second and third as Trevor Willis comes into Ettores in the OMS, powers away on up the hill into Pardon. Can get through this one cleanly. Oh, hangs the tail out a little bit, but I don't think it cost him time.
Absolutely, yeah. As we see Trevor flash through the trees, he's always ever so quick everywhere he goes in this OMS 28. So, blue number 5 as he flashes round semicircle, crosses the line with a 36.72, but Wallace Menz is now off the line, so Wallace is here to win it. Make no mistake, he's not here to come second, so what can he do? This is one of the most well-developed cars in the paddock. Crosses round Victorious, nice tight line, hard on the power, as he's going to be hard on the brakes into Pardon, so rotates the car, flicks it round there, nice and neutral, a little bit of power oversteer as he flicks through the S's. He's going to be quick through here, car popping and banging on the overrun. Height to the arm coat, this is going to be quick. What's he going to do? Wallace is going to round semicircle, a little bit of understeer maybe, but he's going to cross the line with a 36.97, 3/10 off Trevor Willis.
So exactly half a second separating the top 3 at the moment as William Hall gets off the line. Now he could be an FTD contender, I think.
Indeed, he was going very, very quickly yesterday. It'd be great to see Will win this runoff if he can. He's absolutely been driving like an absolute man possessed over the last 12 months in this car. The car's just been doing exactly what he wanted it to do. So he's flashed through the S's. He's already purple, so he's going quicker than anybody else has so far. He exits S's. He's already at semicircle. Tight line. He's such a tidy driver. His lines are immaculate. He crosses the line with a 36.20. So I only know of one person that's gone quicker than that this weekend.
Yes. No, that is Sean Gould is outpaced by 1/4 of a second by Will Hall, but now it is Alex Summers on the hill.
Indeed it is, yeah. He flashes into sight now round Ettores. This is a man that's saying he's having a bit of a soft season, so let's see what that looks like in the eyes of Alex Summers. It looks pretty committed to me. So he's exited Pardon already. He's not purple, so he's not going quicker than Will Hall just yet, so let's see what he can pull out the bag. He's always good in the technical stuff, is Alex, through the S's. Beautiful lines, and that DJ Firestorm revs to the moon, that car. Just a nice tight line through semicircle. I don't think he's going to beat the time of Will Hall. He doesn't. 37.02 puts him 5th. Now, Matt Ryder, Peter, what can he do?
Absolutely, the reigning British Hillclimb champion, the hill record holder here at Prescott. Set it in 2023, improved it in 2024. Can he get it down even lower? We'll see in just a matter of seconds.
He's the only man that's hit a 35. They did that this morning. Conditions are looking good at the moment. He enjoys these conditions. He's the record holder, as you say. He's purple at Ettores. He's not at Pardon, so let's see. He's very neat and tidy on the exit of Pardon through Midway. Best part of 1,500 brake horsepower per tonne propelling him along. He's through the S's. He's tight to the inside of the exit of the S's. A little click of dust as he just clips the edge of the grass. It hasn't cost him any time. He's purple. He's purple. What's he going to do? 35.63. He's gone quickest. That's the quickest he's gone all weekend. So,
time.
Going well.
We've got our Bugattis on course, or one of them anyway, Tim Dutton in the Type 51. And might not be as quick as the over 2 litre single-seaters, but he certainly is committed. As Tim goes around Pardon on up and is pushing hard. It's a handicap, of course. He's got the Type 13 to compete against. But it's all down. It's not down to who's fastest, but who can get closest or better their handicap. Tim coming up towards the finish line, so semicircle, and sets a time of 55.82, and that is 2.3 seconds outside his handicap time. We got, I think, a resident just going up the hill to their home.
A friend of mine's just texted to say, microphone, so I
And we've got a red flag at the moment just because we've got that resident heading up the hill, and once they're clear, then we should be able to resume. We've got about 20 or so cars to come in this first time run, and then it will be the top 12 runoff. So this perhaps the smallest car of the weekend on the line now. It's Jeremy Rivers Fletcher in the Buckler Belt Bellamy Special, 675cc, I believe it is. Sounding very much like a motorbike because it's on the start line, waiting for the red flags to come in. So car 175 it is that sits on the start line. The Buckler Bellamy Special, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher at the wheel. We still wait for the all clear for him to get his first time run of the weekend underway. At the moment it looks like the top 12 runoff will be Mathew Ryder, Will Hall, Sean Gould, Trevor Willis, Wallace Menges, Alex Summers, Paul Holmes, Alex Coles, David Warburton, and got Varley, then Zammit, Weaver as the top 12. As away goes Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, and up to the line comes car 176. Jeremy under the bridge. And Chris Bentley Jones has brought the Robin BT35, the 1.6 litre car, up to the line. As Jeremy continues to make his way up. Around Pardon then goes the little Buckler Bellamy Special. Away goes Chris Bentley Jones in the Brabham. Jeremy up into the S's. There's 4 cars in this class. A third of those comes up to the line, and that's Andy Tippett, 3.5 litre Brabham, the BT30X. As Chris Bentley Jones rounds Torres into Pardon, a little bit twitchy through there, powers it out of the left-hander. Jeremy Rivers Fletcher's time 60.52. Away goes Andy Tippett, and up to the line now comes the Bugatti 210 for a second run. Andy Tippett runs Chris Bentley Jones does a 46 seconds exactly. Andy Tippett, can he better that? Tim Dutton is on the line, of course, in the Bugatti, top 51. Running in the handicap category, and away he goes as Andy Tippett comes through the S's on towards the end of his run. Purple sectors all the way up the hill so far. Oh, and Tim drifting through Orchard really nicely there in the Bugatti, sliding it around the Tories as Andy Tippett's time comes in at 45.03. Away goes Rupert Marks in his Bugatti Type 13 Brescia. Now this is, as I say, handicap category, so at the moment Tim has only got within 2.31 seconds of his handicap time. Rupert Marks hasn't got the time in yet, as he's really drifting around there. As we're getting closer and closer, of course, to our first of the 2 runoffs today, the top 12. As Tim Dutton has done a 53.63, so gets within 0.12 of his handicap time. which is a 53.51. So that is the target for Rupert Marx to get within 0.12 of his handicap time as he comes around the semicircle up to the line. His scratch time 62.40, and he has got under his handicap by 0.71, so he takes the lead as Stephen Palmer drives his Lotus 69 around Torres on up to Pardon. Simon Braithwaite in the beautiful looking E30 shape BMW M3 gets away. Stephen Palmer up towards the line. Around Orchard comes the BMW. Out of Ettores he goes, on up then to Palmer. What have we got for Stephen Palmer? He does a 49.07, so into third place on in his class. Simon Braithwaite comes up to the S's. Tom Margirossi sits on the start line in 185, the Porsche Boxster S. And on up to semicircle comes Simon Braithwaite up to the line and does a 56.09. I think he is the only car in his class, in fact, with Tom Margirossi, the first of the cars. Is he? No, he's not running in the new barn. So just getting the top 12 runoff details. And it was Sean Gould who was quickest with that 36.47, then Tom Weaver, car 815, with a 37.84. These aren't actually, well, this is the running order, they're not in the time order, so it'll be Sean Gould first with a 36.47, then Tom Weaver with a 37.84, then it's Zach Zammit, then Jonathan Varley, David Warburton, Alex Coles, Paul Hames, Alex Summers, Wallace Menzies, Trevor Willis, William Hall and Mathew Ryder. Jonathan Elwood on the hill now in his Honda Civic. Tom Margirossi coming towards the end of his run, does a 55.66. So we are into the new barn handicap championship now. Chris McQueen also on the hill in the GBS 0.
Civic Type R now, Jonathan Elwood, as he is purple sectors. He makes his way through the S's. He's going to use all of his available 200 horsepower and 8,500 RPM to get himself around semicircle. Cock that inside wheel and cross the line now to record a time of 55.50, all the fives.
So he actually takes the lead on handicap, but just the two cars so far recording times. So Rupert Marx gets underway for his second run in the Bugatti Tuck 31 Brescia.
Indeed he does, yeah. So Chris McQueen crosses the line in his GBS 0, 52.56, as Rupert Marx, possibly the bravest man at Prescott today, tips this Bugatti Type 13 Brescia around Ettores. Looks like a load of fun though, doesn't it, that, to be fair?
It certainly does, yeah. Chris McQueen, incidentally, has taken the lead on scratch and on handicap, getting within 600ths of his handicap time in the New Barn Championship. Steve Perry gets away in the Mazda MX-5 as Rupert Marx continues drifting the Bugatti up through the S's, and he really does look like he's enjoying himself.
Certainly does. As we look at Steve Perry in this self-confessed stock as a rock MX-5, as it is finding its way through the gears, hard on the brakes as it turns out of Pardon, and that inside wheel smoking away with the open differential. Look at that, goodness me. Desperate for a diff in that car, I think.
So Christie is on his way up the hill in the Rover Mini. Steve Perry, though, coming through the S's. On then Rolton on towards semicircle, which he comes to now. And as he comes up to the line, he records a 58.11, which puts him second on handicap, in fact, at the moment, with 4 cars having run. And John Brunner sits on the start line in his Mazda MX-5 as the Mini weaves its way through the S's and on up the hill. Now, what can he do on handicap, of course?
Indeed, yeah. Great to see that Mini getting chucked around as it rounds semicircle to record a time of 61.99.
And that gives him the lead on handicap because he's just got 1/100th of a second underneath handicap time. The handicappers are doing pretty well at the moment, but John Brunner continues up in the MX-5. Rob Guttridge sits on the line in the Renault Twingo 133.
Yeah, great car this, a little bit of a baby Renault Sport. It's 1.6 16 valve, 133 brake horsepower. Fantastic way to get yourself into hill climbing. You can get these for a couple of grand. And to be honest, they're like the perfect first kind of quick car, you know, be your first warm hatch. Brilliant cars. They've got a wheel at every corner, so they're super agile. Proper cool things, those Twingos.
62.06 for John Brunner there. Not in the top 5 on handicap as Rob Guttridge continues on his way, and the lovely Abath 124 of Aaron Bland gets off the line. Rob Guttridge coming out of Pardon, and up to the line comes car 197. Aaron Bland rounding Torres, heading on up towards Pardon, which he rounds now because Chris Heritage that sits on the line and just gets off the line in the Dax Rush. And more tyre smoke from the back of the Abarth there.
Absolutely, Aaron's really leaning on it and chucking it through the S's. He's already at semicircle. So, wow, big load of oversteer. Fair play, he's having a good go. He's got that 1.4 litre turbocharged engine, same as you'd find in the Abarth. So, good time for him, 53.81.
Yeah, second quickest on scratch, and I think it's third quickest on handicap, just 1/100th of a second on handicap behind Chris McQueen, and 8/100ths of a second behind Chris D. Richard Morris is on the hill now in his Mazda MX-5. Chris Heritage coming towards the end of his run in the Dax Rush. What can Chris do? He does a 55.02, which puts him at the top of the handicap standings, 1.41 seconds underneath his handicap time. Patrick Hadley is on the hill now as well in the VW Golf. The 4Motion VW Golf. Richard Morris ahead of him in the Mazda.
Indeed, yeah, interesting car. It's almost like the pre-runners to the Golf R32, I suppose, the big V6 four-wheel drive. Slightly watered down, but a clever car, nice thing. And I think it's an interesting modern classic, those 4Motion Golfs.
Yes, yeah, I agree with you there.
Is it working?
I don't know.
Oh, check it. That needs to be right out the front.
Okay, quick announcement. So Bugatti bonnets up during lunch break, please. And the Bugatti owners will be next to their cars to talk to with the spectators. So if you like those classic vintage Bugattis that you saw, go and have a chat with them and ask them questions. They'll be happy to answer.
Patrick Hadley completes his run, doesn't get into the top 5 on handicap. Christopher Higginbottom's on the hill in the Abarth Competizione.
Yeah, good fun cars these, actually, I have to say. It's got the Competizione's got a bit more power. It's got the best part of 180 horsepower. Cars of great character, those Abarths. They make all sorts of rude noises that you wouldn't expect a car like that to make.
Yeah, Steve Hodgkins just started in the Audi TT, but yeah, the Abarth 180 brake in a car that size is pretty good, really, isn't it?
1.4 litre turbo. They've got low torque. They're a really good fun car. They really are fantastic things.
As the Audi TT rounds the Tories in the hands of Steve Hodgkins. Coming towards the end of the cars and coming towards the top 12 runoff.
Yeah, indeed, we've got, so John Hodgkins makes his way through the S's, and he is going to find his way around semicircle. John Manners we're looking at now on this first of the hardtop convertible Z4s, good looking car, and yeah, with the straight six naturally aspirated engine in this one. They did do a turbocharged version, but not to be found in this one.
James Warren is underway in the Fiat 500, and I think the last of our cars in these first time runs is coming to the line now. That's the Ford Fiesta car 207. So John Manners coming towards the end of his run in the BMW Z4 does a yes it is, it's 55.13, which doesn't get him a good placing handicap wise. Meanwhile, James Warren is coming up through the S's. Mike Brakes is on his way up the hill in the Ford Fiesta ST150. As I say, he's the last of the competitors to take the first timed run, as James Warren comes into semicircle. Let's see what he can do overall and on handicap, and it is a 59.87. That puts him into 4th place on handicap, in fact. So just Mike Brakes to focus on now in that Fiesta ST150 into the S's. And on up and around semicircle he comes. Over the finish, 57.09, 9th quickest overall, and that gives him, I think, 5th place. Yeah, 5th place on handicap, and I think just a little bit of fluid to be absorbed on the start line before we can get the top 12 runoff underway. And I will be handing over the clerk of the course, just making his way up the hill, just to his or her, I'm not sure which clerk of the course it is, to be honest, but just neutralising the hill before we get the runoffs underway. And I'm going to hand over to Owen Kewell for the top 12 runoff.
Right, so just to re-talk you through the runners and riders for the hill climb, well, the first British Hill Climb runoff. We've got first to the line, we'll be coming with Sean Gould. Obviously, he's dual driving, so he'll go first. That'll be followed by Tom Weaver, Zach Zammit, Jonathan Varley, David Warburton, Alex Coles, Paul Hames, Alex Summers, and then Wallace Menges. He will be followed then by Trevor Willis, Will Hall, and finally, setting the fastest time in qualifiers was Mathew Ryder with a 35.63. Conditions are looking good. The cars will have their best tyres on now. It's going to be well, everything kind of looks about right, doesn't it? To be honest, doesn't it, Owen?
Yeah, we're looking at, a chunk of change between the top car and the next car down. So there's it's not a tenth of a second, we're talking lots of tenths of seconds So, who are you thinking? Do you think Matt can hold it up, or do you think there's...
Hard to see past Matt, if I'm honest. I'd love Will Hall to get a good result, if I'm really honest. I'd love to see him win a runoff, given his recent things that he's had to overcome to be in this car, which is wonderful to see. So I'd like to see Will, but Matt's just got the package at the moment, I think. So let's see.
Well, you've got Sean Gould on the line, so he shares his car with Matt Ryder. That's why he's going first. And I'll hand over to Lloyd for you. He's going to give you the play-by-play on this one.
Indeed, right. Thank you, Owen. So, Sean Gould, timing screen comes up. Visor is down. Quick check of the gloves. Hands on the wheel. Clunks it into first gear. You're going to get a bit of traction control. Away we go. British Hillclimb Championship runoff is underway. 1.94 off the 64 feet. Let's see what he can do. So this is the quickest car in the hands of Mathew Ryder today. So let's see what Sean Gould can do. The owner of Gould is around Pardon. He's heading towards midway now. Hard on the brakes. He's just going to flick it in left. And just a little bit of power oversteer on the exit of Pardon. And sorry, on the exit of midway, I should say. He's already through midway. He's through the S's. He's tight to the apex of the exit of S. He's already at semicircle. Let's see what he's going to do. He's tight to the inside line of there. He's going to cross the line with a time of 36.04. Not a bad marker there from Sean.
Actually, half a second quicker than his qualifying time.
Indeed it was.
So we've got young Tom Weaver coming up the line. Now we've got points for 1 to 10, but we've got 12 runners.
Indeed.
So, and we've got some small engine cars at the bottom end of this. So over to you for this one.
Indeed, yeah. Tom Weaver, possibly, I can't imagine there's anything more to give from an Empire Evo 2. He drives this car to 11 tenths. He's a very aggressive driver, lots of oversteer, but it works for him because he's in the runoff. So Tom Weaver builds the revs and he's away. Lots of wheel spin away from the line, but let's see how he goes. So he's 2.21 to the first 64 feet. Absolutely flat to the boards now. The engine in this one is nowhere near the size of the Judd that you've just seen. So it might need to go quicker, but he gets a load of oversteer, which is going to really hurt his time, unfortunately, on Pardon, but he's away with it. So let's see what he does. Tips it into Pardon. He's out of Pardon already, heading through midway. Through the S's, it's going to take a mighty run to salvage this, but don't count him out. Let's see what he can do. Flicks the car. It's a very pointy car. He's gathering up some oversteer. He's already through semicircle. The car looks really lively at that rear end, but Tom can catch it. He's over the line with a 38.59.
Yeah, unfortunately, he looks like he lost almost a second in the Tories. The back end, he chucked it in there, and it just came out on him a bit too much. So, unfortunately, he's about just under a second slower than his qualifying time. Next up, we have Mr. Zach Zammit, all the way from Malta.
Indeed we have, yeah. Zach comes all the way from Malta to compete. He's a brilliant advocate for the British Hillclimb Championship. Just you watch the way he drives this car. He is absolutely flat out. Similar driving style to Tom Weaver, but he's got a bit more power to play with. It's a turbocharged high booster engine in the back of this one. This flame orange car leaves the line now with Zach driving. Let's see what he can do. Come on, Zach, what can you do for us? He's already he's past the 64 feet at 97 miles an hour. He's super quick. He's hard on the brakes. Through Pardon. Takes a nice line, Zach. That's it. A little bit of power oversteer. Bangs it through the gears. You can see the car scraping on the ground as its downforce pushes it down. He's already through Pardon. He's at midway now. Heading towards the S's, super quick this is from Zach. This is where he really comes into his own. The technical sections, a little bit of oversteer that he corrects. Gets the power down on the exit of the S's. Again, very typical Zach Zammit driving style, but not too loose actually. He's keeping it nice and tidy. He's going to cross the line with a 37.38.
Yeah, he's actually put 4 tenths quicker than his qualifying time. Now, unknown that, just to let you know, that floor on the one side of the car is a little bit damaged, and the wing got knocked sideways this morning and broke a bracket, so they've had to bandage that car back together. An incredible drive from Zach.
Yeah, absolutely right, Owen. Yeah, completely right to point that out. They've had a bit of work to do in the meantime, but such is British Hill Climbing. These guys are very clever. They get these things fixed and sorted. Now, Jonathan Varley is the class record holder in here for his car. He leaves the line. What's he going to do in the GWR Predator? Super, super quick car. He's already looking good. He's at 104 miles an hour into the bridge. Nice and smooth. He's the opposite almost of what you seen before. He's super smooth, super neutral, gets the power down early. through the gears. He's really hard on the brakes. Car almost over-rotated on the entrance to Pardon, but he's sorted all of that out. He's through the S's now already, and he's just appearing into my screen. Again, super smooth, beautiful, just close to the arm code. Nice slap bang in the middle of the road as he's going to round semicircle. Again, beautiful line, super neat and tidy. This is what you need to do. 37.36 puts him second.
Yep, just took Zach Zammit by 2/100ths of a second, and that guarantees Jonathan at least one British Hillclimb Championship point.
Indeed it does, absolutely. Now to the line, David Warburton in this fantastic GR59. The car's absolutely on rails. Ran with Father Alan. They are both quick in this car, but David just snuck into the runoff. So he got a time of 37.51, his regular runoff appearance at Prescott. He's very quick here, so let's see what he can do. Car clunks into first. Visors down, just waiting to be given the all clear. Right, away we go. Traction control, fluff, send it. Away we go. Disappears away from my commentary box now, off into the distance. The car's going through the gears nice and quickly. The best part of 400 horsepower. Wow, David's really on it. Super quick. Lots and lots of grip from it. You can see the downforce working there. Fantastically committed this is from David. This is by far probably the... Wow, David's just lost the back end, unfortunately. He's just had a little spin. The rear, he went too hot into Pardon, and the camber just dragged him around. We've seen this a couple of times today, and the car's just been pulled round. He's just rolling back down to the hill now, but yeah, just a half spin, unfortunately. That's all it takes.
Yeah, it just looks like we're just going for a replay. It looks like just broke really hard, and the rear's just locked up. Let's have a look at it quickly. Yeah, back end, the tire's locked up, spun around 180 degrees. He's still on the tarmac, no damage, but that puts Dave out with point scoring for that.
He was really on it, wasn't he? You could just see as well with his entrance in towards the Tories, he was absolutely flat to the boards. But yeah, I've seen it a couple of times this weekend, just leaving it a little bit late, but Pardon's such a cambered turn, and it just dragged the car in and just flipped him around. So
yeah, it's you're right on the edge. He had that on the edge, and it's just a very fine line between getting it stopped in time, because it's an uphill, but it's a really weird camber going into that corner, and it can just unbalance the car quite quickly.
It's a strange one because you always feel like you can brake a little bit later, and that little temptation, I think David had to just brake slightly later. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him this occasion. But no doubt, if he's got the performance, he'll be back later, I'm sure, for another runoff. He's got it in the car, he's got it in him. So bring the car back down, put a bit of lunch in him, and he'll be back out later this afternoon, no doubt.
Well, yeah. Now this opens the door for Alex Coles, because Tom Weaver had a little bit of a run, and David Warburton's failed. So anybody ahead of them will now score British Championship round points. So can Alex get in there?
Indeed, absolutely. I mean, yeah, Alex Coles, super talented driver, young guy, and yeah, this is a hell of a thing. Just listen to the gear changes; they're seamless on this car. It's really well sorted. So we're away. First gear, second gear, third gear, fourth gear. Is he going to be in fifth by the time he gets to... No, he just backs out of fourth gear, so he's 102 miles an hour into the bridge. Again, super committed through that first corner. He takes a nice neutral line through Pardon. He's already on the run up towards Midway. He's super quick. There you go. So he breaks dead straight in the line, turns it in, gets it out of Midway. He's heading towards the S's already. And super quick. This is where this car is going to catch some of the bigger cars out, because he's really on it. He's super quick. You can just see it darting around like a little wasp. So tight line through semicircle. What's he going to do? Get that power down. He's going to cross the line with a 37.28 quick time.
Yep, move Jonathan Varley to third, puts him up to second, just over a second behind Sean Gould, so that was a heck of a run.
It certainly was, yeah, absolutely. As I say, Prescott can always throw up it can certainly help some of the cars with the slightly smaller engines, but really quick drivers such as your Alex Coles. I mean, we've got one right now, Paul Hames, doesn't quite run the big Judd power that the other GR59s does, but he's got a supercharged high booster engine, which gets him up Prescott really quickly. So what can he do? He's trying these new sets of Hoosiers for this weekend. He scrubbed them in. I think he's looking pretty happy with them. He certainly went well earlier on. So, Paul Hames, what can you do with your 1300 high booster turbo engine? First gear selected. Launch control activated. And we have liftoff. He's off. Right. First gear, second gear. He's quick. What's he going to do under the bridge? He's going to do 109 miles an hour into the bridge, absolutely flat out. This car's always on rails, these GR59s. brilliant. He has a little lock up at the rear, which just upsets it. I think he's got away with it, but it's going to cost him a tenth or two, that's for sure. He's going to be hard on the brakes now as he tips it into midway. He's round already towards S's. He's going really, really quick. So he's under the trees. Flicks it one way, flicks it the other again. That's we're really on the limit, I think, with what Paul Holmes can do in this car. Let's see what this translates to as a time. He's already round semicircles, got lots of grip. This guy, you can see it was creasing the car, the tarmac, crosses the line 37.6. I think that moment at Pardon probably cost it.
Yeah, he did a little bit of a kick out. It's actually only put him 5th in place. Alex Coles is still at 2nd.
Yeah.
And up on the line next is Mr. Summers.
Indeed it is, right. We've got a really quick car, as I say. Earlier on, Alex was saying this is only a soft season for him, and you can see the success that he's had in this car by the amount of runoff winning stickers he's got on his rear wing. Follow Alex on Instagram as Alex Summers Hill Climb. He does lots of insight videos to what goes on to develop these cars. It's very interesting, but he's going to show you how he drives because he leaves the line now absolutely flat out like Cosworth XD, screaming to the rev limiter. He's 102 miles an hour into the bridge. It's going to be hard on the brakes through the Tories. He just rounds that as he heads off towards Pardon. He's going to be flat out. You can hear it. I can hear it from my commentary box. He's absolutely flat out right. He's flicked the car into Pardon. He's already out of there. He's through midway. Lots and lots of power really getting on it. This is where this car makes up the time because it's very, very agile. Alex is a fantastic driver. He's exited the S's already. He's heading for semicircle. He's just taken a nice inside line there. Flat out across the line. Takes a wide unit. 36.45. That's a quick car.
Yeah, tidy time. Only 4/10 behind Sean Gould. Next up, Wallace Mengies. Didn't have a great year last year, and he was fighting some gremlins yesterday, but here he is. What can he do?
Indeed, absolutely. Wallace has come here to win this thing. He's not come to come second. The comes all the way from Scotland, and yeah, let's see what Wallace can do. It's a hell of a car, hell of a team. They prepare this car beautifully. Yeah, as you rightly say, Owen, he had some troubles last year, but new season, clean slate. Let's see what he can do. So, conditions are good. The visor's up. He's just playing with a few bits on his steering wheel. Visor's down. We're sorted. Traction control. Away we go. Bang. Quick off the line. Super quick. 0.004 quicker than anybody else, so he's already up on the acceleration, so this is going to be interesting to see what Wallace can do. Is he in the mood for it? I'm sure he is. Takes a nice line round the Tories. He's through the Tories. He's going to be flat out towards Pardon. He's hard on the brakes. Beautifully neutral. Really, really quick, actually. This is one of the tidiest runs I've seen all weekend, actually. So Wallace has pulled out the bag so far. Let's see what he can do. He's 0.23 up. He's 0.3 up at the S's. Let's see what it's going to look like when we get to semicircle. 0.45 up, so he's half a second up at the moment. He's rounding semicircle. He's going to cross the line with a 35.72. That's a quick time from Wallace.
Yeah, I think that's his quickest up the hill this weekend.
It's the quickest
so far,
weekend of anybody, I think, isn't it?
3/10 quicker than Sean Gould, so Wallace is currently lead. However, we have the top three, and these guys have not been hanging about this weekend. So we're just, there he is. Mr. Willis is coming up to the line in the OMS 28.
Yeah, Trevor Willis. He, again, somebody that really gets the absolute max potential out of the car that he's driving, drives the wheels off anything. And, yeah, Trevor Willis is going to show us what he can do in this first runoff of the year for him. Visor down, first gear selected, traction control button pressed, away we go, right. Quick off the line, beautiful start from Trevor. Pops and bangs through the gears. And he's already through 103 under the bridge, hard on the brakes now. Pardon, a little lock up. Does that take him wide? Probably a couple of inches further than he'd like to be from the inside line, but he got away with it. That's okay. He's going to just tip that into Pardon now. He's already out of there, so we're through midway. He's slightly down on Wallace's time, but there's a slight power deficit, so going to have to try and outdrive this. He's half a second down at the moment, but he's driving beautifully. So as I say, he's getting the most out of it. He crosses the line with a 36.55.
I'm surprised that only fourth quickest, 10th behind Alex Summers, and almost a second behind Wallace. So that's a bit of a surprise, that one. Okay.
Well, is everybody else coming to the party a bit more though? That's the thing, you know.
Now Will Hall has been one of the fastest all weekend, and he's up for it.
Absolutely, yeah. Will Hall, fastest time of the day yesterday. He's been going well all weekend. He's got his best tyres on. He's going to be up for this. We'd love to see Will win a runoff. Wallace has laid down a hell of a marker, so it'll take a good effort from Will. But he's got it in his locker. You know, the car is very, very much with him. It's very neutral, beautifully driven. Don't forget that this has got a 1500 brake horsepower power to weight ratio. It's not easy to drive these cars. We're away from the line, dead level with Wallace in terms of acceleration off the line. 108 through the bridge, was slightly quicker actually. He's hard on the brakes. Let's see what he does through the Tories. Beautiful through that. It's the best I've seen anyone do that. He's going to be hard on the brakes now. Tips it into midway. He's up on Wallace by 0.2. What can you do, Will? He's already through midway. He's 0.1, so he's lost a little bit through midway. He's just sliding through it. S is so slightly. This is going to be very close. He's just clipped the grass slightly. That may have cost him a tenth. This is going to be very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what he can do across the line. 35.71 tips Wallace by 100th.
1/100th of a second quicker than Wallace.
And I think there was more time in there as well. Be interesting to see what can happen later on today.
Right.
Now,
young Mr. Ryder, he knows what he's got to do. Can he do it?
well, absolutely. Can he do it? He wears the number 1. He did it last year. Can he do it this year? He holds the record here, 34.60. Conditions look good. The track's pretty ambient, I would say. Mathew Ryder builds the revs. He leaves, right, the current champion on the hill. Let's see, he's quick off the line. He's up slightly. And wow, he flashes through 111, so he's already going quicker. Absolutely committed into the Tories. A little bit wide, but actually, interesting line. It might be quicker, who knows? May have understeered slightly there, may have cost him. It has. So he's going to tip around midway. He's already through midway, through the S's. I think he's suffering with a bit of understeer there. He is catching up though, so what's he going to do? He's dead level now. He's bringing this back, so he really has found a little bit. So he's going to head for semicircle, but he is still down slightly. This is going to be interesting. This is going to go right to the wide. He's going to tip the line. 35.80. William Hall wins the runoff. Well done, Will Hall. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Will Hall wins the first runoff of the year. Fantastic.
Matt Ryder, only a 35.80. A couple of little wiggles going through there on the way up.
Yep.
But Will Hall with a 35.71 versus Wallace Menges with a 35.72. What a great runoff to start the year.
Fantastic, and I'm so pleased for Will Hall to win that runoff for a variety of reasons. Everyone go and shake his hand. That is absolutely fantastic from Will Hall. Brilliant.
Okay, folks, so we're going to have a lunch break, approximately 45 minutes, I've been told. For our spectators on site here, if you want to head up, the Bugatti owners are doing a bonnets up during lunch. So if you want to go check out the classic Bugattis, the owners are there. They're happy to chat with you and talk you through them and all the rest of it. They're a really interesting collection of cars up there, so check it out. If you're watching online, I believe we are going to do a little bit of a paddock walk, so stay tuned and keep an eye on the screens for the timings. So we'll sign off for the moment.
They've just done, it does French GP every year, just going across the country got a 14th on the Saturday, they've changed it from the Sunday. They've made about 5 places off the line into the first quarter. Which is nothing to do. That will be just for that. Yeah.
Crying to get me out of the back. Well, I thought he'd done me. I missed myself coming up out semicircle. Just that. And run the rumble strip and I was back, and then I forgot to pull third gear. Next time I was on the red one. Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting about 4 years. My last win was the Saturday before.
Are you doing it?
No.
You doing it, me? Yeah? Okay.
Not very much.
Okay.
Well, just break into the lunch break for a lost property announcement, because if you've bought...
Camera shy, Will Hall.
Yes, Scott, thank you.
Congratulations, firstly.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Right, what a wonderful way to start the year. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, well, I never thought it was going to happen, really. It's been a while since I've won, and then going back into it, and yeah, it was great. So.
Well, it looked close between you and Matt on the split, so we thought he was going to pull it back, but you just did enough, and it was fantastic to see. So, Will, thank you so much. It was very close between all three, but we love to see it. Thanks, Will. Take care. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic to see Will Hall win his first runoff of the year, which is absolutely great to see. Owen, what do you think?
Closest gap. That's the way this championship is going to be this year. 1/100th of a second between first and second. Can't get any closer except without tying.
It's unbelievable. I mean, and well, when you think about, he's clearly full of adrenaline. I mean, to get and do that in one of these, the adrenaline must be off the absolute charts. So yeah, fantastic to see Wallace and Will and Matt all go together. I think Matt must have lost a little bit at that first the Tories, wasn't it? I think maybe we'll get a word with him and just try and ask where he think he might have lost the time. But
yeah, it was a little bit of a wiggle. He lost about a quarter of a second, and then he got back up to even just at the exit of the S's, and then just lost that little bit again. And I know folks aren't actually watching. If you're watching online, Matt is already downloaded the data from the run and trying to figure out where he went wrong. Now we're talking 8 or 9 1/100ths of a second here, and it just just a little bit of a blip. But Matt's in the trailer right now with the data off the car, trying to work out what the heck happened there.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we should probably go and ask him. I know he's busy, so maybe I'll go and have a word and see if we can have a quick ask and see where he thought he might have lost the time. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, and just to let you know what Wallace Menges is up to, he is also on the computer checking the data, trying to figure out where that 1/100th went. In all fairness, well, if you watch the replay on your TV when you're not watching this, and you see that Will actually, there was a couple of wiggles and bobbles there, so I think he probably could have gone a little bit quicker. But at the moment, our top three, we've spoken to Will, but the other two are looking at data, trying to figure out, okay, what happened there? We may have an extra guest, Lloyd.
Right, we've got a very, very quick moment with Matt Ryder. Hard luck, second place, nothing to be ashamed of. What happened in the run? Whereabouts are you thinking? Third, possibly, I think. Third, beg your pardon. Where do you think you lost the time on that run? Talk us through it.
Yeah, I think there's a problem with our gear shift. So between first to second, second to third, I don't know if you could see it on the video, but it was like it was stopping against something. So I think we've got something wrong with the gearbox. We're just going to open it up and have a look now. Probably something to do with the map. So we'll be on the computer for the next hour or two until the next runs to see if we can fix it. But to be honest, given that I was chuffed to be anywhere near the top, I thought by the time we were up at sort of Pardon, I thought this is a top, this is a 10th or 12th or something. So I'm absolutely chuffed to get a third in that, to be honest.
Well, fair play for pulling it back. I know that's a busy job that you've got ahead of you, so we'll leave you to it. Thank you for your time, Matt. Thank you, mate. Take care. So Matt's got problems.
But he was only 9 1/100ths behind Will.
Yeah, but this is it.
And Will had a wiggle.
Yeah.
Wallace is looking at Dave. This isn't over. This second run this afternoon is going to be real interesting.
Well, they've got a job to do ahead of them now, so they said they're going to have to open the box up. So they're going to have to do a fair bit of major surgery.
The selector rod for the gearbox goes inside the gearbox. So if it's hanging up between downshifts, sorry, I'm loud. I'm normally loud enough anyway. If there's a little bit of a glitch, like one of the shafts is just not quite right or something, could just give that hesitation. It's not a clean up and down shift like on the electronic paddle shift. So he's looking at the data, but they're also looking maybe a slight mechanical issue in the gearbox. They have had that gearbox apart recently for an inspection. Who knows? We're going to have to wait and find out.
Well, this is where consistency is key, and that's where Will really gets a lot of points. He did really well last year because he just kept mopping up the points when everybody else had faults. He just kept going and mopping up the points, which is exactly what you need to do. Points mean prizes, and it's like the old saying, isn't it? You fail to finish and finish and fail and all that kind of stuff. So yeah,
Finish
first you must finish. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yes. No, it's very interesting. I wonder if we can talk to Wallace and ask him how he got on, but we'll just ask him out of politeness first. But
based on him with the glasses, based on the fact that he's actually going in, so something maybe for our learners, wrong occupation, our viewers. You'll see on camera, Wallace is actually plugging into these cars have data telemetry on them. Now they can't see it live, but what he can do is he can plug in and get the information from the car. Now these will tell things like the position of the throttle pedal, where he braked, the traction control kicking in. Possibly he's got on the suspension as well sensors that will say, is this moving this way? Is this moving that way? There's such a fine line with these cars, and they're very, very sensitive. So anything, like as you saw, it's a 1/100th. So he's looking for probably at least a 1/10 of a second, because he knows that second runoff is going to be a tough one. So he'll be getting all that data. They'll go in, they'll compare it to previous data, and say this doesn't look right, or this doesn't look right. Or Wallace himself will also, he'll be able to see his throttle and braking and steering input through the entire run. So what he can do there is actually look and say, okay, I made that mistake there, or made this mistake there. So they're looking for why they didn't win, why they weren't the fastest, but he was that close. Wallace, we know you're really, really busy. You've been humping the data all week, so we haven't, you've been working hard constantly on the laptop. 1/100th of a second, that's a close run thing, but you're back where you should be, because you weren't there last year.
No, we didn't have a great season last year. I think it's all, when the season's gone, you then probably pull back a little bit. You don't start putting the car on the line as much, to be perfectly honest, and it's all zeroed, it's fresh. We've done a lot of work over the winter. The guys have worked really hard, so we're a bit behind there. But yeah, 100s, we can live with that. We would have taken that a couple of weeks ago at Lowton to be second by 100s. Obviously, Matt didn't have a clean run, so I'm sure there was time there to be him. But as everybody knows, you get one chance at Runoff, and that's it.
Well, Matt's actually got a gear shift problem at the moment, and Will actually, if you watch his run on the live stream, you'll see that it wasn't perfect either. So. But it's, you're talking 9/100ths of a second between the top three cars. That's going to be a heck of a season if you guys keep this up.
Yeah, and listen, you're never going to find a driver that's had a perfect run in this lineup. There's always more time to be had, or you've overdriven, and then there's still more time to be had. Yeah. So yeah, we'll go back and look. All congratulations to Will. Matt's been looking, mighty all weekend. Trevi is firing in there as well, and Alex is doing a cracking job in developing stuff, although I've just noticed the different tyres that are there. I'm not sure what he ran on in the runoff, in fairness. But he's been, to change between the two tyre makes, it isn't easy to do and come out on top. So Alex will maybe tell you which tyres he went up on there. I'm just noticing different fronts, buddy. What were you on there?
Alex, come on in for a minute. What tyres? Because you were on Hoosier yesterday. Wallace was on Avons from last, what he had left in the shelf. What did you actually go up the hill on? Because we weren't paying attention.
So on the quali runs, we grained up the only Hoosier fronts that we've got.
Oh, okay.
Well, we do have a brand new set, but they seem to take quite a lot of runs to come in. So we've done all of the Shelsley test session and every run so far on the same front. And now it's hot. We just tore that front to shreds. So I took the last minute decision to bang an Avon on the front and have a Hoosier on the back, which was exciting. The kind of excitement which is like having a lion giving you a massage. Do you know what I mean? We had to. We were just washing the graining on the tyres. You can't come back from really.
I think also, to be fair to Alex there, everybody else is bolting on pretty good rubber, an awful lot better than in less runs than what he's put, and that makes a massive difference. You're not comparing apples with apples at all.
I'm a washed up has-been now. I'm semi-retired. I'm quite happy.
Well, yeah, technically you are for the moment, aren't you?
I'd just like to say what Will's been through this year, and that's got to be one of the coolest things I think I've ever seen in this sport. So for him to win is mega, and for these guys to all be within the same 10th this year is going to be just as exciting as last year, I wager.
So are you going to be watching live streams when you're at home with the baby?
I'd be lying if I said no.
Now, Thank you, Wallace. Yeah, like you said, Will's actually had a bit of a tough winter personally in the physical department, but to get back in the car and do what he's just done is even it's more emotional for Will, I think, because he wasn't expecting that.
Well, yeah, I just think it's a stunning story. I don't know how much we can say about what he's been through, but rest assured, it's not been a great winter for him. His whole family's here. He's got his team around him. He's got the car underneath him now, and you can really tell that. And he's been quick all weekend, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, he was quickest after practice yesterday, and it was like, and the run he went up the hill, it wasn't a perfect run. You'll see places, if you watch it, he probably lost at least a tenth on a couple, just a tweak here and a tweak there.
The problem is there's so much track evolution on a day as hot as today, and you're putting on new tyres all the time, so we bottled on some new rears. That changes the balance of the car. You're firing it into, that's the main challenge of Hillclimb. You're firing it into a corner at 120 mile an hour. You've no idea really what kind of car you're going to get till you've done a corner. But no, all credit to Will. I think it's amazing, and it's a really, really healthy championship that we've got lined up based on that result. It's nice to be sort of within a second of them. And I think all credit to Hoosier. They put a really good tyre together. We just killed it in practice. We've done 12 runs on the same front, and at a track like this, that's brutal. So
that's like now. Well, the surfaces of the different circuits. Like if you look at Formula One, you get graining. Like some circuits, the tires work fine, and the other tires, some of the cars, they don't work. They're not getting the pressure down, and the tire doesn't like it, and then the tire just loses interest. Did you for the Hoosiers on the front? Are you talking about they just basically got beat to death, overheated, or they are, or do you think, of course, the season that the surfaces of the different venues might actually make the tyre behave a little bit differently?
So to me, when we ran the tyre at Shelsley 2 weeks ago, it felt amazing. The ride comfort. The way the car managed its tyre load fluctuations and the way it rode curbs, and it felt really good. And there was no difference in the time between the Avon and the Hoosier at Shelsley.
Oh, okay. Right, yeah.
We've come here with the same set of Hoosier fronts and done 10, 12 runs between myself and my mother, and we just overheated them. It's as simple as that. I get the tyre back from Mum, it's probably already 40, 50 degrees surface temperature. Then I go up and, that's that. We're one of the only people dual driving. It's just us and Matt.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they're doing with the rotations on their tyres, but probably they're swapping rears or fronts quite regularly between runs, whereas we've been on the same one. So, but yeah, it's a good product, and I'm excited to keep going with it.
So throwing the Avons at the last minute, did you change any of the settings, or you just went for it? And did it? I take it did feel a little bit different.
Yeah, so we upped the rear spring rate yesterday, and we made a lot of progress by doing that on the Hoosier. But that meant the back was overtaking the front the whole way around the hill. So it was a bit exciting, which is why it looked like I went through Pardon. It was all going well, and then I came out. But I had fun, so that's what's matter.
Well, that's the bottom line with this stuff is if you're not having fun, why are you doing it in the first place? I think Lloyd's got a question for you. Or
I want to say thank you, Alex. I've got somebody lined up I'd like to talk to. I found a perfect opportunity to talk to that man there. Who more interesting than I am. You're a very interesting man, but I've got a question for him. Cheers, Alex. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to go over and have a quick chat with Mr. Dave Warburton.
Hello.
Hello, Dave. Right, you look like you were absolutely flat chat for the first half of that run.
Giving it a go.
And then something happened. What was it? A mechanical, or what happened there?
So that's moving the brake bias to the rear too much. So we've been trying to chase not locking the fronts for our other set of tyres, which are a little bit older, and we were locking the fronts up all day, so we just kept on winding it back to the rear. You put on your best set for the runoffs, they can then take it, but then the rears can't. You spin on a dime, you're out of it.
I wasn't sure whether the camber just dragged you in or what, but it was just purely just rear bias too much, and around you went.
Yeah, rear's just locked up. That was it. Simple as that.
Fair play. Do you think you can make a second run off this afternoon?
I hope so. I hope so. I've done it once before. A lot of this time of the year is just within yourself, just trying to get back to where you were before. So as long as you can just keep on chipping away, run run by run, and then you'll get there, and then it'll all become easier, and it'll click, and all those sort of things. So, yeah.
It's been a happy hunting ground here for you before, hasn't it, Prescott? You've always gone well here. The car's always excelled itself. Car running well. You're happy with the car, with the exception of the bias?
Yeah, car's great. You know, all I need to do is just fiddle with the dial, and then that's it. One turn to the front, and I'm sure it'll be fine for the afternoon.
Happy days, mate. Go well. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Take care. All the best. Right, let's see if we can get a quick word with Jack Cottrell. Jack, Martin Brundle, BBC Sky F1. Can we have a chat with you, mate? Right, we've got Jack Cottrell here. He's in this fantastic Dallara XD. Jack, you're going well so far this year. You feel a bit happier in the car? Are you on top of things?
At the moment, it's still sort of early days. I've only had a Showsley practice before I got here, so it's just trying to get back into it, really. I'm trying to aim just to get, like, you can't sit back and relax. You've just got to go straight in for it, which I struggle with a bit sometimes. So I missed that Runoff by a couple of tenths, but a bit of a mistake at the top cost me that. So it just try not to overdrive it next time and have a go.
Absolutely. So you're confident you can get yourself in the Runoff this afternoon, and any setup changes with the car for later, or
not so much setup change, just a bit of a driver mental change, I think. But I'm pretty confident I can get in there and hopefully score a few points and get me going on this year's sort of tally, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I understand you're going to Ireland next weekend with the car, is that correct?
Yeah, so we're going to have a go. I think this car will suit it there, because I believe it's quite a high-speed track. So, but I just want to experience, because I've never done a road track before on the road, so it's going to be a completely different ball game to what I'm used to, but it's just needed to do it when I can, sort of thing, to experience it. So yeah, it should be good.
Fantastic, Jack. Well, go well this afternoon. Well done, mate. Take care. See you later. Right, Owen, who have we found? Let's have a little walk and a talk, shall we?
He put a blinder in, but
yeah, didn't he just? Yeah, he did. No, well, the thing is, it's been a bit of a slow day today. So what are we? We're almost 3 o'clock, aren't we? So there'll be a lot of people trying to scran some lunch, I think.
Yeah, I was hoping to meet up with the women in motorsport thing. I think they're up in the clubhouse. I was hoping to be down here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's have a. I mean, I was like, Paul Hames has put in a good time. It would have been nice to chat to Paul, but
actually was slower than his qualifying time. So I was going to talk to Paul whether it's too hot for the tires, because he's running on Hoosiers front and back, and he's the only one with a top 10 number that was actually running full Hoosiers. So, but we're on a tight schedule, so we will try to. We may have to do the old pit reporter thing and dig information on why we're back up and running again.
What time did we? I've just had a message from my phone from Mr. Paul Jones saying, "Great commentary, watching live poolside." So give Gummers a G up from us. Well, he doesn't need that from us. He's already going well. But enjoy holiday, Paul.
Yeah, he's actually leading his class at the moment.
He is, and it's great to see, because he's painted the car red, as I say, and I think that's faster. So should we go and see if we can find him? See if he's up for a chat. I think he's over here. He may well be having a bit of luncheon. Where's Paul? Sorry, Darren. Where's Darren? He's having lunch as well, I'd have thought. Right, everyone's gone for lunch. So who can we find? Who can we see? Yeah, I think there's going to be a few people having lunch, because, I say, it's been a bit of a long morning. So let's go and see Sarah Bosworth. Let's go and see Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Your car seems to be being worked on. Is everything okay? Have you got some problems? How's it all gone?
No, I've had a good run and tied with Caroline. Would you believe it?
Exactly the same. I said just before you both. I said they're always absolute clash of the titans. Can't separate them, and you really can't.
No, I couldn't believe it. I got down and Trevor says to me, "Goes, what time did you do?" I told him, Caroline's just done exactly the same. We did have a laugh about it. We did giggle, and we said we didn't plan it. I mean, if you try and plan it, it's never going to happen again.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, no. But all okay. Everything's good, and you're gonna have a good afternoon this afternoon.
Yeah, just a few sticky brake issues, but mix on with that, so we should be fine.
Fair play. Go well. Thanks, Sarah. Take care. Right. Let's have a little walk. Ah, yes. Paul, do you want to go and talk to Jimmy Harris? He's just set a class record, isn't he, in the Formula 4s? Yeah. Do you want to go and have a quick chat with him?
I'm not sure. I can't see him. I think they're all running off to lunch at the moment. His car's on the end here. As you can see in the paddock on our camera, there's a lot of activity going on. There's some cars being repaired. There's cars that didn't make the runoff that should have made the runoff, and they're making adjustments. The you want to look and see what a Formula Ford looks like without the body, this is essentially what they did back in the late 80s, and it's in the early 90s, and you can see it's all steel and tube frame. So no carbon fiber back in the day for the Formula Fords, but that's what they kind of look like at the body off. We have Van Diemen's, we've got, I don't know if we've got a Swift this weekend, a couple of the, we got the Pringit Mistral, I can never pronounce that. Mistral. So we have that in and that. But that's what they look like without the bodywork. A very simple car, but and as you can see, it's very competitive. So I'm just not seeing where Jimmy is at the moment. But this is the car that just set the new class record, this blue one here, car 825. Right.
I found Paul Hames. Let's go and find him. Caroline, exactly the same time as Sarah Bosworth.
Yes.
I said before you started, I just spoke to Sarah about it, I said just before you started, I said, you can't separate these two. You really can't, can you?
It was planned, of course.
Of course.
Really good.
Good morning, everything going all right?
Yep, pleased with that.
Perfect. And obviously Matt's got a bit to do on the car. Are you running around busy? You got lots on your plate. So look, I'll leave you to it because I know you're flat out. But thank you. Right, let's go and chat to Paul Hames, who has reappeared at his car. I just want a quick chat with him because I just want to know how he got on with his Hoosiers in a runoff. So let's see if we can. Yeah, absolutely. Paul. Oh, he's got fuel in his hand, so we can't interrupt that, can we? Yeah, no, we best not. Paul's refuelling currently, and obviously these cars run on methanol, so it's pretty spicy stuff, and you have to be pretty careful with it and store it correctly and everything like that. So, Paul, tell us about your runoff run. How did you get on with your tyres? Any issues? Anything you'd like to sort of point out?
Yeah, runoff was not great. It was 4/10 down on the qualifier, but that was lost at the Tories. So I arrived there, I think, with the rears locked. The car sort of slid into the corner, and then you never get that back. So, yeah, and then it was okay for the rest of the run, but I think the time had gone by that point. So a little frustrating, but we are still finding what we're doing with these tyres. So, yeah.
And you'll do it all again this afternoon, no doubt?
Try to, yeah. We're going to, the Hoosiers seem to be, they're good enough right now. Cautious optimism. I give them a clean them up, see if we can get the surface just because it's looking a bit tired. Get rid of some of the marbles and have another go.
And for those that don't know, how do you clean up a tyre? So if you look at this surface, obviously it's all blistered. Obviously, Martin Brundle will talk about blistering and all this kind of stuff, but it's a very different way to look after a tyre in the British Championship, isn't it?
It is, yeah. At the end of the day, it's common to scrape the tyre with a heat gun and literally just remove the top, the smallest part of the surface of the tyre and get back to fresh rubber. And that's what you're trying to do, because all of these marbles that you see here, obviously when you're running, they start to move, and the tyre, that will help or mean the tyre will start to slide. So yeah, we're going to give them a clean up. It'll be the first time they're done on these Hoosiers. They've done 5 runs now. 5 runs, yeah, they have done 5 runs. So, and we'll give them a clean up and see what happens.
Brilliant, Paul. Thank you for your time. Go well this afternoon. Take care. Thank you. Right, we've got Will Hames here, son of Paul Hames. Will, how are you?
I'm very good, mate. I'm very good. Nice to be back for another season. So, yeah,
absolutely. Are you going to have a go at some point?
When he lets me.
Come on, Dad. Let him have a go. Will, thank you very much, mate.
Very good. Have a good day.
Take care. Right, have we found somebody? Owen?
No, I was hoping to find Alex Coles because he put a blinder in, but he's still not able to find him at the moment.
He's not appeared.
So my other planned interview has gone out the window, so that we don't have that.
Yes.
Do we have? Not sure where Mr. Gumley is. So
No.
Got him at the moment.
Oh, is that?
You see Alex in here somewhere?
Zach. Let's try and get a word with Zach. I think it'd be good to try and do it. In fact, right, let's have a quick chat. Zach, have you got 30 seconds? Is that all right? You're live with Martin Brundle, Sky F1. I've made that joke before. It wasn't funny the first time, was it?
Yeah, it's still not funny.
Zach, you've come all the way from Malta, obviously, to compete. Now, there was an incident this morning with the rear wing. Just nudged it slightly askew, but to put in the time that you did to get into the runoff, firstly, fair play to you. That's unbelievable. Talk us through your morning. What have you been up to? What's happened?
Well, obviously, massive effort from the team to get the car fixed again.
Well done, team. Well done, team.
I didn't have much say in that, so they really did a good job. No, all my fault. Trying a bit too hard, I guess, in the first practice run. But yeah, car's fixed. It's all fine. It's all up to us now to do a good time.
Absolutely. Well, you've done a fantastic job. And what exactly was the fix? I can see some gaffer tape here. Does someone want to talk us through what exactly we've done to fix a car?
Well, just put an awful lot of tape on it.
He's a liar.
If in doubt, stick a bit of gaffer
tape. Yeah, a bit of gaffer tape, a few nuts and bolts, and a bit of aluminium, and she's good as gold. Yeah, brilliant.
Fair play. Well, Zach's obviously put your faith in you because he's driving it like he stole it. So, do you think you can get a top 10 next time round this afternoon?
Well, you certainly hope so. We've brought in the big guns, Willem Towett, who everybody really should know. So we brought the big guns in to make sure we're doing it properly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, as I say,
and it wasn't just tape. Honestly, it wasn't just tape. Put some spacer brackets in. You can see a bracket that doesn't look like it's quite correct on top of the wing mount at the front. He's replaced a few brackets and things like that. So yeah, it's not tape. Yeah.
I think we all know that's the case because, as I say, the way that Zach drives, I mean, it's such a heavily downforced car, isn't it? It's incredible. So, Owen, you have a question?
I actually have a question because I saw some floor damage this morning on the other side. Were you able to make it so that it actually didn't affect anything, or is it a bit of a tape it and see?
So the floor is okay. There is some damage, but it's in an area of the floor, so there are certain areas of the floor that are really quite critical, and it's an area of the floor where it is less critical than other areas. It's got a patch put on top and then it's taped on both sides, so a patch attached, like properly attached. So there is some damage. It's not quite perfect, but 0.1%, it's okay.
Okay, so all that drifting Zach was doing around the corners had nothing to do with the car.
He loves to drift. I used to be the same. Driving sideways is fun, isn't it? Yeah.
It's great to see you out at the track today. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you.
Willem used to be in F1, didn't he?
Yeah. F1. Do you still do anything rolling F1?
I no longer do anything in F1. I now teach at university. I teach at universities instead now. Still have connections into F1, and we usually go to one or two Grand Prix to just say hello to friends. But I'm 73 and F1 is so intense. I don't want to stop. That's why I'm teaching at universities. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say you were 33, and I'm thinking, boy, that was a tough old engineering course. So do you travel as sort of like a guest lecturer around the country to different unis? Or?
Really, I'm a professor at one university, regular lecturer at another, and irregular at some others. And I will occasionally do a guest lecture. They're all a lot of work, and it's actually finding great students, great young minds, that need a bit of nurturing. Everyone in life gets those little bit advantages where someone helps you along. Well, it's my turn now, I figure, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I actually am a teacher myself, but the younger crowd before university. You've got any ideas bouncing around in the back of your head about either an updated car or just some tweaks?
Both. Ideas on both. An updated car costs too much money. Some tweaks we're working on. One of my good students is here actually today to have a look at the car, not here right now, but to have a look at the car and discuss then what we can do. And I want the student to discuss with Bill the limitations of manufacturing costs. So, for example, I'd love to have a 5-element front wing, but it's hill climbing. They're too expensive to manufacture. Yeah, you can't do that. You've got to be realistic. Yeah.
You can make it out of...
I don't like being realistic, but you have to be.
No, the engineers I've met and worked with in the past, they come up and said, yeah, this will do this, this, and this. And then I'm sitting there going, exactly how much money does he think I have?
Well, you can imagine having a life in Formula One. If you look at the cars from, say, 2021, with the barge board area, the area beside the chassis, in front, like beside the driver on the side of the chassis, they were crazy. 150 winglets in one little zone. Just nuts. We can't afford to do that. Yeah. I'd love to, but you can't.
So those little holes would actually make a difference?
Well, they're not just holes, but yes, they all make a difference. Yeah, each one, like the bargeboard area, had lots of little wings, one behind the other, all generating a tiny bit of downforce with a very small contribution of drag, and they look like they send the air outwards, but actually they do, at the height of the barge board, but elsewhere they create rolling air, a big vortex that takes more air and pushes it underneath the car, so you get clean air to the floor as well.
So I can see that work like with the circuit cars with the higher speed, but would that still at the lower speeds still work at a hill climb?
Yes. So the forces, aerodynamic forces, increase with speed times speed. So at low speed you get less force. But here, say at the hairpin bends here at Prescott, you will make 4-5 miles an hour in those hairpin turns with aerodynamics. Now it's not much, but 4-5 miles an hour, you spend a long time in those slow corners. And so it actually makes a significant difference. You can tell the difference, and you can as a driver you can feel it even.
Well, folks, thank you, Willem. You've been absolutely brilliant. So we've gone from talking to a married couple driving their road car and having fun to a genius. I will say genius because you've designed some amazing stuff in the past, and obviously you've designed this, to a highly regarded Formula One engineer in the same paddock. Where can you get that anywhere in the world? Absolutely.
Hill climbing is just magic, isn't it? It's family friendly. It's you don't get aggravation between drivers because you're not on the track racing one another. Each one is racing the clock. It's wonderful. And what a location. They're all on beautiful places, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually wearing a T-shirt, and that's the first time in the year I've done that because it is actually quite warm out here. Just a quick question. The heat is getting really warm and everything. Is that going to affect the whole thing this afternoon?
So the heat will hurt power. Heat will hurt the aerodynamic downforce, but heat will make the tyres turn on a little bit earlier, and that will be dominant here at a low speed, short track like this. Okay.
And you are on the new Hoosier tire. Much changes to the car, mechanically or aerodynamically?
I've got to ask someone else. I've got to ask Zach. But I think, yes, there have been some changes to the car to suit the Hoosiers. They are different. And so at first you're always going to think these tyres are not as good, but I think they're just different, and you've got to work out how to set the car up to suit. Yeah, every tyre will have a spring rate. It'll have a damping rate built into the rubber, the structure of the rubber, and you've got to get the overall spring rate and damping rate right for the car. Yeah.
So, development and testing.
Exactly.
It's been an honor, sir. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Well, there you go. Some insight into hill climbing from a master. I don't know where to go from that. Lloyd, any thoughts?
Oh, well, it just goes to show, doesn't it, the brains that we've got all across the paddock. And it's not just the specialists that used to work in F1. There's people that build these cars at home. And it's absolutely fantastic. And speaking of clever people, the Greenans. Let's have a chat with these two. So you guys had a bit of a tricky day yesterday with a clutch pack issue or whatever it was. Talk us through how you fixed it and how you're getting on today.
Yeah, so it was a snap bolt that essentially took the slave assembly away from the engine casing. So we had to strip a lot of the various pumps and things, the cases off to get it out because the bolt had snapped in the casing. So yeah, that was painful, but yeah, anyway, got over that. We just still got some sort of loose rear end issues that you probably see. We don't.
Well, you kind of always have that, really. It's kind of a pretty standard thing.
Well, it's something that this car's had from the start, and we've just been working through it. It's just taken a long time.
So, are you telling me that that's not how you drive it? Ideally, that's just how you have to drive it.
Yeah, you can go back to 1100 times in the Evo 2, and it's hopefully looks a bit more restrained. But yeah.
And so, okay, so you've got our camera car. You are on board today. Does that mean that you does that stick in your head? Do you drive a little bit differently? Or?
Added pressure for sure.
Well, some of the shots on board have been absolutely fantastic. That some of the oversteers have been great, but we've been having to obviously commentate live over this. So how do you think you're going to kind of like dial out some of the oversteer? Have you got any plans to do that?
Yeah, we just walked the
just walked the course, which we didn't do on Friday. It's probably a bad thing, but coming with a family sometimes it's not always that easy. But it's a bit bumpier than I think we remember. So looking at sort of high speed damping adjustments, making it a bit softer there. I think that's.
And a question I've got is obviously the talk of the weekend is obviously this new Hoosier tyre. Has anybody been, have you tried it at all? Have you had a go? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, we've been on it all weekend. I think they're pretty good. Yeah, yeah, they're more like the Pirelli, I think, than the Avon.
Okay.
Seem to be having a good bit of, less. Having to give them less attention than the Avon, so which is nice. I think they'll have a bit more life, hopefully, and no, I think they're good. Got potential.
And do you think that you'll find a PB on these tyres?
Yeah, I think it could happen. Feels like the track's a bit slow today. Like, a lot of people look a bit down from a lot of 37s where I'd see 36s in the kind of sub L class. But I think I can't really see any reason why not at the moment. But yeah.
Fair play. I think Owen's dying to ask a question.
I'm not dying. I'm still standing upright. Have you looked at each other's onboard footage this morning?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So you've looked at yours.
Oh, okay.
So it was brilliant coverage. Thanks for allowing us to put the things on. Did you learn anything from it? Because you had two separate runs, both onboards. You've obviously looked at them both. Did one person pick up something that the other person did? Okay, maybe I can do that and do that. So are you actually benefiting, maybe an unfair advantage, but you're racing against each other, from seeing the comparison of the same car with two different drivers?
Absolutely, it's a massive advantage, and we're both pretty even on the, in terms of pace. So we get loads of benefit from more. Just it's good if I feel something. Often Adam gets the same, and it kind of it backs up what you're thinking, and it gives confidence in the feedback.
And we can even make changes as we're swapping drivers as well to kind of speed the process up. To a point, because we generally have the same opinion, so it helps,
Okay, so who's quickest this morning?
Me, but we're both a bit slow, so both need to be a bit quicker.
So you're the quicker of the slows, is that what you're saying?
Today, yeah. But
listen, thank you guys very much for your time and for giving us these live shots going up the hill. They've been brilliant. Thank you very much.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, lads. Thank you.
Yeah, the live onboard, which is something Rich is trying this year. I think it was pretty good. I mean, we called on it when they did it.
I must admit, I'm almost going to pretend that I didn't hear that the car has to be driven that way. I thought that's just how they drove it. So I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, and they're just absolute driving gods, which they are anyway. But they're one of the most impressive. One of the most impressive I've ever seen in terms of car control, certainly at the speeds, because they're such agile, quick things. Right, there's Mr. Gumley. Let's grab him. He knows. He's looking at me like he already knows, and he does know. Right, Darren, let's have a chat with you. So we're with Darren Gumley. You actually sponsor the Midland Hill Climb Championship, don't you?
One of the classes, the 2 litre class.
2 litre class. How have you been getting on today? How are you getting on with dialing in the car for a start of a new season at Prescott as well?
Good start. Made a mistake on the last bend on semicircle, but got another go.
Yeah.
And tough to get in the runoff with these quick 1100s, but
you'll be there, won't we?
Well, hopefully. Yeah. Got more power, but I've just got to pull my finger out.
And what have you done over winter? Because I know you've done a fair bit of work to the car to get yourself ready for this year.
Engine refresh. Found a few little gremlins. We got rid of them.
Yeah.
So I got full power and give it a new colour scheme.
Yeah. Well, it's faster, isn't it, in red?
Not yet, but yeah, should.
It will be. You'll get there. So, plans for the afternoon? Any setup changes, or are you just going to leave it as it is and just go again?
No, I'm going shopping tomorrow to buy the new Hoosier tyres, which means I've got to have a new setup on the car because they're different tyre sizes. Yeah. So, Shelsley next week I'll be trying the Hoosiers.
Yeah. Good on you, mate. Fair play. Well, go well for the afternoon, and we'll leave you to it. All right, wicked. Cheers, Darren.
Yeah, we're just about out of time. The cars are going to be heading out for qualifying 2. So we're just going to head down. I'm just going to see if Jimmy Harris has come back to his car yet. We'd like to get a quick word with, well, the only new class record holder we've had this morning, right out of the box. So we'll just go down here and see if we can find him. I see his family's there. So, do you want to rummage around and see if we can... We'll have to look around. Everybody's chatting with everybody around here.
Can we talk to David?
Yeah, of course we can talk to David. Hello, David.
How are you? David Wilson, driver of the shared car with Robert Wilson. Now, Rob had a small faux pas in his run.
He did, yes. He was
he was never going to make the corner. We just looked at the data and he was 6 miles an hour quicker in the second part of Orchard than the car's ever been. So, yeah, bad luck.
Fair play. Yeah. Now, obviously, you are competing with really the top. You're at the real serious business end of your class. Do you think there's a class win there in the car? I mean, you've been going really well yourself, David, this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yesterday I was very, very pleased with the car and they were really good times. We were a bit disappointed, obviously, with Rob putting it off. It just slows you down a little bit. You're not quite sure what's going to happen. But, unless you push all the time at this level, you're not going to win. And, Rob was really pushing. We desperately want the record here. We both beat it last year, but it was taken away by John Langmead. It's a very good record. And so you just got to keep pushing. And when you do that, you sometimes you make a bit of a mistake. So.
And do you think conditions allow for a record potentially today?
Today, yeah, it's pretty much ideal. There's plenty of temperature in the track. For the road tyres in our class, you need the track temperature. And we've had a really good sunny day today. So, yeah, it should be. You're not going to get a better day. It's just down to the drivers now. Yeah.
Well, I hope you drive it well. Go well this afternoon. I think we're probably about out of time. I think we're probably ready to head back to action on the track. We're starting to line things up a little bit. Have we found Jimmy Harris?
He's back at the van.
He's back at the van. Okay, fine.
Not great on interviews, but I did get some background on him,
Well, I think it's good to just say congratulations as much as anything, isn't it? So.
Hang on.
Oh, there we go. There you go. Go get him, Owen. Go get him, Owen. Go get him, Owen. He's over there. He's there.
Jimmy, come here. Congratulations, my friend. New class record in a really tough class, the Formula Fords. Yeah, you haven't witnessed this. We are live on YouTube, and we've been trying to get you for half an hour. Nice hiding. Yeah. So, brilliant run. Can you tell us, sir, was it something different, or you just literally laid one down.
To be fair, I don't know where it came from. It felt a slow run. Just everything went. I knew I've been struggling to get off the line for most of the weekend. We've been losing 3 or 4 attempts. I knew if I could get off the line, I'd carrying the speed up towards the bridge and under the bridge, probably 6 attempts, and I knew that's what I needed for a record. I've got off the line and everything went well.
So was your target was the record, was it?
Well, I was 2 attempts last time I was here last year, so yeah, when the weather's like this, I thought I want the record. But
now you take a very unique line on some of the corners, like semicircle. A lot of people take the inside, and you actually go around the outside, like you're almost carrying more speed.
I didn't mean to. I just outbraked myself.
It worked.
But it worked. I looked at the split times, and it's the quickest time I've done that split. So
you may have just come up with something new. Like, you're fairly new to hill climbing, but I understand you've done karting and you've done some circuit racing in the past. Yeah. Any of that help with the precision you need on this?
Well, karting basically is what's helped. It's find your lines, your racecraft at a young age. I started at 7. I stopped racing when I was 17, and come back and I picked it straight away. So pretty much karting's the way, what's made me like.
That's smooth, carrying the speed to the corners. Listen, I'm going to let you get off because I know we're starting up again for the second time run. Are we going to see another attempt to actually lower some more?
I'll do my best, but pressure's off now, so whatever happens.
Fair enough. Good luck this afternoon, Jimmy. Thank you. Right, and a quick chat with Alex Coles, who I think you're 5th in the runoff? 7th in the runoff. Sorry, I put you up 2 places. Yeah. A heck of a run, sir. And you put a couple of larger cars to shame with that one. Were you on the limit?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's weird out there. Obviously, the track's good, but I feel like it could be better, maybe in a couple of meetings' time. But still very happy with the result. Good to be in the mix.
So you think it's just from the winter, wake up and that type of thing, just get the truck rubbered in with all the racing from the summer and come the next round back here later in the year, there's going to be more grip in that track?
Yeah, definitely. If the weather's like this next time, it'll definitely be rubbered in a bit better.
I thought this was the only summer we're getting this year. This is it. The rest of the year's going to be rain.
I've got a quick one for you. Quick question for you. Right, you're already in a very quick car. What do you think you could do in an even quicker car? Has that crossed your mind?
We can't even think about it because the money that these cars are is just insane. I'm just very privileged to be in what I'm in and just enjoying it at the moment and just see where we go.
Fair play, mate. Well, Euro Millions lottery ticket only costs £2.50, so see how you get on, mate. See how you get on. Well done. Thank you. Right, I think we really are all out of time now, because everyone's cracking on. So, yeah, let's wrap that up, I think.
Yeah, let's get back to let's time run tunes for the afternoon.
Stephen Norris in the MGB Roadster. As we see the BMW of Paulo rounding Torres. James Smith, meanwhile, in his Alfa Romeo 75, sets a time of 61.69. As Paula exits Pardon. Continues on up the hill into the S's. And into semicircle goes that BMW convertible up to the line and does a 52.39. Stephen Norris is on the hill at the moment in the MGB Roadster in the sports category of the BMW Club Handicap. And away goes John Bradshaw in his Westfield SEIW. Under the bridge and on up, orchard on up towards Torres. Very cleanly around the hairpin and up to the left-hander at Pardon. Stephen Norris's times are 63.41. As John Bradshaw continues his run up the hill. Coming around semicircle and up to the line. The time for John Bradshaw is a 45.34. Daniel Carroll on the hill in car 33, the MGB Roadster. He is currently heading up to Pardon. Making the most of the weather with the roof down on the MGB. And up towards the S's. And we see Peter Baker in the Alfa Romeo Brera 2.2 litre machine. Being breathed upon by ProDrive, of course. Time for Daniel Carroll, number 33 in the MGB Roadster, is a 66.84. Robert Wilson is rounding Torres, car number 35. That's the first of the cars in Class A1, the series production cars up to 2 litres, two-wheel drive, the Lotus Elise 1800cc machine, of course. Peter Baker putting some good times in on the later part of the hill. Does a 59.40. As Bob Penrose heads away in the Renault Clio, and Robert Wilson in the Lotus Elise comes up to the finish line and does a 47.89. Bob Penrose comes out of Pardon in the Renault Clio as Oliver Meek gets away in the Honda S2000. And on the line is car 39, Sebastian Cartwright in the Mini. Christopher Meek runs Torres in his Honda. And on up to Pardon. Wait for a time for Bob Penrose, and it's a 61.69 then for the Clio RS 2000. Wilson, having failed on his first run, currently tops the times overall. Oliver Meek does a 53.01, so he's found nearly 3/4 of a second improvement on his first run. As Sebastian Cartwright brings the Mini up to the S's. Richard Pates is out in the MG ZR 160. So the time to beat for cars in this class at the moment, 47.89. Sebastian Cartwright coming to the line does a 59.25, a couple of tenths better than his previous run. As David Garnett gets underway in the Fiat Abarth 595. Richard Pates torturing the tyres a little bit on the MG as he goes through the S's and into semicircle, up to the line, and does a 59.02. So down a little bit on his first run, in fact, as David Garnett makes his way around Pardon in the Fiat Abarth, and Bruce Aitken leaves the line in the Citroën Saxo VTS. Bruce Aitken heading into Pardon, as David Garnett records a 54.42, so he's found about 1/3 of a second improvement on his first run. Robin Holden is in the Mazda Roadster that's on the hill well, it's on the line, in fact, waiting to get off car number 43. As Bruce Aitken heads into semicircle in the Citroën Saxo, up to the line, and does a 54.77, another improvement, although it doesn't move him up the standings. Robin Holden then in the Mazda heads up towards Ettores and away on to Pardon. Into the left-hander he goes. Daniel Friel about to leave the line in the Honda Civic Type R as Robin Holden comes into the S's in the Mazda. Not currently improving on his first run times as he comes around semicircle up to the line to record a 50.68, so just 200ths down on his first run. Daniel Friel coming out then of Pardon as Bob Penrose gets underway in the Renault Clio, I think. No, it wasn't, in fact. Daniel Friel then coming away. It's Jonathan Langmead in the Lotus Elise who comes up to Pardon. Jonathan was leading the class at the end of the first runs. He's 200ths now behind Robert Wilson, so that's what he needs to find on this second run. Scott Gibbons is away in the Mazda MX-5, but Jonathan Langmead coming through the S's. Can he just improve marginally on his time as he comes around semicircle and does a 47.47, and he moves back into the lead, less than 0.4 of a second quicker than Robert Wilson, who slips to second place now. Scott Gibbons making his way up through the S's in the Mazda MX-5 as David Wilson gets away in the Lotus Elise, and David needs to find slightly over half a second to take the lead from Jonathan Langmead. So David comes up to Pardon into the left-hander. Scott Gibbons has done a 61.29, so he's improved by about 0.6 of a second. as Robbie Birrell heads away in the Porsche Cayman GTS, and David Wilson comes through the S's. He's got a couple of purple sectors. Will that be enough to give him the lead? He rounds semicircle up to the finish and does a 47.51 and finishes in second place, just 0.04 of a second down on Jonathan Langmead. So the gap between first and second is 0.04 of a second. As we have a red flag out for some reason. Some gravel to be cleared from the circuit as Robbie Birrell goes under the finish barrier, and a 48.68, nearly a second down on his first run, and he remains currently the first of the runners to go in the road cars over 2 litre class A2, and he remains currently third in the standings, therefore, of that class. Ahead of him, Richard Snow led the class at the end of the first runs by just 0.03 of a second from John Maycock. So our marshals, as ever, working very hard. Just looking at the window, I must remember as well to say a big thank you to Virtue Motors in Cheltenham, who have supplied us with the course car, the lovely Ford Explorer that we have this weekend, and I think we're going to be supplying other course cars in for future meetings. So thanks very much, Virtue Motors Cheltenham. Red flags are coming in. And away goes Richard Andrews in the Porsche GT4 RS. He was in 4th place in class after the first runs. Another Porsche Cayman of Tony Adams comes up to the line, as Richard Andrews pushing hard up towards Pardon. No purple sectors yet for the Porsche driver as he goes on up to the S's. Now he gets a purple sector. Through the S's, another purple sector. Can he keep this up? There's perhaps just a little bit of time there coming out of the S's. Up to semicircle. And powers it towards the line. 47.61 actually moves him up to 3rd place, exactly half a second back from Richard Snow, currently leads. Tony Adams in the Porsche Cayman coming up to Ettores. Tony was in 8th place in class after the first run. And he continues on to the S's. Well, he's got some personal bests, but no overall bests or class bests, as he comes around semicircle and up to the finish line and does a 49.63, which is about 0.4 better than his previous best, and he remains in 8th place as Stephen Atkins rounds Pardon in the BMW M2 competition. Stephen, who was in 7th place, and just a few tenths could make a big difference for him as he comes to the S's. Robert Penrose off the line in the Renault Clio RS 200 as Stephen Atkins comes round semicircle, does a 48.88 and is in 6th place, moves ahead of Mark Lawrence by 0.08 of a second. Robert Penrose heads up towards Pardon in the Renault Clio RS 200. Robert was in 12th place in class after the first runs. He comes to the S's. And Robert does a 58.70. Very nearly 0.3 of a second improvement for him. Tim Almer is on track at the moment in the Alpine A110. David Meek also on track now in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. As Tim Almer comes towards the end of his run and records a 49.63, finds about 0.7 of a second. He's currently equal 8th in class with Tony Adams. As David Meek continues his way up the hill in the Cayman GT4. Another Cayman GT4 on the line, in fact, and that's Richard York, number 55. And he comes up the line, does a 49.95. That's moved him up the standings into 10th place. And a little over a second improvement on his first run. Richard York coming up towards Ettores in his Cayman. GT4 Club Sport comes out of Ettores on up to Pardon. As Peter Herbert sits on the line in his Porsche 911. But Richard coming up to the S's in the Cayman. Peter Herbert gets away, that classic rear-engined air-cooled Porsche 911 sound, as around semicircle then comes the Cayman. And what time can he record? 50.14, which is an improvement, but he remains in 12th place, but 3/4 of a second improvement, as Peter Herbert comes up to Pardon in the 911. Simon Tarling gets underway in the Porsche 996 GT3. And Simon rounding Ettores currently. Peter Herbert moves into 8th place with his time of 49.59. Mike Meredith is on track now in the Morgan 8, car number 58, and he heads up towards Ettores. Simon Tarling then. What can he do as Mike Meredith comes out of Ettores and on up towards Pardon? Bit of a lock-up on the approach to Pardon for the Morgan 8. Simon Tarling does a 51.82, so he has improved by a couple of tenths on his first run time. Robert Lancaster Gay in the Porsche 997 GT3 gets off the line now as the Morgan 8 comes towards the finish line. Mike Meredith was in 5th spot and stays there because he can't match his first run time. He's nearly a second slower with his 49.78. Robert Lancaster Gay rounding Ettores, and on up the hill he goes towards Pardon. Richard Snow is on the line in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. Lancaster Gay then coming around semicircle. Can he better his 50.08? Yes, he can. A 49.29 moves him up the order quite a way, in fact up to 8th place as Richard Snow comes under the bridge in his Cayman GT4 RS. Around Ettores, car number 60, on up to Pardon. Richard, who was leading after first runs by just 0.03 of a second with his 47.11, but he's already got 4 out of 5 purple sectors on this second run. Now make that 5 out of 6 as he comes through the S's. So can he open up the gap a little bit over John Maycock? who gets away in the Mazda MX-5 now, but Richard Snow comes to finish, does a 46.55, and my screen is telling me that is a class record. It is a class record then for Richard Snow. Beats the record held by Duncan Andrews in the Porsche Cayman, which was a 46.73, so nearly 2/10 knocked off the class record by Richard Snow. What can John Maycock do about this? He now needs to find around about 0.6 of a second over his first run time to take the lead. Pushing hard, coming through the S's. Is it too much to ask of this MX-5 as he comes around semicircle up to the line and does a 47.25, so about a 10th slower than his first run. He remains in second place as Mark Lawrence comes around Pardon in the Porsche Cayman GTS. Rodney Isles gets away in the Toyota GR Yaris. What can Mark Lawrence do? He's into semicircle, just a quick flash of the brake lights up to the line, and he does a 48.86, and that allows him to take 6th place, just 0.02 of a second ahead of Stephen Atkins. Rodney Isles then in that Yaris, rounding Pardon on lots of purple sections for him at the moment. He was in second place by just under 0.2 of a second at the end of the first runs in his class. This is road cars, series production cars, 4-wheel drive, any capacity. He goes under the line, does a 48.88 and takes the lead by 0.06 of a second from Pete Richings. Tony Hawkins sits on the line, away he goes. He currently lies in 3rd place, and he's only well, a little over 0.7 of a second back from the lead, the new leader, as he comes under the bridge around Orchard into Torres in the little Toyota. Really nice cars, these 4-wheel drive Toyota Yaris. Great road car and a pretty good competition car as well, as he goes around Pardon. On up he comes. Alan Mansfield sits on the line in his Toyota GR Yaris. Tony Hawkins comes up to semicircle, looking for that 48.88 if he can. No, in fact, a 50.44, so he's about, well, nearly 0.9 of a second down on his first run. In fact, a little bit more than that. So he remains in 3rd place. And Alan Mansfield remains sitting on the line in his Toyota GR Yaris. No red flags out, we just wait to see what's happening. Now we do get a red flag. I'm guessing it must be debris again. So we get the all clear to resume the runs. The red flags come in, and it will be Alan Mansfield in his Toyota GR Yaris who will go next. Did a 52.18 on his first run, so needs to find a little over 3 seconds to catch up with Rodney Isles in the lead of the class. So the Toyota goes away, and up to the line comes car 66. Yet another Toyota GR Yaris, that of Roger Stocks, running in class A3. It is a 4-wheel drive car. And away then goes Roger. And up to the line comes car 67, Peter Richings in the VW Golf R. Meanwhile, Alan Mansfield comes through the S's, does a 52.10, so finds an 0.08 of a second improvement on his first run. Nothing if not consistent. Roger Stocks meanwhile into the S's in his GR ERS. Doesn't look as if he'll threaten Roger Niles at the moment. Second place Peter Richings is on the course now in the VW Golf R's. Roger Stocks comes to the end of his run, finds over a second, 50.34, but remains in fourth place. Peter Richings now then needing to find, 0.06 of a second to reclaim his lead. He gets his first purple sector at Pardon. Will that be enough to get him back on to the top of the standings in Class A3? He's into the S's, through and on up to semicircle he comes. 48.88 the time to beat. What does he do? 49.03, so actually slightly slower than his first run. Remains in second place. Raymond Law on the hill in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint, car number 768. And in the Class B, the road specialist production road cars. And he rounds Pardon as Rob Lloyd gets underway in his MK Cup 200. It's Richard Price who leads the class after the first runs by quite some way, over 2 seconds in fact. As Rob Lloyd comes up to Pardon, Raymond Law has done a 48.25, that's about a quarter of a second improvement for him, and that has actually moved him up into third spot. Stuart Hook is on the hill in the Westfield SEIW, but it's Rob Lloyd who comes through to semicircle now in that MK Cup 200. Over the line does a 48.46, so in fact drops a couple of tenths on his compared to his first run. Remains in fourth place as Stuart Hook makes his way through the S's in the Westfield. Rob Toon is on the hill as well in the Morgan Plus 8. What can Stuart Hook do? He's looking to improve on a 51.04 first run. Toon there in the Morgan, and so Stuart Hook slightly slower on his second run, 51.43. Malcolm Hickey rounding Pardon as Robert Toon does a 49.62. That is well, marginally quicker, doesn't move him up the standings though. Malcolm Hickey was in fourth place after the first runs. He's coming around semicircle, in fifth place after those first runs. There's a 47.76, moves him up into second place. Rob Brody is on the hill in the Fisher Fury. Had a fail on his opening run, so can he get in a good time on this second run? We're getting a little bit out of shape through the S's, a little bit twitchy there, and off onto the grass then. But manages to keep it going. Into semicircle he comes and up to the line and does a 48.63, which puts him in sixth place. John Pick is in the AMS Matea with the Subaru engine. He was in seventh place after first run. Timothy Higgins is also on the hill in the Westfield STI car number 76. Pick rounds semicircle, comes up to the line, and what can he do? He's done a 48.41, so he's improved by nearly half a second and is in sixth spot. Richard Price is away in the Caterham 7 as Timothy Higgins brings the Westfield SEI up to the S's. Also on the hill is the man who led after the first runs with a 45.84, and that's Richard Price in the Caterham 7, who's also had some purple sectors. Timothy Rutter underway in the Fiat X19 as Richard Price does a 45.84, exactly the same time as his first run, to the 100th of a second. So he obviously remains in the lead as Martin Rutter rounds pardon in the Fiat X19. He's running in Class C1, the modified production cars, up to 1400cc two-wheel drive. He was in third spot after the first run in this class. Phil Tucker, who leads the class in the Vauxhall Nova, also on the hill, rounding Ettores at the moment. And our third runner in the class, Andrew Russell, sits on the start line. Martin Rutter's time of 53.73. What can Phil Tucker do? He's in the Essex, heading up towards semicircle as the Ginetta G15 rounds Ettores in the hands of Andrew Russell. And Phil Tucker not able to match his first run time, nearly his second down actually, with a 50.49, but remains of course in the lead of the class. So Briley Jones leaves the start line in the gorgeous sounding Triumph TR7 V8. Andrew Russell coming up through the S's in the Ginetta G15. Needs to find 2 seconds to snatch the class from Phil Tucker. Isn't able to do it. In fact, he is slower than his first run, does a 52.10. Maxwell Briley Jones then comes up the hill in that lovely Triumph TR7. Jay Hoyle gets away in the Caterham 7. Maxwell was in 4th spot in class at the end of the first run with a 51.12, and I don't think he's going to improve on that. In fact, a 53.04, significantly slower. Jay Hoyle then in the Caterham, car number 68. Jay was a 3rd in class at the end of the first runs in the road car specialist production cars. Needs to find some time if he's going to improve on that spot. He does a 48.16, 300ths of a second slower than his first run.
Yeah, she has actually beat her co-driver today, Ray Lohr, which normally it's the other way around. So Joy's had an excellent run this afternoon. Sorry, it's Owen. I just thought I'd jump back in with Peter for a bit. That's okay, Peter?
By all means, as the marshals working hard as ever, sweeping up at Ettores.
I think they should make that section a rallycross part of the course, you know, just leave the gravel there and then, you know, like have it whole covered up and then just make it a bit more challenging for the big cars.
Or put some really big spikes on the inside of the corner.
Oh, no, that's just mean.
Well, that's me.
Okay, all right. So Hayden Spedding's up next. This is a rather unique Jaguar, is it not?
I believe so. It's certainly a rather lovely looking Jaguar E-Type.
Got about wide arches and a big tire on. I think it's a 6-cylinder.
Yeah, I believe you're right, yeah.
So, but he's only 2nd place in there over Paul Howells in that Porsche, who did quite a good time this morning, almost 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
So, shall we do a shout out? Well,
go for it.
Okay, just shout out while we've got a break here for a minute while we're just sweeping the track for the gravel. The guys are dragging the wheels through the dirt. Just shout out again to all the marshals and the rescue crews and all the other volunteers that without them we can't do motorsport. Spectators have nothing to look at. You'd have nothing to see on TV. And me and Pete would be out of work. So thank you very much to all the marshals, the Orange Army. We appreciate the effort you put into. And from one of the rescue crews, Big Tim, if you're watching, get better, mate. Hope to see you back soon.
Absolutely, yeah. We look forward to seeing him back here at Prescott. And I think the E-Type has rolled back, presumably just to do another tyre warm-up.
It is getting quite warm outside, so I don't think you have to spin them and get them that warm.
Yes, I make the mistake of touching the bodywork on my car just now. It's hot.
Well, why didn't you park it in the shade?
Oh, that would involve thinking.
Oh, sorry. I forgot it's Sunday.
Absolutely.
Anyway, right, so off the line, Hayden Spedding goes.
Yeah, the Jaguar E-Type on its way up the hill, under the bridge it goes. And on towards Ettores. It really does look so nice, planted on the track around the hairpin. Powers it away, currently second in class after the first runs. Needs to find just marginally over half a second to take the lead as he comes out of Pardon.
Yeah, honking across the top. I'm trying to think if there's anybody ever used an E-type in rallying. Not the road type, but the actual special stage rally. You're the historian on that, I'm just wondering. Anyway, Hayden's heading up the top here. Let you have a think about that one. Getting around semicircle. Looking pretty good here. He's, but, oh no, a little bit slower, 50.27. Is the track getting too hot?
Possibly. Nigel Elliott rounding Ettores in the TR7 V8. He was in third place and some 4 seconds back from the class leader after the first runs.
Yeah, but he's only less than the second behind Hayden, about a half a second behind Hayden, so he could get second place with a clean, good run through here.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. The class leader is on the hill, and there he is, Paul Howells in the Porsche 911 RSR, rounding Ettores at the moment. And class leader, and looking a little bit in the class of his own. Nigel Elliott does a 50.54, so he is slower. So everybody in this class has been slower on their second run so far.
Let's see what the modified four-wheel drives do, but we've still got Paul Howells, so is he going to improve? He's got the class win. So I don't think Pete Fletcher can get anywhere near. He'd have to find 6 seconds. And then on your screen is Richard Hampstead in the Subaru Type RA. That's the four-wheel drive car. It was originally listed in the program under the two-wheel drive class. They've moved it. And let's just have a look here. So Paul Howells actually went slower as well by almost 3/10. Yeah, so let's see what Richard Hampstead did. And Stephen Moore, who's actually hunting for class records. So let's see what happens here. Don't know where Jim Herbert was going. Yeah, sorry, Richard Hampstead in the Subaru. He's looking to improve on a 49.38, so he's slower. But Stephen Moore is actually purple sectors. He is up on the previous time here. So can he pull this one out of the bag? I'm not sure how far off he is off of the class record. So that's what Steven does. So he's going fast. So he's gone faster by a second, 44.54. Now this is Jim Herbert in the X-Shift transmission supported Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5 with all sorts of good gizmos and goodies on there. He's been getting quicker and quicker. So Steve went a second quicker. So Jim needs to basically do the same thing. Rally heritage with the Evos, the old four-wheel drive, 2-liter turbocharged. They were homologated specials originally, weren't they?
Yeah, they certainly were. They were built for the purpose of going rallying. They had to obviously build so many road cars to get homologated, and that's how I ended up driving an Evo 6 on the road for a little while, which was fun.
Well, he's gone over a second quicker, 45.57, but only a second off of Steve Moore. So that gives Stephen Moore the Class C win for the day. So well done to him. We're just flicking back to Mod Prod cars over 2-liter two-wheel drive. We've got Pete Fletcher, the double-driven TR7 V8. One of your favorites, isn't it, Pete?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, in 5th place after the first runs. Looking to improve on that. And then we switch classes again because it's Graham Manton in the Westfield.
Yeah, that'll be the modified Westfield with on slick. So Pete Fletcher, 5.073, actually jumps his co-driver. He went 2 seconds quicker, so he actually moved up to 4th in class. So he'll be happy with that run. And Mr. Briley Jones will be grumbling, going, I got beat. Right.
On the hill now is George Harding, which one of the Bugatti owners that I was chatting to at lunchtime said is the best car to watch going up the hill today, and I'm not going to argue with him on that. Because that RS 2000 looking great and being driven really enthusiastically. Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
it should be. Just going back, I'm just looking at the modified cars, and Graham Manton improved on his time, but not enough. Rebecca Manton is actually going to take the class win without actually doing a second run. But yeah, George Harding, he's purple sectors everywhere, but he is only in the class. But entertainment value, he's driving a Mark II Escort. How the Mark II Escort is supposed to be driven, it's in the factory owner's manual, I believe, to drive it like that.
Absolutely, and oh yes, hanging the tail out nicely there. And does a 49.20, it's actually 700th slower than on the previous one, but not bad at all to watch. Mike West then, Radical SR1.
Yeah, that's a Sports Libre car, I believe. Anyway. So Mike West is coming on there.
Yeah, Mike West.
You going to jump out, Pete?
I am going to make way.
Right, so Pete's going to get out. We don't have air conditioning. As a matter of fact, we haven't got any air going through here at the moment, so it's away we go. So I'll try to carry on here. So Mike West is done his second lap, the 48.03. So he's gone a little bit slower. So other than the two fastest four-wheel drive cars, I haven't seen anybody else go quicker at the moment. So let's have a look. Just get... right, so Mark Taylor in the Malik Mark 20 there, he's done a 49.30, so he has gone quicker by 0.4 of a second. And then Stephen King. Now, in Stephen King's Pro Sport, Radical Pro Sport, a lot of the Radicals have had their engines done and everything. This is the original standard engine 1300 in this car. It's a stock Hayabusa engine, no work's been done, where a lot of the other cars are actually 1340s, and they've been rebuilt and upgraded and things like that. So, but he's holding in there. He did a 48.46, which is over a second quicker than his time this morning. So okay, so now we're picking up again with some quicker times. We've got David Bickley, father of Stuart Bickley, who we'll see in a bit, and then Alan McDonald. Now we didn't see him earlier in quality one because he actually broke a drive shaft on the start line, and they had to wait for the rest of the runs to get over to get the car back. David Bickley's on a 45.63. He's almost a second quicker in second place. But Alan McDonald, so this is his one and only timed run. So he's got to get a time so he can get points. But it's kind of balancing it between not breaking it and crashing it and trying to get a quick enough time because that's it. It's a one-shot deal.
It is indeed a very, very quick car, so he crosses the line with a 44.09. That slots him in second in the class, as there's a chirp of a lock-up from Andy Smart in the Malik. Maliks are a very well-supported category. Category within a category. There's a few Maliks today, I think, isn't there?
We have got a few. The Nicholsons aren't running this weekend. They were entered, and they have a beautiful Malik Mark 20 as well, the regular competitors here. So more and more, it looks like it wouldn't handle very well, but they are beautifully handling cars. They're well balanced. And Andy Smart, a little bit slower this time with a 50.43. On the line with first of the single seaters, we've got in the is this the 6 to 1100 class, I believe. Yeah, 6 to 11.
Certainly is.
6 to 1100. Anthony Wood in the Force PT. Most of these cars, or actually all of them, have a motorcycle-based engine in the back. And there you go. The class record is 36.97. You pull that one off today, you will be in the top 12 runoff. Now, in fairness, Tom Weaver, who's leading the class right now, did get into the top 12 runoff. but had a bit of a bad run, so didn't score any points. But so let's see what Anthony Wood can do. He's currently sitting in 16th place, tied with Robin Wood. So that's a consistent car for you.
Indeed, he round semicircle now. Nice inside line. He's going to cross the line now to record a 43.33 as Tim Thompson leaves the line in this fantastic OMS 28. Immaculately prepared. Really, really nice. It's a nice tight line through a Tories, flat out, smashes it through the gears. Hard on the brakes into Pardon. Caught a few people out this weekend. Takes a really tight line and almost washes a little wide.
He pulled to the left inside before braking, and that threw him out. So I don't think that was intentional.
It's quick though. He's up on his best time for the S's. So what's he going to do? It could be quite a quick time this actually from Tim Thompson. Let's see where he crosses the beam at Owen.
Okay, what we're looking for, 42.27, so about a half a second improvement, but that was a bit of a weird entry into Pardon. Right, Ben Hamer in another OMS 28, very popular car chassis in this class, and he's currently sitting in 7th place. He's got a 39, and what he's got a 39.6, and really he wants a 38.
He's having a real go as well. He really chucked it into the S's then, so he crossed the line at 39.01. Good improvement for Ben Hamer.
Jumps him up to 4th, but just a hair off of that 38. I think he would have just loved, he would have been just that bit more. Look at the sparks coming off of Scott Rayson's car.
Yeah, the downforce pushing on top of these cars. I mean, you wouldn't think that the cars would benefit from the downforce, but they are travelling at 110, 20 miles an hour into the entrance of Pardon. They really are going well.
Yeah, you don't realise the speed they're going until you see the car doing something.
We could try a speed trap put there actually. I wonder if we're going to talk to some people.
We need to find, we need some people to speak to other people.
A speed trap would be very good into the entrance.
Scott Rayson, half second quicker. So we are getting some quick times. We had a bit of a bout that nobody was going quicker. Rebecca Manton is absolutely flying here in her class. She's already beat Graham, who's the other the driver in this car, and had a bit of a bobble there, but she's gonna go faster. 47, 46. So Rebecca takes that class over Graham. Guess who's doing the dishes there tonight?
Yeah, you're not wrong there. So Steve Morgan, 84 miles an hour into the bridge. Quick car in this Empire Evo 3. Takes a nice line through Ettores. A few sparks from that rear diffuser running low to the ground on the entrance to Pardon. And nice and neutral on the exit through midway. He's going to head through the S's now, just lifting off the throttle, just feathering the power in and out. Keeps it nice and smooth. Leaves S's nicely. He's going to roll it through semicircle, nice and tight line. Ooh, bit of a wiggle of oversteer there. Caught it up though, lost a bit of time I would have thought. 41.48 indeed.
Yeah, lost half a second on that. Now we got Richard Weaver in the class leading car, except Richard's not leading. Son Tom's gone quicker in the car. This is Richard's return. He's more or less had a year out due to an ankle issue. Not 100. He says not 100%, but it's doing the job. So he's getting back in it again. Only 10th at the moment, so he'll be looking to jump up here, and he can easily do it once he gets settled in. So get a feel for the car. So let's. But he seems to be down on his times at the moment, so he's going a bit slower.
I always wonder what the optimal condition is. Do you have a fresh driver and a midday sun? What's the best condition?
I don't know. I've just had a thought here. So he's done his second run and he's gone slower. Question is, did he not push the tires so that the temp, because he's going to come back down now, swap with Tom Wheeler, who's going to go out, who's leading the class and is looking for more. Did he save the tires for Tom?
Potentially. I mean, the car's going to be nice and warm. It's going to be at a nice temperature, but
we have been having some, with the double-driven cars, a few people have talked about the fact that the front tires are getting overheated.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's enough time for the tires to cool down, though, by the time Tom gets a go, so I don't know.
It's hard to tell with the core temps. But yeah, well, we're going to find out if our our completely made-up theory is valid.
Exactly, yeah.
John McQuillan in the Radical SR1 shares his car with Mike West, and he's looking to improve on a 50.54, and looks like he might do that. Yeah, absolutely, 49.12, and actually jumped up 2 places in class, so he'll be happy with that run. And then we've got Graham Williams in an OMS 2000M, so Sorry about the bopping clashes. It's what happens when you got two people driving the same car. So now we're back into 611. 100cc cars. We've got Graham Williams, who's currently 19th with a 45.68. So he's going to be looking for more here. But his splits are showing that he's not on for an improvement here.
Indeed, yeah. Gregory Barton's on the hill at the moment in this interesting shade of greeny yellow with this Empire. You've got to have it in a quick colour, haven't you? And that's a pretty fast colour, I'd say. Fires through the gears as he is hard on the brakes through Pardon. Nice and neutral, just feathering that throttle to find the traction on the exit. As he's making his way through SSE. Put in a 44.06 this morning. Can he go quicker? Let's see what he can do. It's almost like it was a little bit hesitant on the exit of S, but let's see what it does. Find the power, that's it. Can he improve? Yes, he can. No, he can't. I thought he could then. Like 200ths of a second. So
make up your mind here, will you? Yes, he can. No, he can't. Yes, he can. No, he can't. Dougie Kent, Bikini. So he's currently, what do we got, 12th with a 41.29. He'll want something with a 4.0 on the front of it, I think, to go home happy today.
At least I would have thought, yeah, at least if you see if you can improve even further. He's not quite ahead just yet, so let's see. He's going to
picked up at the end here a little bit. Let's
41.34,
yeah.
So...
no, just about the same time.
Consistency.
Yeah. Rob Clark in the Evo 2. He is currently sitting in 7th with a 39.61. So he's been in the 39s. There's 4 people in the 39s, and there's nothing in it between them. So he's got a chance to move up a couple of places here. We've got a purple sector in the S's, so is he going to do it? No, he's not. He lost a little bit on that semicircle. 39.69. So he stays in 7th.
Nigel Pitt away from the line in the OMS 3000. Knows this car like the back of his hand. He's going to roll this car through towards the Tories, and then the Tories loop. He's going to just stabbing away at the throttle just to rotate the back of the car. Just pitch it around so he can fire it back towards Pardon. Hard on the brakes, loops it in. Finds that traction. It feels like it's starting to rubber in a little bit, the exit of Pardon. Maybe it's a bit hotter now. It doesn't seem like cars are getting quite as out of shape as they once were. But Nigel putting in a nice run here. He's going to roll it round semicircle. Nice line through there. Tight to the inside now. Power. He's going to cross the line with a 41.06. That puts him quicker than he went this morning.
Yeah, he actually gained 2 positions with that run. So well done, Nigel. Next we got Richard Matassian and the GWR Raptor 2. A very quick package, this car. Currently sitting in 8th with a 4038. So he'll be looking for a 39 something. He could jump at least 4 positions here with a clean run. So we'll have to see what's going on here.
Indeed, yeah, the GWR Raptor 2 in the hands of Robert Kenrick is the class record holder here with a 36.97. No one's come close to that today.
I think this is the actual car, isn't it?
Could well be the actual car, but Richard Matosian still doing it justice, really driving well. Always consistent.
He is up on his previous run time.
Absolutely, he crossed the line with a 39.97, so in the 39, so he's happy now. Stuart Bickley, I wonder if he can get into the runoff this afternoon. He seems like he's up for it, he's really having a good go. Stuart Bickley,
he's a half
38.31 this morning. Go on, Owen.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say he's half a second behind Tom Weaver, so Stuart very, very competitive on the hills. These guys have a right battle, so but he's down on all the splits. The S's he's up a little bit. Semi's picked up a little bit, but I don't think this is going to be enough. Across the line he goes.
Yeah, I think you need to be in the 37s to be in with a chance of a runoff, but you never know what happens in the big cars.
He's a bit quicker, he's a tenth quicker, so we'll have to wait and see. Robin Wood in his Force PT, currently sitting tied 16th on a 42.97, so he's looking to break that tie somehow.
Indeed he is, yeah, as he rounds Pardon. Loops it round, as I say, I think Pardon's starting to look a little better actually on the exit. Doesn't look like anything's getting quite as out of shape as it once was. I know obviously these cars don't quite have the torque that the big stuff does, but it is looking okay actually out there. Robin Wood, he's going to round semicircle, nice tight line to the inside, really keeps it away from the edge there, because if you don't want to go off the edge there. 42.76 for Robin Wood.
Yeah, slight improvement. These cars are a bit more nimble than the bigger cars, so they can get around the corners with a little less attitude, if you will. So we'll see. So Jonathan Flesher, one of the quickies, he's a 39.3, and Ben Homer jumped him with a 39.01. So he needs Jonathan Fletcher needs a 38. Now, I don't think our split things are working correctly. I see the colors are coming up, but they may not be 100 representative. But let's have a look and see what's going on. He says he's up on his own time there, so he's looking to a 38, nope, a 39.20. So quicker by a couple of tenths, but not enough, leaves him in 5th place. Will, go on.
Will Hamer's going really well, actually. He's looks like, yeah, I was going to say, the sector timing at the bottom isn't quite conducive with where it's actually out on the course, but it'll catch itself up. He is going well. I don't think he's quite going to go quicker than he was this morning, but I could be wrong. He's just not, there's no harm done. He may have a bent wheel rim, but he did just drift himself off the edge there towards the finish line and just nudged the barrier as he went across the line. So he may want to check for a puncture or a wheel there, because no harm done. He'll find his way back to the paddock. But if you are from Team Hamer, just check your left-hand wheels. You may have a bit of damage.
Yeah, the Armco got awful close on that one just before the finish line. Right, Tom Morgan, son of Steve. So Tom's currently in 6th place. He's close enough to a couple in front, so he could move up with a good run. But again, our split thing doesn't seem to. It says he's down on the splits at the moment. He's not improving on his time, so we'll have to have a look at this. With a 40.27, so no improvement there.
Now Tom Weaver, what can Tom Weaver do? So absolutely rapid through Ettores, really tight line, probably a little bit early on the brakes, but better to be slow in and fast out, which he absolutely is. Really quick out of Pardon. Let's see what he can do. Hard on the brakes, tips it into the hairpin that is Pardon through midway. Beautiful car control, really close to the barrier. May have even just brushed it slightly, but didn't lose any time. Nice line through the S's. He's really quick at the exit here. He's been quick all weekend through here. Right now, all about the faith and commitment in this car to get him around semicircle. Is he going to go quicker? I don't think he is. He does a 38.69, so actually 8 tenths slower.
Yeah, that's slower. I say that was a less aggressive run. He drifted it the first run to get that 37 a little bit in places, but not so much in this one. On screen right now is the new class record holder in the Formula Ford racing class, Jimmy Harris. We had a quick word with him lunchtime. And a former karter and circuit racer, and I think he said the karting thing, he allows him to do it. He did his line around semicircle. That was kind of wide, and I thought, oh, that's a fast way of doing it. Boy, is he going for it again.
Isn't he just? He's having a real go. I think he wants to beat his own record by the looks of it. I'm not sure he will. He's been on the possibly overdriving it slightly. He's going to have a good go. I don't think he's quite going to do it. He might do. No, not quite. Not quite, but he had a good go, didn't he? He got on the grass on the exit of S's, didn't he?
If you want to see someone trying and not quite making it, there he goes. But he said at the semicircle, that was actually a mistake he made, but it carried him through and got their class record. Becky Crocombe in the Van Diemen RF84. So currently on a 52.92, shares his car with Lawrence Marks. And so she's making her way up through the S's and up the top. And then we have Lizzie Weaver just off the line. Dad Richard, as always, holding the post down. And we'll see how Lizzie's getting on.
Indeed we will. So Lizzie arrives into our site through Ettores. She's going to roll that car around Ettores loop, which she does beautifully. Back on the power nice and early. Beautifully prepared car from the Weaver family. They normally graduate from a Citroen Saxo, so she's graduated from that into this Van Diemen, and she's having a go at single-seater stuff. So we're driving it really nicely. She's heading under the trees towards the S's, just feathering the throttle as she picks the right line to head through the S's. Rolls it through towards the barrier on the exit. She's going to head towards semicircle now. That's it, Lizzie, get on the power. Lovely, lovely job. And then she's going to be nice and tight to that inside line. And she's going to get on the power early again to get across the finish line. And she will record a time of 54.68. So 4 tenths slower than she went this morning. Consistent enough.
Sorry, this is Max Hawks driving the family Formula Ford. Their force is they're taking the time to completely rebuild it, including fix the chassis. Apparently there's a hole in it. Mum is watching today, so hi, Mum. Yeah, he's doing all right. So he's looking, he's a 10th and a half behind this gridlock we've got between Sarah and Caroline. So Max is looking to sort those two out, if you will. So he's going to head across the line, and he does, a 48.09. So he's jumped to second place at the moment. But we're going to have to see what Sarah and Caroline come up with, because they're going to have to sort that tie break out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
You did say they were close together on the track.
Well, they always have been. Everywhere they go, they're both absolutely neck and neck. You couldn't barely ever choose between them. It is literally, if one beats the other, it's normally hundredths of seconds is the difference between the two. But yeah, we watch Emma racing as she crosses the line with a 41.13. And Tim Cowlam's just going to appear into sight now. Yes, he does, in the Swift FB91 Formula Ford. And that's just going to roll round Torrey's Loop and head towards Pardon. Hard on the brakes there. Tip it left through Pardon. A little bit of a wheel slide from the inside as there's no diff in these cars. And yeah, nice smooth driving, I mean.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's improving on his time. I think he's getting tricky out here because there's a few cars going quicker than me and a lot of cars going slower, so it's hard to read this. But yeah, Tim Callum has just come through with a 5.0.39, no improvement there. David Owen in his Merlin Mark II, that's what it was, I couldn't remember what it was already. He's heading through. Now, David's currently 6th in class, so it doesn't matter how old. This is an old Formula Ford, but it is still competitive. And then on the line, we've got Les Buck in the Pringet Mistral, which is on your screen now, car 131. David Owen is just coming up across the top there with a time of 5.082. No improvement there. Les Buck's coming in the Pringet Mistral. I will get it eventually. And on the line is going to mess Lloyd up again, Sarah Bosworth, followed by Mathew Ryder.
Right now, this is the big battle of the day as far as I'm concerned. You got Sarah Bosworth, Mathew Ryder, both on a 48.14 this morning. So Sarah Bosworth, the first to lay down her time. Let's see what she does. She loops around Ettores beautifully. It's a nice tight line. She was having a problem with some sticky brakes earlier that were being fixed, but no major issue. Perfect braking. She absolutely nailed her braking spot there into Pardon. Let's see what she can do. She's hard on the power, driving beautifully through the S's. As Caroline now leaves the line, let's just stay with Sarah to see what she does as she crosses the line. She needs to be at a 48.14, so she's tight to this inside line at semicircle. She's looking good, looking good. She's going to do a 47.96. Okay, over to you, Caroline. Can you go quicker than a 47.96? She's going to come out of Ettores Loop nicely, goes for third gear. She's going to come down a couple of gears and carries lots of momentum actually through Pardon, which is what it's all about in these Formula Fords. You have to carry the momentum. So beautifully done there. I don't know if she's up on her time from this morning. She has clawed a bit back. This is going to be close. This is going to be close. Caroline Ryder's going to round semicircle to record a time. We're going to see it any second now. It's close, but not quite. 48.69. So Sarah Bosworth wins the battle of the Formula Fords.
Yeah, and Sarah actually jumped Max Hawk. So Sarah takes second, Max third, and Caroline only fourth. So I've got Andrew Greening. We saw the onboard footage this morning, and we did ask him lunchtime, do they drive the car like that? Because you can see drifting it around again, but he's on a purple sector and then back again. So what's he done? No improvement, 39.72.
They said they have to drive the car like that, and I couldn't believe it. I thought that it's just their natural driving style. I think they'd rather drive it nice and straight if they could, but hey-ho. Alan Warburton on the line with a big dose of oversteer on the exit of Ettores, and he really, really does carry that out nicely. He styled that out to a dream. It may have lost a bit of time though, unfortunately. Looks a bit livelier than normal, this car, that I've seen it over previous weekends. Maybe some setup changes, I don't know. Maybe they're just having a real good go. What do you think, Owen?
I think they're out first time of the season. Alan is, we know David is qualifying for runoff, so Alan's getting the car, making sure it's okay and all the rest of it. And yeah, he's gone 3 seconds slower. So again, I'm wondering if he didn't push it too hard because of to keep the tires in shape for David's attempt.
I know he had a massive oversteer moment to save on the exit of Ettores Loop. Possibly
3 seconds.
Yeah,
well, yeah, okay.
Possibly
two and a bit actually. But
there was, I think, maybe a couple of mistakes, but ultimately, yeah, maybe certainly. Who knows?
Yeah, Mark Schlenker again, no improvement on his times. He's going to go across with a 41.25, so he's slower. And then on screen now is Gary Hill in the car 139, the OMS 2000M. Now he is currently on splits up on his previous time so far. He's currently sitting in 8th with a 41.10. He's only 3/100ths behind the Mark Schlenker. So he's having a good run here. We're going to see something go. Yeah, he gets him. 40.51. He grabs the place, moves Mark Schlenker to 8th. Gary Hill 7th. Right. Jason Tunnicliffe's on the line with the Empire Evo 3, currently sitting in 4th on a 39.27.
So quick car this, Owen, really is. He's rapid around Ettores. He's going to nail the brakes hard on Ettores loop. He's just going to have a couple of bikes to get the car rotated, which he does. Turbocharged car this, really, you can just see where that aerodynamic just works on the entrance to Pardon, pushing the car into the ground. He's already out of midway towards the S's, going really well.
Yeah, he's up on his previous time by the looks of it a little bit on the splits. He's looking for a 38.9 to get ahead of Darren Gumley. So that's his target. Can he get to 3rd place?
Now, speaking of Darren,
well, he can get to 2nd place with a 38.73.
Absolutely. So we want to see Darren Gumley further into the 38s today if we can. Nice exit out of Ettores loop. He's going to go hard on the brakes for Pardon. Brakes as late as he dares, which look pretty darn late to me. Nice little squiggle of power on the exit of Pardon. I think he's got the power down nicely. I think he's potentially up on his best so far. Let's see what he can do. Just be brave round semicircle, which I think he normally is. Just gets inside there. I mean, that's almost a mistake that may have gained him a little bit of time. 38.84. He goes a bit quicker than he did this morning. Certainly more time in that car around here, but good effort from Darren.
Yeah, no improvement. Stays 4th in class. It looks like David Warburton's got the class, but can he run a time that will qualify him for the runoff again? And that's what they're after now. Paul Harris in the class record holding Van Diemen of Jimmy Harris. They share a car, so Paul is currently sitting in 5th. And he's actually with a shout to move up. Carolyn Ryder is only 4th and not far ahead of him, and he's up on times here. So is Carolyn Ryder going to get bumped down another position, which would, to me, is a bit of a shock. So we'll have to see what Paul Harris says. And Lawrence Marks is on the course now. He's looking to improve on a 50. So Paul Harris, a 48.15. Carolyn Ryder stays in 4th by 1/100th of a second. It was a good effort. Right. Just watch Lawrence Marks and then Trish Davis.
Absolutely, yeah. Lawrence Marks is just finding his way towards the rear end of the course, just round the semicircle. But we're going to focus in on Trisha Davis in the fantastic Ford TA. Beautiful engine in this car. Homemade V8, absolutely stunning thing. And she just tips it into Pardon. She's going to fire this car through the S's. Nice lines, just gets a little bit slowly but smoothly through the S's. Nicely out of the S's. Hard on the brakes through semicircle. So we're looking at Jonathan Evans in the pill beam right now. Trisha Davis is going to cross the line with a 43.43. Jonathan Evans in this fantastic pill beam with a big Millington engine in it. Not sure if it's running completely right, or maybe we're just taking it a bit easier.
Yeah, you're right. That was a bit slow.
Is it okay? Oh no, I think it's probably okay. I wasn't sure if it was stuck in a gear for a second there, but no, I think it's okay. But yeah, Jonathan Evans just finding his way through the S's. The thing is, it's always the way that when they look at it slower, they're going quicker. Yeah. You know.
But his split times aren't showing quicker. If you look at the splits, the grey means not improvement.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's maybe got stuck in a gear or something.
Yeah,
perhaps.
4 tenths slower. Trish Davis, no improvement by a couple of tenths, so she stays in 6th. Right, Andrew Colburn is on a 44 flat. Aaron Colburn's done a 41.8 in the same car. So Andrew is looking, he could probably get a couple positions here. Won't take much, so let's see what he can do here in the Van Diemen RF02 FX.
Formula Island, that's it.
Car, isn't it? So, and they've been running this a few years, and it's looking good this year. It's had teething problems a couple of years ago, but no, it's running quite well now.
It is indeed, and just looking at subscribers now, we've gained 300 subscribers today, which is absolutely great. Thank you so much for all of you for subscribing. We'd love to see 18,500 by the end of the day, if possible. Let's smash through that window. So if you are watching and you haven't subscribed, you can watch HillClimb.TV all throughout the year. and see all of the British Hillclimb Championship live. So yeah, do subscribe and like and comment and say how great we all are. Isn't that right, Tony?
They can do it for free. It costs nothing, but it makes a difference to us. I remember, was it a year ago or a year and a half ago, trying to get 10,000 subscribers, and we made it. Well, now our target's 20,000. That shows you how much it's grown. Simon Carrere in the Dallara F302, currently sitting in 5th on a 42.7, looking to improve it. The splits are saying no. A 43.01, the splits are not lying. Richard Walker in that favorite engine of yours.
Yeah, well, it must be that one of the best sounding cars this side of the XD Cosworths in the back of the Summers and Cottrell cars. Derived, I think you said, from the
British touring car
GX power, wasn't it, from the Colin Turkington days?
Yeah, they ran the 2-litre V6, and that's what's in the back of this thing, the KV6 2-litre.
Absolutely, yeah. Great sounding car. Richard Walker's just going around semicircle now. There's a couple of prods of the throttle, and he's going to tip the beams with a 44.59 as we now look at Ian Tucker.
Yeah, Ian Tucker, OMS 28, currently sitting in 10th on a 44.6. The two cars in front of him haven't improved, so he's not showing any improvement. The splits say no at the moment, just down a little bit here. So we're not seeing a lot of improvement. Certain classes are, certain classes aren't. It's a bit of a...
It feels like, I don't know whether is that driver fatigue, is that tyres, is that... What is it? It doesn't seem to be the trend, does it?
Well, I'm wondering if the humidity's gone up and affecting the air in the engines. 44.98 for Ian Tucker, so no improvement there. Andy Bogard in the Force PT.
Indeed, yeah, accelerating to the 0-64 foot and under. Oh, he's just got a little bit crossed up there as he came into Tories. Just had almost a half spin. I'd say that's a quarter spin there, almost ground to all, but manages to just carry on. He will have lost an almost unrecoverable amount of time.
I can feel the officials next door kind of clenching their teeth on this one.
Quite right. So yeah, Andy, I think maybe just overdriving a little.
Well, he's currently in 2nd. I think he's going to stay there. I don't see any improvement because he's not going to gain 2.5 seconds on Jonathan. Yeah, he's 3/10 slower. That seems to be a consistent. Everybody's like 3/10 slower.
Well, let's see what Jonathan Varley can do, because this will be an interesting test. He's normally very consistent, hard on the brakes now. So he's actually up, and then he's gone back down again. So let's see. Interesting comparison, I think. So John Farley always very, very quickly. He actually holds the record in the sky with a 37.23. Not sure if he's going to get close to that today. Quickest time was 37.67. He needs to find another 4/10, which he may or may not do. I'm not sure he will. 38.31.
Yeah, don't forget, that's what Jonathan qualified for the runoffs this morning with the 37. He's just done a 38.3, which would be the qualifying time for the second one. I don't think it's enough.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens now. Adam Greenan on the hill right now. He's really going a bit. He's a bit less sideways than before, isn't he?
Less rally car driving.
Yeah, exactly. 40.33.
And he's actually gained a time. He's gained some time.
Now, this will be an interesting one. David Warburton did not qualify because he had he span in he qualified, but he span in the runoff. So he had a bit of a brake bias issue. Really committed. I think he should, if he keeps it tidy, get himself into the runoff. He's been in the 37s comfortably this morning. So there you go. He's a bit more cautious. You just noticed there at the entrance to Paddock.
Yeah, he's a bit. The brakes are a little bit adjusted to the back, and he's actually purple sector. And this is what he needs. His goal here. He's won the class, but he wants to qualify for the second runoff, and he needs to get there. And he is up on purple sector. So this may be this time is going to be.
It's going well.
That'll do it. 37.38.
37.38 for David Warburton. Everyone's happy with that, I think.
Yeah, I'm guessing that is going to be enough to get him into the top 12.
Without shadow of a doubt, I would have said. James Chalmers flashes into our sight, 88 miles an hour beneath the bridge in the Rolt, running the anti-lag. Really, really great noise. I love a bit of anti-lag. Who doesn't like a bit of anti-lag, eh?
The noise police.
Yeah. I think the track control's probably louder than the anti-lag in these days. But
I was going to say the PA system can set up noise or anything else. Sorry.
Absolutely. James Chalmers. He exits. There, sees beautifully. There's a bit of debris on the track actually. It's all getting nothing to worry about. It's cars running over it a little bit, but he crosses the line with a 42.07.
That's a second quicker. So this is bizarre how many cars are going a little bit slower than some cars are going that much quicker.
Yeah,
this is Leslie Much. They would fight. They had to do a bunch of mapping on this car last night. They couldn't get it to idle to save his life, which was making him miserable coming off the start line. But they seem to have got that sorted out today. Leslie's on a 40.80, and he's up at the moment on his split. So he's got William Luffridge in front of him by about half a second plus. So can he do enough to jump a position here? Let's have a look. Oh yes, he does. 39.82. He moves up to 6th place. Brilliant run.
Well done, Leslie. William Lockridge had a bit of a moment there. He had to get off the power on the through a Tories, but scooped it all up. This car is a handful, but the team have done a great job. You saw our Paddock interview earlier, where Owen interviewed Willem Towett, ex-F1 engineer responsible for looking after this car. But William's just gone a little bit wide, almost collected the barrier, but not quite. Anyway, he's made his way to the finish line to hand the car to Zach Zammit, thankfully. And William records a 40.57. I think he did well to record that time, considering the little moment he's just had.
Yeah. So where are we at here? So yeah, Leslie's gone up. William Luffer, no improvement. James Sharma's improvement. So we got Kelvin Broad in the car that Alex Coles drives his car, and we already spoke to him. He got 7th in the runoff with this car. Kelvin is up on his times. Where is he? He's on a 39.76, so he could jump Pete Tatum at minimum and jump a spot in the class here. So let's see what he can do. He's lost a little bit at the S's. 39.93, no improvement, stays in 5th place.
Absolutely, Pete Tatum on the hill at the moment then now in this RMS 28, lovely car, this 102 through the speed trap.
Saw that drift a little bit.
Yeah, he's having a good go. Now Pete Tatum is going to be flashing through those gears nice and quickly. He's going to be hard on the brakes, really little bit of squirming there as he tips it through Pardon, as he is going to go under the trees through the S's. Really nice lines there from Pete. Slows it right down to get it through.
He hit one of those flip-flops. Did you see him just tap?
Yeah, a bit of a power oversteer moment. Up out of S's through semicircle now. What's he going to do? Is he going to dip below the fences? Maybe not. Yeah,
well, he's on a 39.60. Yeah, he's actually gone a 10th slower. 39.80.
Paul Hames just has a minor stall on the line. I don't know what a serious stall is versus a minor stall. I think a stall's a stall.
A serious stall is when we hear some big noises.
Ah, yes. Well, minor stall then for Paul Hames. Gets the car fired back up again. He's just looking down at his instrument panel. Super quick car. Has had trouble in the past of a couple of stalls off the line, but
right. So we're looking for a 37.
Oh, there you go. Curse of the commentator. A couple of stalls now. So
yeah, you take the blame for this one.
Sorry, Paul. Let's see what's going on here now. So these cars are incredibly complicated. The way that Paul's car starts up and then collects the boost and then dumps its clutch. Right, so he's in neutral, on the line. He's just looking down at his instrument panel. Obviously it's difficult to see these in the sun. Right, first gear selected. Traction control. Away we go. Right, we're away this time. Fantastic. Third time lucky. Paul gets off the line. Fantastic car. This, we don't know if Ford is completely well, but it looks okay now. Okay, so 108 miles an hour through the bridge. Hard on the brakes now. Now Paul's been using these new Hoosiers, which he seems to be quite happy with. Obviously still a big learning curve. Looks a bit squirrely on the exit of a Tories.
Oof.
Oh, that was a bit tricky there. Snaky into Pardon. Looked like almost a similar incident to David Warburton where the car rotated, but Paul just saved it and gathered it up. So maybe a little bit down on his best. I don't know. It's already been a happy hunting ground for Paul Hames at Prescott. Let's see if he can fire this tyre up and get himself around semicircle and recover this run. 38.03. It might do it.
That's gonna be a sit and wait job. That one. Will it or won't it? It was a 30. The slowest time in the first runoff was a 30. For to qualify was a 37 and change. So will a 38 flat get in? We're going to have to wait and see.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? It's hard to say, really.
Well, let's see what Terry Davis does. He's on a 41.7, sitting in 3rd place in the class. He's hunting for a second and a bit to get anywhere near Andy Bogart. But he is up a 41.13, so an improvement about just under 5.5 tenths, so not too bad there. Kevin Creven in the Pilbeam MP88, currently sitting in 7th on a 43.28. Now he's only 5/100ths behind Trish Davis, so he could potentially get a spot here, move up in the class. So let's see how he gets on. So Kevin Craven and his trusty Pilbeam MP88. So we're dealing with cars, no turbos or superchargers, 1600 to 2 liters. So into the grass we go on the exit of the S's. Just dropped the wheel in the grass, kicked up a little dust, no harm, no foul. I think he lost a little wiggling around a bit, but no improvement, 43.82. So he's 3/10 slower on that one, 4/10 slower. We've got Aaron Colburn, who seems to be the quickest of the two in this car today. He's currently in 4th. Now, what can he do? Because Terry Davis did a 41.13. Aaron's on a 41.86. So if Aaron has a solid run here, he might be able to jump to 3rd place in the class, which would be a result. And currently he is up. Oh, drifts it out of Pardon. Beautiful drift. And he is up on his split. So this is interesting. He is actually going faster than his first time. Can he get Terry Davis? He's looking for a half a second.
It'll be interesting to see. We're not a million miles away here. 41.24 into 4th.
Yeah, he gained most of it. Came up short by 9/100ths of a second. So Gavin McLaren, we're back in that Rover 2-liter Rover-powered Pilbeam 88. This is the first weekend with the car. The car itself hasn't been run since 2019 by the previous owner. So it's their first weekend out with it, and actually they're doing not too bad with this thing.
Absolutely right, yeah, sounds great, looks great, this Pilbeam. And he's going to find his way around semicircle using the grip from those tyres. And he is going to tip the beams at 46.66. Bernie Kevel, he's just exiting the S's at the moment. He's making his way around semicircle, and he's going to tip the beam on a 41.65.
Yeah, no improvement for Bernard. This is getting to be a strange situation here with these times. Everybody's just slightly slower, except for the odd quicker one. And I'm wondering if the odd quicker one is because they made a bit of a boo-boo the first time.
Potentially so. Well, let's just see. I mean, it'll be an interesting reading, that's for sure, later on. So, I say Lynn Owen, she just leaves the S's now. Sandra Tomlin's on the hill at the moment. The Pilbeam, beautiful jet engine car. Very nicely painted with that fantastic colour scheme. And yeah, Sandra hard on the brakes through Pardon. As Lindsay Summers leaves the line now. So Lindsay Summers already at the 64 feet mark. Fantastically quick car, 81 miles an hour through there. So we watch Sandra Tomlin complete her run.
You can say that 3 times fast.
Lindsay Summers now leaves a Tories loop. She's hard on the brakes, nice and early, rolls it beautifully into Pardon. As we look at Sandra Tomlin, that's actually recorded a 43.35, 3/10 quicker than before. Lindsay Summers now on the power, off the power, turns the car in through the exit of S's, gets on the power, gets that XD really going, really guts up it there, fantastic. Turns into semicircle. She's got to beat her original time scoring of 42. She does, almost smashes it, finds 9/10ths. Which is very nearly a second in my head. So, well done,
it's pretty close to a second, yes sir, not quite there. Right, Sean Gould. Now I think if my memory serves, we've had 137 so far for the second time runs.
Yes.
And we've got a 38 flat. So now we've got the big cars coming. We're going to get a better idea of what it's going to do here. So Sean Gould's off the line.
Yes, he is. He's absolutely flat to the board. So. Quick car, 107 miles an hour. This is going to be in the hands of Mathew Ryder later, so sharing with Sean Gould. Sean Gould, the owner and Chelsea Walsh record holder, so no slouch himself. Hard on the brake, right the way over to the right-hand side, the entrance of Pardon. Interesting line that. I wonder if it's going to pay off for him. It looks like it has. He's going really, really quick through midway. He's going as quick as he has all weekend. He's going to tip it left out of the exit of S. I think he's on for a tidy run here, is Sean, if he can keep that momentum going through semicircle. What's he got to beat? He's got a 36.47 to beat. I think he could do it, 36.32.
Right, so that should put him in the top 12 easy. So the track's there. He's a tenth and a bit, 0.15 up. So that bodes well for everybody else. It's going to be the bottom half of this top 12, I think, is where it's going to be. I think we're going to get possibly a shocker or surprise here.
Potentially so. Simon Jakes having a possibly slightly scruffy run. He wasn't quite the best off the line that I've seen him, and a little lock up into a Tories, but I'm sure he can recover that with a bit of it was just a bit of dust that had been pulled off, so nothing to worry about. I can see why you thought that, Owen, but and, he tips left, tips right, and tips left again through the exit of S, and he's going to be hard on the brakes round semicircle. He might tip it under 42nd. No, not quite. He gets to the line in a 42.63.
Yeah, no improvement there, half a second down. It was a bit of a scruffy run, like you said, not quite off the start, a little bit here, a little bit there. Now next up we've got Graham Wynn in the Gould GR59. That is Scott Moran hanging over the rear wing in your picture, the 6-time champion. He is the spanner. Actually, he's a mechanic and helping Graham out run the car as much as he can this year, mostly local. Again, Scott's taking time out for family. And his young son, who's just turned 14, is now doing some auto solos. So now they're getting the taste for a bit of family competition. So Scott's doing that and hanging out. And actually, his son is actually operating our camera this afternoon. So...
Right, so
let's see what happens here.
Owen's going to talk you through Graham Wynn in the Gould GRW59.
I am? Okay.
You are. I'm going to pass over to Peter Hughes, and I'll sign off by saying thank you for listening. It's been a great day. That's probably all you'll hear from me today. Peter and Owen will talk you through the remaining runners and riders and the final runoff. So,
right, here we go. Graham Wynn, helmet down. Helmet down, and off he goes. Launches off the line, so 36 will get you into the runoff. Looks like a 37 will sort of hopefully get you into the runoff. And a 38, we don't think so. So let's see what Graham can do. Remember how this works is obviously for classes and competition, it's the 2-time runs. But for the runoff, it's the fastest 12 of the first-time runs and the fastest 12 of the second-time runs, and they're separate. So their second-time runs are actually, these guys that's their qualifying time to get into the runoff. So let's see what Graham can do. He's actually 38.84. So I'm not sure yet if that may not be enough. We're going to have to see. It just depends on a few key runners and riders here. Peter is joining. If you'd like to translate that, please send a message. Email Rich at HillClimb. No. I just went dead. Peter's back in the chair. And I say chair because he's sitting and I'm standing. But so Harry Pick has had a failed first run, so he needed to get a run in to score points. He spun the car off the first time, so a 41.17 to start him up. And then we've got John Chalmers on the line. And where is John? Okay, all right, we're a double-driven car, so this one's the 1600 to 2 liter, so we'll just jump back a minute here. Shares the car with James Chalmers. So here we go, and the Ralt F302-001 launches it off the line. And he's looking to try to beat his other driver. He needs 3/100ths of a second. Can he get it?
I think it's, well, that was a bit of a wide approach into Torres there. He's up now to Pardon. Fairly cleanly round, well, very cleanly round there. Incidentally, very quickly going back to what you said about qualifying for the top 12. The slowest time that qualified for the top 12 in the first top 12 was 37.84.
Yeah, a couple of those cars have gone slower this time on their second run, so that's why I'm wondering it's a little bit up in the air. John Chalmers, a 41.15, so jumps double driver James. So he's this. I place. Jeez Louise.
It's easy for you to say that. It's a very nearly a second that John Chalmers found, in fact, on that. run to move up into 8th in class as Stuart Sigton is coming to the line.
39.25, and he had a fail first time, so he jumped up to 4th. But Alex Cole now, this is going to be an interesting one, right? So he finished 7th in the first runoff, qualified the first time on a 37.3, and he, you know, I think a sub 38 will keep you in the runoff. Anything slower than that, and I think it's going to be a toss of a coin. So let's see what Alex can do here. He's second in the class, only by 15 hundredths. No improvement, but a 37.55. So that might be enough for the runoff. We're you know, Lloyd's going, yeah, I think that's enough based on the cars we have left. Then we got Simon Andrews, Pete.
Yeah, Simon Andrews in the OMS 28 coming out of it. Tories on up to Pardon. Not at the moment improving his times from his first run. Just quickly looking to pick him up. He did a 41.15 in fact on his first run, which put him in 12th place in the class. He's coming around semicircle up to the line. 41.88, so again down about 7/10 on his first run time, as several of the drivers are down on their time. Steve Owen now on his way on his OMS 28 RPE.
Yeah, the builder and creator of OMS race cars, along with White Lynn, they run the company. And this is the factory car. They don't run all the events. They come out as and when, pick and choose, all the rest of it. So Steve's currently sitting in 11th on a 4.059. And you're looking to improve on that. A 38, a bit of a jump to a 38, but let's see what he can do. He is up on his, splits are showing him up on his previous, on his first run time. So let's see what he can do. Nope, 40.57, so 2/100ths quicker. Oliver Tomlin, Sandra's son, is now in Mum's car and hauling the old Pilbeam MP 9703 up the hill, Pete.
Yeah, he's Oliver was very quickly trying to find him. He was 9th quickest with a 38.81, so you could do with finding a few tenths to stand a chance, I think, of getting into the runoff. He's not going to do it, unfortunately. 39.48, so he is a little over half a second down as Jack Cottrell gets off the line in the Delawa. He did a 38.11 on his first run. Can he find maybe half a second would be enough to do it?
Yeah, Jack Cottrell, it's number 9 last year, didn't make the first runoff. Didn't qualify in the first runoff due to just wasn't quick enough, and it was on a 38.1, so he needs a 37, and he is up on his times here. So to get into the runoffs, he needs a 37 something or other. Let's see what he can do, and it looks good so far. He's coming around the top. There it is, a 37.63. We think that's enough to put him in. We'll wait and see. It's all unofficial.
David Ewan gets off the line in the Gould GR55B. Now he also, I think, missed out on the first runoff, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
6. He's around the Torres on the way up. Needs to find some time if he possibly can. He did a 38.15 on his first run. He's up a little bit up Pardon. But then doesn't improve, or he improves at the S's in fact, so it's going to be quite tight, I think, for David if he's to get a runoff opportunity. He's coming around semicircle up to the line, 38.23, so that's actually just 800 slower than his first run. As Trevor Willis,
not convinced that's enough. Sorry, Pete, go on.
So Trevor Willis heads into Pardon. Trevor was 6th in the first runoff with a 36.55. That was his runoff. His first run time was 36.72, I believe. Yeah, fourth in those times, and he does a 36.98. So again, just a quarter of a second down on his first time.
Yeah, that might be just enough to get him in with the. It should be okay actually, a 36.9. Wallace Menges. He was missed the win on the first runoff by 1/100th of a second. I did talk to him lunchtime, and he was smiling again. I hadn't seen that in a while. He had a bit of a tough year last year getting back up again, but he said he's done a ton of work on the car over the season, and he's back where it belongs, and across the line of 37.19 should be enough, but I would have thought maybe a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, a couple of tenths down again on his first run time as our first runoff winner, Will Hall, heads away from the line under the bridge at 114 miles an hour. That is quick under the bridge.
Yeah, Will Hall is in the zone with this car this weekend. Been quick all weekend and actually took the first runoff win, so he is literally the championship leader at the moment.
Yeah, not currently improving on his first run times, and but he was half a second quicker in the runoff than on his first run. He's coming around to the line 36.68, so about very nearly half a second down.
Yeah, no. So that should be good for the runoffs. Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm. His splits are showing him down on his first time run. I think the track's just getting a little bit funky here. So 23.26. We should see the runoff on the right side of the screen. We'll see the current times for the runoff in a second here. Here comes Alex around the corner. Is he going to be in there? 37.05. That should be good for the runoff.
Pretty consistent, only 300s down on his first run. Mathew Ryder on the line now.
32,000 views, Pete. We're famous.
Well, speak for yourself.
Oh yeah, you're already famous or infamous, one or the other.
Notorious is the word.
Ah, is that what it is? Mathew Ryder's on the course.
Under 2 seconds for the first 60 foot. That's quite a G-force of acceleration.
They have a car problem. He was talking about it, and they think they might have it sorted. There's a little bit of an issue with the mechanical, the gear selector system. One of the springs has gone a bit wicky, so they've done a bit of a fix on it, so we'll have to see what is going on here. But he was absolutely chuffed to bits just to get third after the shifting problems.
55.96, so just about a quarter of a second down on his first run as Jeremy Rivers Fletcher brings that little Buckler Ballamy special up the hill and into Pardon. So just looking across at the top 12, and we have the qualifiers are Mathew Ryder, Sean Gould, Will Hall, Trevor Willis, Alex Summers, Wallace Mingies, David Warburton, Alex Coles, Jack Cottrell, Paul Hames, David Ewan and Stuart Bickley.
So yeah, that's a bit different than the first runoff, isn't it?
Yeah, missing out by just 700ths of a second, Jonathan Varley.
Yeah, and Tom Weaver was another 3/10 behind. So very close run thing, but it could have gone any which way. But that's how close Hillclimb has really been competitive this weekend.
Absolutely. Jeremy Rivers Fletcher has found a couple of seconds improvement on his run. Does a 58.36. As we see Andy Tippett coming up the hill in the Brabham BT30. Chris Bentley Jones dropping a little bit of time from his first run with a 46.29. Andy already leading this class. It's a little bit slower on his second run, a 45.87, but still leads the class. And just the one car to go over the line, that's Stephen Palmer in the Lotus 69. Simon Braithwaite on the hill in that lovely BMW M3 as Steve Palmer comes around and does a 48.40, so he has found some time but remains in third place. We're getting closer to the top 12 British Championship runoff, of course, as Simon goes on up to Pardon in the BMW M3. Tom Moggy-Rossi gets off the line in his Porsche Boxster S.
Just to let you know, we had on the screen, we had the 12 fastest times. They have not been verified by the officials yet, so we have to wait for the official. But that's the times that we got on the screen, but they haven't been officially, so we're waiting a confirmation that will be the top 12 runoff.
Okay, thanks for that, as Tom Moggy-Rossi comes into Pardon in the Porsche Boxster. Jonathan Elwood sits on the line in his Honda Civic Type R. Goes away as Tom Mogurossi comes to the S's. Chris McQueen sits on the line in the GBS 0, but Tom Mogurossi coming to the end of his run, and he does a 54.96, which is about 7/10 quicker. He's exactly 7/10 quicker in his first run, and he currently sits 5th, therefore, in the class standings. But that, of course, is before the handicaps are applied. Jonathan Elwood will be next over the line in the Honda Civic Type R. Chris McQueen is making up time on the hill in the GBS 0. Steve Perry is underway in the Mazda MX-5. And Jonathan Elwood on scratch times moves up to 5th place, but still not making it into the top 5 on handicap. Good time for Chris McQueen. Coming up, by the looks of it, he does a 52.45. In fact, just improving by a 10th or so on his first run, and again, not in the top 5 on handicap. Steve Perry coming through the S's in the Mazda MX-5. Around semicircle he comes up to the line, does a 58.29. Remains in 12th place on scratch times. Christie in the Mini now coming through the S's. John Brunner is also on the hill in the Mazda MX-5, and away now goes Rob Guttridge in that Renault Twingo 133. So Christie comes towards the end of his run, and records a 62.53, which is a little bit slower, just about half a second slower than his first run. As Rob Guttridge around Torres in the Renault Twingo. John Brunner does a 60.30, so he's found 1 3/4 seconds improvement on his first run, but still can't break into the top 5 on handicap. Aaron Bland is in the Abarth 124. Rounding Pardon. Chris Heritage in the Dax Rush is on the hill. Rob Guttridge coming towards the end of his run. Does a 63.09, again finds about 0.3 of a second improvement on his first run.
That top 12 list, by the way, is now official.
Okay, good.
It has been was it ratified by the adjudicators? I am not doing well with anything more than one syllable this afternoon.
Well, it's not as if English is your first language in fairness, because you're Canadian, aren't you?
I was born in Essex.
Oh, all right then.
Yeah, leaves me with a bit of a problem. Who have we got here? This is we got Chris Heritage in his Dax Rush. So this is the handicap, the New Barnes Championship, and he's actually leading on handicap. He's actually leading the overall thing there. He's done a 55.32, so no improvement on that. And then Richard Morris in the Mazda MX-5, very popular car on the hills, isn't it, Peter?
It certainly is. Yeah, it's a good car, I think, to dip your toe in the water, as it were, with speed competition. And Richard then coming up. Where was he? He did a 59.03 on his first run. He's rounding semicircle. Might improve on that. Possibly he does. A 58.67. So a few tenths improvement there for Richard Morris.
Oh, that's good. That's good. You got Patrick Hadley in the VW Golf 4 Motion. So that's actually a 4-wheel drive Golf. I'm not sure the engine size in these ones, but it still gets out of corners quite well.
Something makes me want to say it's a 2.3, but I might be wrong on that.
It's the older ones. I don't know if it's just a 2-liter. Anyway, 56.55, and that's actually put him into 5th place on handicap.
So that's a good effort on his part, on Patrick's part there. And then we got another Mazda MX-5 with Daniel Savage.
Yeah, currently lying second on handicap. So can he improve on that as he comes to the line? Does a 53.63. He has taken the lead on handicap.
Oh, wow.
Mazda.
Well done, sir. Well done. So that's actually second on just straight up times. I don't know what you call them when they're unhandicapped.
Scratch.
Scratch time. Thank you very much. Again, I'm learning English. I learn every day. This is Christopher Higginbottom in an A-bar competency.
It's another competizione.
Yeah, that would be.
And he is currently lying third on handicap. Isn't able to improve on his. Oh, he is able to, actually by 0.2, but on handicap remains in third place.
Okay, so improvement, but not enough. So he's sort of reinforced his third place. So that's Steve Hodgkins now in the Audi TT, and Steve is currently fourth on scratch, and he's just jumped up to fifth on handicap. So an improvement there as well. So good for him. And then John Manners in the BMW Z4. Don't see too many of these cars around nowadays, but this one is being put to good use on the hill.
Yeah, the 3-litre, I think, BMW.
Yeah, this is a hardtop version.
And how is he doing? He was in 8th place on scratch times. Is not able to match his previous time. He does a 56.68, but remaining in 8th place as James Warren comes up to Pardon in the Fiat 500 Twin Air. And Mike Brakes is on the hill in the Ford Fiesta ST150, who I think will be the last of the runners before we go on to the top 12.
That is correct. Let me just check something for you.
James Vaughan coming towards the end of his run in the Fiat 500 at a 59.87 on his first run. Can't match that. Very nearly a second down. 60.72. Remains in 14th place on scratch times. What about Mike Brakes? He did a 57.09, so in 10th place on scratch. Coming up to the line, 57.36, so a quarter of a second down again on his first run time. And
that's it.
Is yeah, I think we have completed the run 2, haven't we? And we're about to, well, the Virtue Motors side Ford Explorer course car is heading up the hill to neutralise the hill, and then we will get the top 12 runoff underway.
Yeah, and I believe because Sean Gould in a double-driven car with Matt Ryder, Sean will be going first. I'm just watching out the window, and he's now just strapping into the car, ready for the championship runoff to take place. The course car is checking everything to make sure there is absolutely, the circuit is in pristine condition to run this. So there's our order. Or there's our runoff top 12. That's not the running order because Sean Gould will have to go first. And I think that is the only shared car in the top 12, I believe. So, yeah, fastest qualifier, Matt Ryder. Sean Gould actually qualified second. Will Hall third. Trevor Willis fourth. And Alex Summers fifth. Wallace only sixth. So it's going to be an interesting runoff. We saw how close it was the first one. So I don't think they can get much closer for the second one. What do you think? Or are we just going to have a dominant, someone just going to lay one down and everybody else just scratch their heads? What do you think, Pete?
Well, I think the interesting thing is going to be, can Will Hall repeat his first run success, or can Wallace find that extra 100th of a second to take it? But
yeah. That's it. So we're just going to got to give them a minute because they've got to get the cars re-prepared and cooled down. So Rich has been having a good time with the graphics again.
Yeah, I think he had a new toy for Christmas, but 1.1 seconds shy of the outright hill record on the first runoff. Can we get any closer to Matt Ryder's record of 34.60 seconds, which he set last year in the Gould GR59? Big thanks to everyone who's supporting HillClimb.TV. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And don't forget to share it. Tell your friends all about HillClimb.TV. So it looks like that's Sean Gould coming down to the line. He finished 4th in the first runoff with a 36.04. So the course car heading back down the hill. As he passes each post, the red flags will come in. When he gets to the bottom, we'll be all set to go in this top 12 runoff. Down around Pardon comes the course car.
Okay, how we doing? Got a course car.
Yep,
that's a heck of a paint job, isn't it? That's a new electric. That's an electric. The Ford Explorer, and it's an electric vehicle. All electric. Indeed. They don't do a fossil fuel one.
No. Virtue Motors Cheltenham supplying that course car for us.
Yep. Quick shout out. Thank you again for all the volunteers, the marshals, the rescue crews, and everybody for what I think has been a brilliant day.
I still like to print them out. That was the first runoff times. But I couldn't at the time.
Right, Sean Gould is lit up and ready to go. So I'm going to hand over to Pete. He's going to call the car up the hill, and I'll make some doopy comment afterwards.
So yeah, Sean, as I say, finished 4th quickest on the first runoff with a 36.04. His time in run 1 was 36.47. And away he goes then, up under the bridge and on up to Walter Torres. Around the Torres he goes, just hanging the tail ever so slightly, but nothing too dramatic. Into Pardon, out of the left-hander. On up the hill he goes, looking very neat and clean as he goes up. Don't think he's improving on his previous run at the moment as he comes up to the S's and on to semicircle. He'll go over the line. He does a 36.18 then. That is 0.14 down on his first runoff time.
Okay, yeah, so he set the benchmark for everybody else, so we'll have to see. People going slower, faster, everything else. Stuart Bickley's on the line, ready to go, Pete.
Yeah, Stuart wasn't in the first runoff, of course. Car 122 in the Force TA. Just a 1070cc machine. Away he goes then. So how can he do against the bigger engine cars? 93 miles an hour under the bridge. Into Torres. Cleanly around there. And on up, a few sparks from the tail of the car as he comes up to Pardon. Looking very, very neat indeed at the moment. Into the S's. Really keeping it nice and clean but rapid as he comes on up to Rolton, then into semicircle, on towards the finish line, and he does a 38.52. Stuart Bickley then 38.52.
He was the slowest qualifier to start with, So let's see. So he's put a time down. So he's hoping 2 people will go slower, and he at least get 1 point. Next up on the line is going to be David Uren. Didn't want to start there for a second. There was being a bit punchy and Judy here. So he qualified 11th, I believe. Did not qualify for the first runoff. So let's see what he can do. He's going to be looking for a result this time, Pete.
Absolutely. Car number 6 then, David Uran, comes up to the line. The Gould GR55B that David is at the wheel of, with the 3.5 litre engine. But away he gets off the line. Under the bridge at 103 miles an hour, and in a bit of a lock-up there going into Ettores, but I don't think it will have cost him much as he goes on up now to Pardon round the left-hander. He goes pretty cleanly out of that. Through to the S's goes the Gould, and then on up through Rolt and on to semicircle. I think he's only, well, he has found some time, but he does a 37.05, which puts him currently in 2nd place, about just under a second back from Sean Gould, and about a 1.5 seconds up on Stuart Bickley.
Yep, you got Paul Hames on the line. Here he goes, Pete. He had a bit of an ugly on the first one. Let's see what he can do now. And he is on the Hoosier tires.
Yeah, in the Gould GR59, he finished in 10th place in the first runoff. Fittingly enough for car 10, and up he comes to Ettores. Looking pretty clean around, just a little bit of a twitch as he came out of Ettores. On up he goes to Pardon, turned in there quite neatly, just hangs the tail out ever so slightly as he comes on up towards the S's, and through he goes, and again a little bit of a twitch as he's coming out of the S's up to semicircle. What can he set? He's coming to the line now, and he sets a 37.37, moves him into 3rd place, but a 3rd of a second back from David Uran.
Yeah, not a bad time. I think that. What did he do the first his first qualifying run? Because he did have a bit of an ugly, Paul.
It was a 37.60, so he has found about a 1/4 of a second.
Yeah, so he's a little bit quicker this time, which was the difference from last time. So next up, we should have Jack Cottrell, number 9 in the championship last year. He carries the number 9. Did not qualify for the first runoff. A bit of a shocker there, but has gotten in on the 2nd runoff quite comfortably. I think he qualified with a 38 something low. So he's just they're just getting him fired up and coming around to the start line now.
Yeah, Jack
the tires up
in the Dallara XD comes up to the line. Now, as I say, having missed out on the first runoff, can he make the most of his chances in this 2nd runoff? Just get him lined up on the start line. The marshals showing that he is positioned perfectly. All set by the looks of it. Marshals put the wedge behind the rear wheel to stop the car rolling back at all. Ready to go, and away he goes. Very clean start. 2.12 under the 64-foot line, and a speed of 109 miles an hour. Pretty good speed under the bridge. Around Ettores, all looking fairly clean. On up to Pardon. And a little bit of a twitch, but nothing much. On up there from there to the S's. And this is looking fairly good at the moment. Into semicircle and up to the line, and it's a 37.08, which moves him into 3rd place, just 0.03 of a second behind David Uran in 2nd place.
Yeah, that's enough. That'll guarantee him at least 1 point because he's got 2 cars behind him. So worst he can do is 10. Now Alex Coles is coming up here. Finished 7th in the first run off with a bit of a blistering run, and so Let's see what he can do, Pete.
Yeah, 37.28 on that first runoff for Alex in the Force TA Mistral. So can he make up any more time? He goes away there. Looked like a pretty good clean start under the bridge at 105 miles an hour. Round Orchard on up to Ettores. And around there pretty clean. He put a good line through there up to Pardon. And that didn't look too bad either. Perhaps is slightly wide on the exit possibly, but nothing too much to worry about. Into the S's, a little bit of a twitch as he comes up the first part, sliding a little bit around the second part. On up into semicircle, and underline 37.03, that moves him up to second place, 200ths of a second ahead of David Uren, who in turn is 300ths of a second ahead of Jack Cottrell, who is less than 3/10ths of a second ahead of Paul Hames. It's pretty close.
That's some good going. Alex has really put himself in the mix here. Possibly another 7th place, at least, in that little car, which is a bit of a giant-killing act, really. Right, you got David Warburton, Pete. Yeah. He had a horrible run the first time. He spun.
Yeah, car 8 then, who had a fail, as you say, and therefore effectively finished in 12th place in the Gould GR59 on his first run. He won't want to repeat that as a little squeal of tires as he comes into Ettores. Powers it out, though, of the right-hander. On up the hill to Pardon, and well, rather cleaner than I went through Pardon the last time, as I seem to remember. And through the S's he goes. On up, this is looking like a good run around semicircle. What can he do? He's coming up the line, 37.07. This is unbelievable. There are 500ths of a second separating second to fifth at the moment.
Yeah, this is, I said, guys, if you're stuck with us, you see that this is tight and close, and it is seriously tight and close. Sean Gould still hanging on to first place, but Wallace Menges is now on the line, and he will have something to say about this. He finished second by 1/100th on the first runoff. Let's see if he can step up. Didn't qualify great for the second runoff, but let's see what he can do, Pete.
Yeah, Wallace in the Gould GR59M, fires it up, away he goes. Good launch off the start line, 105 miles an hour under the bridge, round Orchard into Ettores. And pretty cleanly around there, we get a green first sector for him into Pardon. And going well at the moment, just the slightest of twitches out of the left-hander. On up to the S's, all looking nice and clean at the moment. Up to Rolt, and then on to semicircle. This could be a good run for Wallace. Let's see, he's going over the line, 35.83, he takes the lead with a 35.83, and that is about, what is 0.35 of a second ahead of Sean Gould.
Yeah, that puts him in a position that's going to put the pressure on the other guys. Next up, Alex Summers in the part-time I'll go up the hill when I feel like it program for the year. And they haven't actually got the car started yet. Just seeing here in the DJ Firestorm. So you qualified, what did you qualify? 4th. And now this morning, he started the day on Hoosiers on both ends. Then he went to Avon's on the front and Hoosiers on the rear. And I think he's got Avon's all the way around now. So this will be interesting. What do you think, Pete?
It looks that way. It looks like he has Avon's. That time, by the way, that previous time for Wallace Menges would have, I think, got him 4th place in the first runoff, but I can't help feeling the hill has slowed down a little bit possibly since then.
Yeah, we think it is. But anyway, here he goes.
That is a quick launch, 1.91 seconds. 105 miles an hour into Ettores, out of Ettores, on up to Pardon. This is all looking good at the moment. Powers it out to there. Little puffs of smoke coming out of the back of the car as he goes up to the S's and pushing hard.
Yeah.
smoke seems to be increasing as well.
I think this may have a mechanical problem.
He's around the S's. He does a 35.99. That's second place for Alex Summers at the moment. 0.16 back from Wallace Mingies.
Top 3 to go. First up, Trevor Willis in his OMS 3.3 liter RPE engine in the back. Did a 36.55 the first time. And so let's see what he can do. He's on the line, Pete. Ready for you?
Yeah, just moving him back a little bit because he's too far. He's going to trip the timing beam.
Try to get a head start, did he?
Yes, doesn't work. Trevor Willis is there, though, now lined up, all set to go. Finished in 6th place in the first runoff as he goes away. Again, under 2 seconds, the launch time. 103 miles an hour under bridge. Up to Ettore he comes. Bit of a lock-up going into the right-hander. A little bit wide on the exit. Might have cost him a tenth or so. As he comes into Pardon, a little bit wide on the exit there and just boots it around, gets the tail kicked out, gets it squared up and on up the hill he goes. But again, might have cost him a tenth or so as he comes through the S's and then up to semicircle and the dash to the line, and it is a 36.36 4th place for Trevor Willis.
Right. Next up, we got our championship leader up until for the next 2 minutes. This is Will Hall. Won the first run-up by 1/100 a second, and there was a bit of a messy to it. So he could do this. He can match Matt Ryder. We're just going to have to see how this goes. Ready, Pete?
Yeah, Trevor Willis, incidentally, must at least match his first runoff position of 6th, because just 2 cars to go and he currently lies in 4th place. But Will Hall and in the goal, GR59J, all set to go, and away he goes. Now, can he repeat his first runoff performance under the bridge? 1.84, that's a good time, 105 miles an hour under the bridge. Around Ettore as he goes, that looked pretty clean to me on the run-up now to Pardon. Pose it out from there, on up he goes, and I like the look of this run so far. A little bit of a twitch there in the S's, but nothing to worry about. And on up into semicircle, round he comes. What's he going to do? He's going to do a 35.92, only second quickest, 900ths back from Wallace Mingies.
Right, he's just opened the door. Sorry, Pete. He's just opened the door for Mathew Ryder. Wallace Mingies now is holding the lead. Will lost a little bit on that just at the end of the run there. He just lost a little bit there. He was up all the way across. So now, can Matt Ryder, have they fixed that little issue they had, and can he put Wallace Mingies, deprive him of another win?
Everything's staying as close as ever. The gap between first and second, 900ths. The gap between second and third, 700ths. What can Mathew Ryder do? The final run of the day, and the all-important one. The gold GR59 that gets away up the hill. A bit popping and banging from him, but he's under the bridge in 1.9, well, 1.97, 106 miles an hour. A little bit of a twitch there, but into Ettore's, and again a little bit loose coming out of the right-hander into the left-hander at Pardon, and the car just looking a little bit loose at the back end to me as he comes through the S's now. But some green sector times coming up for Mathew. The reigning champion, the Hill record holder, coming around semicircle up to the line, 35.38. He has won the second runoff by 0.45 of a second. So it's Mathew Ryder who takes the runoff win from Wallace Mingies, and then William Hall, 3rd place.
Yeah, that's it, folks. Nail biter to the end. So good thing you stayed and watched. So that's it, and we got a replay here. If you watch this, Matt actually dropped his right side wheels in the grass exiting Orchard, kicked up the dust, got control of it, and just kept going. He actually drove on the grass on the inside of Ettore's as well. So he literally threw that car at the scenery, skidded it around Pardon, coming out the top, wobbling a bit. You can see he's just a torque steer. He's wrestling the car a little bit, but he's dragging it all the way around. Here he comes up towards the semicircle. We're on replay on our HillClimb.TV channel. And there you go across the line, and that is the winning run.
So he will, I think, with William Hall finishing third in this runoff, that means I think that Mathew will take the lead at the end of the day.
Matt had a first and a third. Wallace has 2 seconds. Will has a first and a third.
Oh, so it's going to be between Matt
somebody
and
with
William.
I think it might be Wallace. I'm not sure the points difference. So
three-way tie, somebody's saying. Well,
okay,
it was
that would make
close.
sense.
I think we can safely say it's been close. Some terrific action.
Yeah, nothing solid that's decided today. And I think on that bombshell, Peter, I think our job is done here for the day. What do you think?
I think so. Big thank you to everyone for coming along to enjoy the event. I hope you have enjoyed it. I'm sure you will have. Big thank you to the marshals as taking a run up the hill. Show him your appreciation. Mathew Ryder goes up the hill. Give him a good round of applause for a terrific drive.
Yeah.
And to say thanks to all the marshals, thanks to all the officials, and we look forward to seeing you back at Prescott very soon. Owen.
Yep. On behalf of myself and Lloyd Hackett and Peter Hughes, who's already said goodbye, we've had a brilliant weekend. I hope you've all enjoyed the excellent racing that the British Hillclimb Championship has brought to us today. And yeah, we'll see you down the road at the next event. Keep an eye out for HillClimb.TV for the future listings. He'll post when and where. And Z-Tech Inside Motorsport. Actually, no, that should be Graham Blackwell. Thanks for watching, Graham. But there's Matt Ryder taking the laurels. So everybody, if you're traveling from Prescott, safe trip home. If you're at home, enjoy the beautiful evening. If you're in Britain or anywhere else in the world, take care.